Like, listen, like, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only
books
person I have
with
been
a
was Stanley.
squint in his eyes, spins still so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And
are
Nate, Stanley
those?
doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one-parent influence is detrimental?
Yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand
American
culture. It's a white people problem.
Okay, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype.
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
Winter storm impacts Georgia. Also, Georgia's data center boom is drawing new scrutiny under the Gold Dome. And new polling among Republican primary voters shows early support for Mike Collins, but a third of those polled are still undecided in that U.S. Senate race. Melita, Phil, Theron, and Brian are all here. The debate and discussion begin right now.
From the Fox 5 studios, the Georgia Gang starts now.
Well, Georgia leaders are not taking any chances as a winter storm descends on parts of the state. Emergency officials spent most of the week preparing and hoping for the best as North Georgia braced for ice. Governor Brian Kemp has been monitoring events from overseas. He left this week for a trade mission to the UK and Belgium. So, Brian, let's start with you this week because you have some experience when it comes to Georgia's storm preps and responses. You call it Ice Jam of 2014.
January 2014. It wasn't snow. People call it snowpocalypse or snowmageddon. If it was snow, it wouldn't have been a problem. It was ice. And by 1 p.m. on that day, it was a weekday. There had not been a lot of prep. Atlanta media at the time pretended like they had said this was coming. Go watch the tape. They did not. No one saw it being as bad as it was. And the complete region was log jammed, and it was a disaster. We had kids stranded on school buses, the connector, the interstate, everything, just a truck stopped as far as the eye could see. But this year, we're going to be lucky in the sense that this is the weekend. That's going to help. There is a lot more warning that it's going to be ice, not necessarily snow. People should take precautions and stay off the roads, if at all possible, this weekend, although unfortunately I'll be flying this weekend. We'll see about that. So there's a lot more prep involved than there used to be. One thing Deal did in the wake of that was add a bunch of these facilities along the interstate so you can put the brine, you can put the salt down. We're in a much better position than we were 11 years ago at this time.
We'll see. Theron, we've learned a lot.
We have learned a lot, Laura. And Phil, what I'm going to do after this show is that, and you should actually join me, I'm thinking about investing into a company that produces this salt. Because like many of my friends, I was all across Atlanta these last couple of days trying to find a bag of salt. But shout out to my builder, Adam, who actually did deliver some bags of salt. But we should go in that business together. But when you see the governor of Georgia stopping wherever he was with a background, with someone holding the phone, shout out to that woman or man who was doing that, coming back to Atlanta and the state and saying, hey, we need to be prepared. And then you also saw Mayor Dickens on Fox 5, Atlanta Good Day this morning. And then what I love, Lori, is that the governor had a little fleece action going on. The mayor had a yellow kind of jacket, you know, public works kind of people. But I definitely think that warning is out. We've definitely learned our lessons. And when I talked to the mayor of Augusta, you know, Garnett Johnson, talked to the mayor of Savannah there as well. And I was just talking to one of the people here at Fox 5 that Northeast Georgia, you guys definitely make sure you're going to be prepared because I think they're going to get hit the worst.
Yeah. Phil.
Well, I think my colleagues have made a couple of good points about the preparedness, although I will say the weak link, and we saw this during Hurricane Helena 2 years ago, where some of the counties weren't ready with their emergency responses. The state was doing fine. In fact, the state really had to hustle. And you talked about Augusta and the mayor. That was one of the weak links, sad to say, in Richmond County. And so I'm glad the governor has called out the National Guard. That's very important. I think that Georgia Power is ready. They've really done a good job in the past. There is going to be power outages. Let's say that flatly right out. So I think that we're going to be as ready as best we can. And Brian, good luck at Hartsfield Jackson.
I know.
Lolita, I want to say this too, because as somebody who grew up in Pittsburgh who's used to driving in snow, There's a lot of northern viewers who are thinking, oh, we can handle this. This is ice.
It's
This is
black ice. And the thing is, we're lucky that in the days preceding the drop in temperatures, we had relatively warmer weather. So the ground and the asphalt is not cold when the precipitation starts. So that's helpful. And the best attack for the black ice is the brine, as y'all mentioned, the salty, 25% salty water. And the thing is that in 2014, there was one DOT district that had only 1,000 gallons of brine. Now the state keeps 1.3 million gallons on hand at all times. So that's pretty amazing, the difference in preparedness. And y'all were talking about the announcements from various people. I think Reverend Warnock gets the kudos for his announcement that they would be closing Ebenezer's campus this weekend. He had a child on each side, with one child wanting to make cookies and the other one wanting to make a fort all over the house.
I did see that.
Can't go wrong with dogs and kids, right?
You got to create that business, man. Get us one of those state contracts.
And we need a female business owner. Y'all can come in. And get
I want to be in the fleece vest business for
Yes.
when there's snowstorms. We saw the clip of Governor Kemp there. He's wearing a shirt and tie. When he puts the vest on top of that, we're in an emergency.
Yes.
I invest in the
That is-
Orange Cone Company.
There you go.
Those are fantastic.
All right, well, let's move on to the race for Georgia governor, because on the Democratic side, the gloves are starting to come off. Former state senator Jason Estevez is signaling a sharper turn in his campaign, not just making his case to voters, but drawing clear contrasts with his Democratic rivals. As the primary field crowds and polling shows him lagging behind, Estevez is arguing he's the only Democrat who can unite the party and flip the governor's mansion in November. Theron, we'll start with you. Weigh in here.
Listen, former state senator Jason Estevez was the first one to officially announce in this race. He resigned from his state senator, and there have been some public polling. There's also been some internal polling, I think roughly about 4. And what all of these polls show, 2 public, done one by AJC, done by another organization, and I'm hearing 2 other internal polls, they all show that he's lagging behind in the polls. I mean, some polls he's in 3rd, 4th, and maybe even 5th. And then there's some polls where he's behind Jeff Duncan. So I'm not shocked at all that he's going to sharpen the attacks. And I think that everyone in this governor's race on the Democratic side has a lane. I can make a case for every single person who is running, and they have a lane. The question is, how do you build a winning coalition to basically make sure that you're victorious? But the polling and what I'm hearing is that it's really, based on what I've seen and people are telling me, it's a 2-way race between former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and former DeKalb County CEO Michael Thurman. And every single poll, internal or external, those 2 names are at the top.
Melita, we'll stick with the Democrats and then we'll get to the Republicans. Your thoughts on this?
Well, Estevez is painting himself as a next generation Democrat in a cycle which we've seen through special election favors new faces and fresh faces over familiar ones. He's also building a multi-generational, multiracial coalition that he believes more fully reflects the big tent mentality of the Democratic Party. And so he's making a case. It was a high energy event and a well-attended event when he launched the formal campaign on Thursday evening.
But can I say this real quick? When he says in this memo, this is how we learned that he's going to sharpen the attacks, Phil.
Right.
Is that he's going after Keisha Lance Bottoms and her record. He's also going after Jeff Duncan, and he's saying, hey, you supported an abortion bill that's still on the books right now. So he's, to Melita's point, he's going to talk to people about Jeff Duncan, his conservative, Forsyth, MAGA Republican record. And he's also going to talk about Keisha Lance Bottoms and some of the things that she was, accused of doing and not doing while she was a mayor of Atlanta.
Well, and that abortion bill makes Duncan more vulnerable with the largest block of Democratic voters, Black women, because more Black women are dying of maternal mortality issues than any other group of women.
All right, let's move on to the Republicans, because on that side, Attorney General Chris Carr is trying to break through with a major policy push. He's unveiling an aggressive plan aimed at tightening ethics laws, expanding the state's ability to investigate corruption, and reshaping campaign finance rules. And the move comes as Carr looks to gain momentum in a crowded GOP field as well, and as tensions rise with Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. Brian.
Well, let's look at the broader context. As we've gone through the last couple of months, we've seen almost $9 million being spent on television by a group called Georgians for Integrity. We don't know who that is exactly, but they're making the case that Burt Jones is corrupt. That is the thematic of every ad They've sent out mail in addition to the TV ads. And so this complements that broader message from an outside group that draws a contrast with Lieutenant Governor. I think that's sort of the political intent of all that. But on a practical level, what this does is build on something Carr has done in the Attorney General's office. That's build prosecutorial units, human trafficking, gangs. That has started under his leadership. And this is one that would target public corruption. One of the points he makes that I think is true is that in these smaller communities, everybody knows everybody, particularly the elites. And so if you have a corrupt mayor or a corrupt sheriff or a corrupt judge, no one's going to turn on anybody in that community because the price is too high. The state can come in without having those connections. So there's a lot of practical good in what he's trying to accomplish here.
Phil?
Well, I think a couple things. We talked about the polling earlier. The polling shows that Carr is really not getting much traction. He's in third in all the polls, with Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, second, and of course Burt Jones leading. And these ads that are really smears, they're just outrageous. Burt Jones is being accused of everything, and they haven't moved the needle at all. In fact, Jones has actually gone up a point or two in these polls. As for Carr, I got a kick out of Burt Jones's rejoinder when Carr announced this new anti-corruption campaign, and Jones said, "Well, he's been Attorney General for 10 years. What's all this about now?" And I'm loath to praise Democrat U.S. attorneys, but I will. Those are 3 U.S. attorneys that prosecute all around the state, and now we have Trump U.S. attorneys. Their record is far better than the Attorney General's office when it goes to corruption. My favorite Attorney General, Melita, you'll remember Mike Bowers. He was the anti-corruption crusader. That's what I was hoping that Chris Carr would do. Yes, he has done some good things. I'm trying to be objective. I was so glad that he did form that gang unit and human trafficking unit. But I think that this is a little late, according to Jones.
Well, one thing Phil consistently does is accuse Carr of not doing things that he's not constitutionally allowed to do. And that's part of what he's getting at here. He does not have the authority under the AG's office now in state law to go after that local corruption. That is a local jurisdiction issue. So what he's trying to do is to give the state in that office, and it'll be a future attorney general who can do it, that authority to do that. And I disagree that the polls have moved in any way in the last few months. We don't really know. We don't have fresh numbers. We don't really know the impact of those ads yet.
Well, I would agree with you. We still need to have fresh numbers. But I also will push back a little bit. I know a lot of district attorneys around the state, and you do too. Now, you have to go often to the Attorney General if there are multi-jurisdictional problems. And I think this has been a real problem. The Attorney General does have authority to go into multi-jurisdictional corruption problems. Ask any local district attorney.
All right, I love watching Theron smirk here. You were going at it. Okay.
Well, I just want to remind you that Mike Bowers started as a Democratic Attorney General. But
and he went after both without fear or favor.
The other point is it's very hard to take Chris Carr seriously about corruption when he completely ignored lots of evidence about the Coffee County data theft of the state software. He did nothing about that for years.
Okay, we'll leave it there, folks. Up next, state lawmakers are taking a closer look at Georgia's booming data center industry and whether generous tax breaks and rising energy demands are still in the public's best interest. We'll discuss.
Have a question or comment for the Georgia Gang? Email them at georgiagang@foxtv.com.
Georgia's rapid growth as a data center hub is drawing new scrutiny at the Capitol. State lawmakers are weighing whether long-standing tax incentives and the strain on the power grid still make sense as more facilities come online and as communities raise concerns about costs, transparency, and energy use. Now, Theron, what can lawmakers do here? I mean, do these facilities really need tax incentives?
Well, full disclosure, I represent a company that does have data centers. But, you know, I think the bill you're specifically, well, there's 3 pieces of legislation that have been introduced. One by a good Republican, State Senator Matt Brass has a bill that you referenced. Also, State Senator Nan Orrock has a piece of legislation, and also State Representative Roy Roman has a piece of legislation as well. So I think that when you look at all this, is that the Data Center Coalition, a group that has been at the Capitol have basically gotten a lot of facts out there about data centers in a positive way. You know, this whole notion that data centers are the reason why your electricity bills are going up. You know, Kim Green for Georgia Power took aim at that at the X and Issues breakfast and said, I think 4 times, Lori, I counted, not in Georgia. Georgia Power made an announcement. But you are seeing some concerns from residents. But when you look at places like Columbia County, Georgia, where there's a data center down there, you also look at the mayor of Covington came out and said, hey, I need more data centers. And I like the fact that they're here because it's definitely helping with the property tax digest. And you have Microsoft, who also I represent, come out and say they're not going to take any more local government incentives, but they still support the state incentives. So you're seeing movement. But clearly, Senator Brass is in the senators. He's got 16 signers on the bill. I think it'll move pretty quickly. But ultimately, Laura, I think it's too soon to tell exactly what will happen. But you will see the Data Center Coalition and some people who have concerns continue to have a conversation about this.
Brian, it seems these data centers also need a big PR strategy on how to work with communities, because early on they just kind of came in. Nobody really understood what they were, what they did, how much power they really needed. Now people are understanding and kind of getting more educated on this topic. And there's no more bulldozing and just putting in a data center. You've got to go through the process and have some community input.
You know, what you're seeing is a lot more of the grassroots opposition. You're seeing these county commissions get run over with people wearing coordinated shirts and mounting their fight against the data centers. Look, I'm okay with taking a look at this and looking at the power needs, looking at the water needs, but we also do need a bigger PR strategy from the Data Center Coalition, and maybe create a new group to just talk to communities about what this means financially for your community. This is dumping millions of dollars into a county government, and with no new police, no new teachers, no new school classrooms needed. It's just free money. It's like found money, you know? And so if that message could get out and county commissioners could communicate to residents, hey, your number one concern is your property tax bill. We promise you we'll take some of this money and we will put downward pressure on your property taxes, or maybe even lower them more. I think that would begin to turn the tide. People need to see how this benefits them, and I don't think they're seeing it. They're being told their power bills are going up, even though Georgia Power is communicating on it. The PSC has done a 3-year rate freeze. Here's the dirty secret about that, or maybe the clean secret about it,
affordable and reliable,
is that these large load users are paying up front, and that is how we are freezing rates for 3 years.
And I want to echo that real quick, Laura. If you did not have data centers in this state, I'm telling you this, and I'm not confirming it that I've heard it from anybody, but I suspect that you would have had Georgia Power back at the PSC possibly saying, hey, we may have to raise rates again. To B-Rob's point, they're paying up front, they're paying their fair share, they're paying more. So that helps Georgia Power sets the rates. And I think it's also power bills are starting to lower a little bit.
Melita.
Well, we're talking about PR, but what we're not talking about is real answers about the water issues and where it's coming from, what it does to the aquifer, and whether there's a statewide strategy. And the other thing you have to remember is that some of these rural counties don't have land use plans. They don't have zoning requirements the way we do in metro areas. And so the data centers have come into counties where there's no zoning requirement and just built things without setbacks and without promises of planting trees and without really answering questions. And you have homeowners near these data centers who have well water that's being compromised by the water that's put back into the aquifer. So it's not just a PR strategy, it's an honest answer kind of strategy that has not yet happened.
Phil.
Well, I would agree with you that this should be on a case-by-case basis. And I think the legislation you're talking about, I personally like the Brass legislation, does this because, yes, one county, I think we've talked about it, may have the power and the water, but the next county could be hurt by that. So you do need the guardrails. I'm glad the legislature's finally stepping up. But data centers are going to be here to stay. These are huge operations.
And we need them, so there's a balance.
Right. And the question comes to the tax credit. We incentivize construction of these in the state. That's one of the things up for debate. I think it's a fair debate. Those who want to take it away say the data centers will come anyway. That is a theory, not a definite. We don't know for sure.
Well, one survey said 70% of them would come anyway, even without the tax incentive.
That's 30% that don't.
Georgia Power is not raising the rates. I mean, New York, I just read an article where their rates are 50% higher than the national average. And they are putting less electricity into the grid than they're taking out. So I think Georgia is a very attractive state.
You're making a good point, and just a real quick footnote here. Some of the areas that do have to have a data center, and it fits the guidelines, they can reduce their taxes. Some are talking about no more school taxes because of this.
Exactly. That is the message that needs to get out there. But you got to sell the people on that. Give them a good deal.
But you also got to listen to the people, to Melita's point. And I know that the people that I talk to, they're listening more to the community about some of these concerns that they're expressing.
Phil and Brian are back to agreeing again. Okay. Up next, a new poll offers a snapshot of where Georgia Republicans are lining up in the race for U.S. Senate. We'll discuss next.
Well, Lupin, you are here just in time. Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. I'm sorry, I didn't get to watch the Georgia gang yesterday, so I'm inflicting it upon you. However, the next two things, the next thing coming up, I do want to watch, because at least in 2020, Georgia matters as far as the Senate goes, who gets what, Republicans or Democrats. We have two Democratic senators in a Republican state. So I'm definitely going to be following that. The data center thing is kind of interesting to me because I've never worked in a data center, though I've been in data centers. When I worked for, Ticketmaster, we had a data center. It was about 20 minutes from the office that I worked in. And I almost went to work at a data center. It's pretty damn chill. Like in the wintertime, you can wear shorts because of all the heat that gets put out. The one thing that I may, if I think about it and have some extra time, I'm interested in how many jobs get created. There will be a lot of benefits, restaurants and, some of the peripherals, but data centers don't create a whole lot of jobs. I mean, you can have a bunch of computers in there, but, most of the time when I went, to our data center, there were probably only 3 people, 4 people working actually, doing server maintenance or, that sort of thing. Like my group worked on our own servers. We would go over there because we kind of knew what we wanted and how these things needed to be configured. So, they were company servers, they weren't client servers. So we were kind of persnickety. We wanted to touch our own equipment, but every time I went over there, so I would be curious to know how many people actually get employed. It's great for if you have an electric, like you're an electrician and you're running your own small business. Yeah, you want that data center. If you're a restaurant across the highway, you definitely want that data center there. But I don't know that it creates a whole lot of local jobs working directly in the data center. So, Lupin, I don't know what to say about that. I fear sometimes I'm one of those. I fit into that category, but I try and resist it. And I put out a short today, talking about the N-word on my panel. I'm definitely going to have to crack down, though, on weekends, I'll have a couple beers and I'll take, moderator's privilege. But I know I'm one of those people that needs to tighten up the ship myself. So, hopefully there will be improvement. Hopefully. So, anyway, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. Also, please, if you are new to the show, subscribe to the show. Check us out. We are, kind of a cup of tea that, not everyone wants to sip, but we try. So there's one more story about the Georgia Senate races, the U.S. Senate races I want to hear, and then we'll move on into the inevitable news. There's a guy I want to listen to next. His name's Christian Watson. there's a story in and of that, but he's got some words. He's supposedly he might have finished his bachelor's degree in philosophy by now, but he's some sort of, his goal in life is to be a public intellectual, and I admire a motherfucker who wants to be a public intellectual. And shoot, honestly, in like 5 years, he's got 17,000 people. I think in a way he wants to be uh, the Republican antidote to someone like Aramiose Frimpong, who's a philosophy guy. This guy's a philosophy guy. There'll be dueling black philosophers apparently. But anyway, let's finish this up.
Join the discussion on the Georgia Gang Facebook page and watch past episodes on the Georgia Gang YouTube channel.
A new statewide survey of likely Georgia Republican primary voters shows Congressman Mike Collins out front in a GOP base that's feeling very positive about President Donald Trump. Now, the poll was conducted by Public Opinion Strategies, sampling 600 likely primary voters. Collins leads the early ballot test with.
Okay, I know who Mike Collins is. He used to be VA secretary in the first Trump administration, or he might be actually he's I think he's VA secretary in this administration. I'd have to look it up, but he used to be a representative, U.S. House of Representative member down around Brunswick. He's feeling positive about Donald Trump. Oh my God. Where does he reside?
32%, followed by Congressman Buddy Carter at 16% and former coach Derek Dooley at 12%. But a third of.
Oh, by the way, Derek Dooley is Coach Dooley's son, Vince Dooley's son. When I was in school, Vince Dooley was University of Georgia's coach. He's legend. He coached Herschel Walker, Buck Bellew, etc.
Voters are still undecided. Brian, what are you watching for here?
Well, what's important here is that we've consistently seen Mike ahead, but kind of in the high 20s. So this is something showing him having a little bit of growth. And the pollster here, Public Opinion Strategies, respected Republican pollster throughout the country, a company that I've done work with occasionally over the last 25 years. They know what they're talking about. And their memo, I think, was very insightful, saying that Collins really is in the pole position here. This is a real position of strength. One thing, Laurie, that we've all watched is last summer there was so much talk about the Senate race. You saw these fights between Dooley and Collins particularly, and Buddy Carter kind of staying out of that fray. But it's really gone dark. We simply aren't hearing much from these candidates right now. Of course, Collins had some ethics issues coming out of the House, but other than that, we're not hearing much about it, and we continue to see Collins continue to grow. So that could be an important trend line.
Phil, since we're still talking on Republicans, the survey also shows that Trump's approval among these voters is at 84%.
Right, and I agree. I'm back to agreeing with Brian again, so I won't go with his talking points there, but nothing's really changed. And I think we were talking during the break that both in the Democrat and Republican camps, things will start moving in early February. There's going to be some advertising. Name recognition is going to go up. I don't really see Derek Dooley doing much traction at all. Insider Advantage had that just a few weeks ago. That there's still a path for him, perhaps, but Mike Collins is still the leader.
Real quick.
I haven't seen Derek Dooley in a long time, but I did see him at the Eggs and Issues breakfast, and I'm telling you, don't count this guy out just yet. He was making around, but he's going to have to spend some early money, and I think he's going to have to go on the attack.
Okay, real quick, Melita.
Well, that 68% or that 84% Trump approval rating was long before, 10 days before his disastrous Davos diatribe. I think his days are numbered,
All
even
right.
amongst his favored people.
We'll keep watching that.
That's
All right,
crazy.
I want to move on. New reporting from the AJC raises serious questions about transparency around one of Atlanta's most high-profile transit projects. Records show work on the East Side Beltline light rail was quietly halted last year, not through a public vote, but during a closed
Oh,
door
shoot. I
meeting
know
involving
right
the
where that
city,
is.
MARTA, and the Atlanta Beltline. Critics say the lack of public notice or board approval could undermine trust in Atlanta's long-promised transit expansion. Melita.
Well, you have to see that this meeting was conducted by staff.
All right. Well, I'm going to stop this here and move on to our next festivity. This is Christian Watson. I have not talked with him in probably 5 years, but back then he and I, had some discussion. This is way before, way before I ever got involved with, the John Galts and the CTs of the world. But anyway, one morning he was talking some random or maybe even esoteric philosophical point. And you know what? He posted the link. So I'm like, yeah, let's engage on this. And he's a nice guy. But I'll be honest with you. He was an undergrad at the time. I'll put it that way.
The vast majority of commentary and
Oops.
analysis.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I hit the wrong button there. My bad. Let's try this again. All right. Again, the great Christian Watson.
You have Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And generally, the immigration issue is beset by one specific error, and that is the confusion of process over principle. And until we get this particular error sorted out and dealt with, we will continue to speak about these very important issues, which are existential to the existence of the United States, in a way that triggers our passions, in a way that allows us to be comfortable in reaching.
Oh, by the way, you can tell he is way right of center by his hand movements. Very, and I see he's grown a beard and a mustache. I fully expect him to shave the beard off and keep the mustache with those types of hand movements. But it's just me making a joke, I'm sure.
Unsound conclusions, and in a way, ultimately, that allows the truth to escape our grasp as we contemplate these issues. So in this video, my friends, I'm going to explain how the immigration debate, the ICE raids, the deportations, all of it is beset by this problem of holding process over principle. And I'm going to explain how we should look at immigration, how we should look at deportations, and why ultimately deportations are necessary for the sustenance of a just, rightly ordered, and ultimately free society. Before we get into that, my friends, hope all are doing well. I am Christian Watson. Thank you so much for being here. You are watching Pensive Politics, a civic conservative philosophical project aimed at the restoration of the founding principles of the American founding generation. We are, of course, happy to have you. Thank you so much for being here. Now, please enjoy the video. So, when I say that we're under an error of viewing process before principle, I mean that there is a problem of conflation that oftentimes allows the bigger picture to get missed when we proceed about debates. So, for example, as it relates to ICE and the recent activities they have done, the news has been filled with things like the protest in Minneapolis and the clashes between ICE officers and the protesters in Minneapolis. The news has also been filled with heart-wrenching stories that make the sort of untrained and uninformed observer immediately rebel against any prospect of deportation or immigration enforcement solely on the strength of that particular story and not on the strength of the merits of deportation or immigration enforcement as moral values or as moral actions. So, for example, there have been numerous stories like, for example, a 5-year-old being so-called abducted by ICE, which turned out not to be the case, but it was framed that way. There's been stories of a 17-year-old being chased by ICE officers.
See, this is where this starts going. I was going to say left, but actually this is going right. That article said nothing about kidnapping or abducted. It said detained. In the article that he's talking about here, I think that's a Washington Post article. That says detention. It does not say abducted. Again, the right likes to pretend that they are not reactionary and hyperbolic, and their audience just assumes that they're what would the term be? Rational thinkers. You know, you would hear years ago Ben Shapiro talking about facts over feelings and that stuff. These guys are fireballs with aflame with feelings. That says detention, not abduction.
Way. There's been stories of a 17-year-old being chased by ICE officers, screaming, "I'm legal," being detained, which people were saying is evidence that this deportation regime is cruel and bad.
Oh, by the way, if it's the black kid, he was legal and they dropped him off and made him walk home. So if that is what if that is actually, and I could be wrong on this, he was legal and they just dropped him off in the middle of somewhere that they weren't even close to, you know, they drove him around the block or something bullshit like that. Again, just glancing over the surface, not being specific with the details. That's what these right-wing quote philosophers do.
There have, of course, been stories like Renee Good, who tragically lost her life, or Alex Freddie, who also tragically lost his life, as then also being further examples as to why this deportation regime is.
And once again, what we want to gloss over is both Renee Good and Alex Peretti were U.S. citizens who posed no threat to the shooters. They didn't lose their lives were taken. This is literally on film. But again, far right philosopher here with the weird hand movements is just like glossing over it. No attention to detail. Apparently that's what right-wing philosophers don't learn.
Is bad, so on and so forth. There's been stories of people being chased through snow, people being caught in their homes, and to a lot of people, this just triggers an immediate emotional reaction.
Again, he's not saying those stories are false. He's just saying they're triggering. So sometimes the truth will trigger people. Again, this dude is literally very weak. And we're already 3 minutes into 20 minutes of this harangue.
But my friends, all of this is merely process. And it's totally fine to have an opinion. In fact, it is even wise to have an opinion on how things are carried out, especially in a society governed by moral norms and governed by first principles and governed by the rule of law. But
again, we are not governed by first principles. We are not governed by morality, sir. We are governed by laws. Laws do not legislate morality. The fuck? What? Why are you, you know what? I'll have to figure out and look up what he's been doing with his time. But we're not ruled by morality, you fucking moron. I'm not even a philosopher, and I know that.
What is not okay is when we allow temporary local events to change our perception of broader issues.
Yeah, let me comment on that. Yeah, it was a long time. I didn't do his show over the weekend because, quite frankly, I was cold as shit, even in the house. You know, my thin Savannah blood. But the other issue is that I was on Nightish's show and then I was on Savage's show. It was their birthday blowouts. and I was battling what Lupin calls the the brain functionality of black content providers. Dude, after dealing with those guys, and I had fun, but dude, just teaching as you go is exhausting. And I just don't know how you get to be 44 on one hand and 56 on the other. And they goddamn, dude, they're like high school level. And but they swear they know shit. And you know, who am I to say? Okay, well, you know, I'm actually going into, because I've got a video with I'll email MOT and see if he's up for it. But your video is gonna go with I talked about Leah Wright Rigueur, who wrote The Loneliness of the Black Republican. And then there's another video of hers, and then there's a short video by someone, I can't remember who that fourth video is, but we're going to be talking about black Republicans. Michael Steele interviews Dr. Rigueur, and then there's another video. She's a very respected historian at Johns Hopkins, and I think she's personally a Republican, but they're not far right. Like, she's a Michael Steele type of Republican. So, you know, they're not MAGA. But yeah, I'll see if MOT's up for it. If not, you can come up here. We can schedule a time. You got my email. You know, we can do it later if need be. We can even do a standalone, though I kind of prefer doing it live, but you know, there are ways we can do this, but it's scheduled for tomorrow. So just email me or come up to the panel. We'll figure it out. Yeah, they need to know the history, but I fear they don't care about the history. They just need to be them.
Related to. So in other words, if we were to imagine a perfect world where Alex Preddy was still alive, Renee Good was never shot, where people weren't getting chased through snow, where there weren't 5-year-olds getting abducted, I put that in air quotes just for sake of argument, not because I actually believe it's happening. If we lived in a totally perfect world, would the issue, would the moral status of immigration or the moral state of deportation change fundamentally at all? Would they change conceptually? Absolutely not.
See, dummy is literally, dude, those philosophy books did nothing for you. The point is not whether they would have changed or not. This weird kind of factual thought experiment you want to do. The point is they shouldn't have been killed in the first place. The point is not even the bigger picture of the deportation issue. You keep talking about process. What ICE is doing is a bad process. God damn it, dude. Why do people even fucking take philosophy if this is your take? It doesn't matter whether their deaths would change much of anything. The point is there should not have been the deaths. Weakness.
And this is the problem.
This is what happens with weak minds.
The principle remains constant despite the turbulence that might happen, as we see.
See, this motherfucker is talking about process and principles and all that fancy talk. Motherfucker, the process you're talking about is literally bullshit. What process? Process is what killed the two people who shouldn't have been killed. You fucking retarded fool.
To enforce the principle, I must continue to excavate. I use this term excavate in the civic.
Yeah. So what he's saying is the principle is getting the immigrants out. That's the most important process? No, the most important process is law enforcement should be following the laws, and ICE should really not be interacting with people who are not their targets. Leave the goddamn protesters alone is really the process we need to explore and demand be enforced.
To dig with rational inquiry into the issues of our society, and then to come up forth, like a journeyman with new insights. I have to continue to excavate in this matter if we're going to actually.
Lupin, I don't think they're mentally challenged, other than they just look. It's all about, and I hate to use this word. It's about machismo. So many of them. Number one, and this is gonna be such a hot take. I think, oh, this is gonna get me possibly in trouble, not with losing a channel or something, but I honestly think that they don't know how to deal with father figures. That's why they're so pissed off at boomers. It's like, hey, my dad left me, so I'm just pissed off at all the older black men. That's what I honestly think. Like, you're not my father. That's essentially what some of them are saying. You're not my daddy. I don't care if you read a book. I don't care if you know history. That's honestly what I think this is. It is a fucking old YN temper tantrum when somebody goes up to their panel and just kind of goes, well, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? You question, like this Nimrod on the screen, you question their process and they get all discombobulated. So it's not mental illness. It's literally home training. So I'm interested in your response to that. And I don't mean to make a huge joke of it, but this old YN stuff, it's a gift that keeps on giving. They're not used to having authority figures, and they misunderstand what an authority figure is. They literally think someone like Trump, they literally will beat their women and yell at their kids because they think that's what leadership or authority is. They will often tell you themselves that, the crisis of the absence of a black father, it is a crisis, but it also works in ways that don't necessarily fit their narrative. Not that their narrative is wrong, but it's the men who are the problem. Okay, that you didn't have a daddy. Yeah, that's a tragedy, and I can kind of empathize with that gap in your life, but that doesn't mean that, you have to attack everybody on your panel, because I will mock you. So, hey, Sunkissed. So let's listen to more of this. And by the way, Christian Watson, if I recall, again, it's been about 5 years since I've talked to him. I do watch his show when he puts out stuff. He doesn't really put out a whole lot of content these days. But I pretty much always disagree with him because I honestly think, look, he's not a deep thinker. He's going to be one of these guys in undergraduate courses are like this, especially in something like the liberal arts. It's almost 4 years of survey course. And then at the graduate level, that's when you get and sit in a library that's actually real. This is a backdrop he's got. The library that's real, he might get to sit in, when he starts working on a PhD at Cambridge or somewhere. But he's not going to do that. He's not going to even try to do that, to be honest. He's just going to sit here and wheedle on about processes.
Solve it and break its hold over the civic mind.
What's up,
of so many of
Bobby?
my fellow Americans. So there is
All
what I
good
call a
here.
trap of process, which is like a 4-step trap, and how a process tends to distract us from what actually matters and tends to divorce us from considering moral and philosophical substance within the matter of any issue. This is also sometimes called by me the tyranny of process. So the first step of the trap of process is that a controversial event happens.
Oh, look
Renee
at
Good
this shit.
happens, or someone is chased by ICE and they're detained, and it's really doesn't look nice, doesn't really look pretty, it looks pretty gruesome. This, whatever it is, this happens. Rioters or protesters are tear gassed. This happens. Then the whole discussion about all the adjacent topics, immigration, ICE, and deportations, are reduced to that single event. And therefore, these become avatars for positions that people have or don't have on those single events. So in other words, where you stand on Alex Reddy, or where you stand on Renee Good, or where you stand on protesters being tear gassed is going to be along the way in some kind of far removed way where you stand on the issue of immigration or where you stand on the issue of deportation. So in other words, this is what happens in the third step. The broader topic is consumed by this particular event. There is a rhetorical conceptual flattening that happens that reduces that particular event to reduces the general idea to that particular event, and then has people take sides and focus too much on that particular event.
Yeah, look at this little Hitler here. Dude, this is literally, and my father, look, one of his big things over my 60 years in his, since I've known him for 60, almost 61 years now, as a matter of fact. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing. And what we're seeing here, folks, is a little knowledge with a bunch of exclamations and, the weird hand movements. That chart is a bunch of gibberish. The fuck? So he's critiquing what led up to the deaths. Dude, you need to be critiquing who pulled the trigger and why. He's trying to explain why these people died, essentially. And it's disgusting, to be honest.
At the expense of having holistic insight. And unfortunately, influencer culture perpetuates this. Influencer culture, especially on both the left and also on the right, unfortunately, tends to perpetuate the sort of tyranny of process over our minds, because influencers, to the tunes of thousands of people to hundreds of...
Hey, Fred, you remember Christian Watson, right? I don't think he was ever on Anon's server, but at one point in time we were talking about trying to get like Charles to talk to him or something, and how to blend his beard. I suspect he wants one of those ZZ Top sort of beards. That's what I'm guessing. He'd be the type. But yeah, funny you should bring up Linwood. Linwood and Christian would not get along because they are literally, one is some weird form of uninformed Black nationalist, and the other is an uninformed wannabe philosopher of the right. I would pay money to see the two talk, though. That is for sure.
The thousands of views, millions of views, will argue about process, and them arguing about process, it will get people excavating in the wrong direction. My friends, it's not necessarily even the tyranny of government that keeps us held down, although that most certainly historically has been the case, but it's also the tyranny of ignorance that keeps us held down. It's a tyranny of the unfocused mind that keeps us in bondage. Ignorance is what I think is the biggest enemy to the refinement and preservation of America. Because our country is fundamentally a country based on conceptual understanding, based on a certain idea of truth, a certain moral posture that is unique to America. And the moment we become ignorant, we divorce ourselves from that unique ethos within our country. And then we put ourselves in a place where we can no longer, as citizens, as moral agents, preserve the country we've been given as members of posterity. And the trap of process.
Oh my God.
And this ultimately leads to the broader judgment about the broader topic. This is the trap of process. So we have to see immigration first and foremost, to avoid the trap of process, first and foremost, as a moral issue. First, a civic issue. Second, a policy issue. Third. Many of us tend to reduce immigration to a matter of legal process, especially.
I actually do think I heard him say something about wanting to be a moral philosopher. So he's trying to speak the lingo. All I have to say is, and I don't know whether he got his undergrad in philosophy or not, but I'm kind of shocked. This motherfucker is still at the Plato and Aristotle level. He hasn't made it up to the Enlightenment philosophers yet, because they don't talk this bullshit. What in the fuck is he talking about? Dude, this is weird, but I want to watch.
Many of us from the right will say, well, if you follow the laws and you come here legally, everything's okay. Well, first of all, that's only half true. If someone follows the laws, that is good. But that itself displays their adherence to a particular moral principle, the principle of fidelity, which I'm going to get into a little bit in a moment here as I talk about.
Listen to this dumb fuck. What does fidelity? Dude, the most important followers of the law should be the enforcers of the law. Okay? People like Renee Good are not trained in law enforcement. Shit, she's probably never even heard of, like, dude, that's why the process is on the enforcers of the law. Your regular protester is not necessarily going to be a lawyer or even familiar with how the law works, and they generally don't have weapons. This I might not be able to make it through all this. This is just like, this is what happens when Black content creators read a book or two. And it's not like I've read a book or two, but I also have some real world experience and some, I'm 60. Things, I've been around the block at least once. This dude sounds like he literally sounds like he's on the edge of psychosis. Somebody needs to come and take him. Somebody needs to calm his ass down.
And immigration, which is essential for society to be perpetuated. But them merely following the laws is not a way to ensure that their conduct remains bound to fidelity as they exist within the process of being a citizen.
Bound to fidelity? What the fuck is he
passing the legal
talking about?
process is necessary, but not sufficient to actually being a fully realized American, to actually being a fully realized citizen.
God.
So no, the legal process does not do anything else except simply say that someone has enough fidelity to respect our laws, but do they have enough fidelity to observe the moral preconditions that make American laws, that make our constitutional system, that make our classically Republican nation possible in the first place?
We are
not no amount of adherence to legalism.
This motherfucker thinks we are a classically Republican nation. Oh my God, he has lost his mind. Oh my, he thinks we are a classically Republican motherfucker. Are we wearing togas? What the fuck are you talking about?
is going to change the damage their conduct is going to have on the citizenry.
He said, hey,
So
let
no,
me tell
it is
you,
not enough.
let me tell you what's wrong with his voice, Shiesty. He is a black Republican, and he can't justify this bullshit that's happening in Minneapolis. So his voice is getting a little squeaky. He wants to talk about process in that just concentrate. I'm starting to think something happened to his right arm. Maybe his shoulder's hurting or something, because that left arm is getting a lot of work. It is. I'm wondering if maybe his left arm and hand might be smarter than its owner.
Someone simply to be a legal immigrant. They have to be a morally bound, civic bound, completely.
This goddamn idiot thinks that Renee Good and Alex Peretti, I hope I'm getting his name right, he actually thinks it's about immigrants. That's what this dumb fuck, motherfucker, U.S. citizens were probably gunned down. If this bitch wants to talk about this bitch wants to talk about ICE processes, how if you can actually talk about illegal immigration in the context of what happened to Renee Good and especially Alex Peretti, you are literally a fucking dumbass. This is seriously unhinged.
Formed citizen of the country, and to do that, they have to do much more than just follow our laws. That's the bare minimum. They got to do much more. They have to also adopt a posture of moral duty that we can find hidden within our human nature and expressed within our nature as social animals. Bringing me back to immigration. Immigration is not merely a legal process, my friends. Immigration is fundamentally the becoming of a member of a nation. And when you become a member of a nation, you exercise your social nature as a human being, which every human, by virtue of being a human in every country, has that shared common nature. You exercise it and you localize it to a particular area. So you are quite literally using the thing that enables you to interact with society. And then from that, ethics flows. You're enabling the sort of moral enabling principle of your humanity to be exercised and to have an identity that is particular and specific to a particular nation. That's why we are not global citizens. We are not citizens of the world. We are fundamentally citizens of our country, because human beings, being limited creatures, cannot be exercised beyond the limits of our capacity. And the nation, being a specific area, being a limited area, actually allows us to use our capacities in a way that does not overextend us. Well, this is why.
You know, as I'm listening to dumb fuck here talk about this, I also want to point out that he is very, I don't know if he's a fundamentalist Christian, but he's very religious. Religion and philosophy do not necessarily mix if you are not Aquinas or someone of that level of intellect. The conflicting what would I call them? The conflicting aims will literally drive you crazy. The Aquinas, Montaigne, I think to a certain extent Descartes, probably the best I can think of would be Dante Alighieri. Those are people who can literally kind of figure out how to square the class. You know, they can take Plato or Aristotle and kind of make Plato or Aristotle shake hands with Jesus. And Dante, in my opinion, is the best because he literally split, you know, the meeting into three parts. You know, Dante, Inferno, Purgatorio, and God damn it, shit, I can't even think of the Italian word for heaven. I'll think of it in a minute. But the thing is even there was a virtuous pagan, Virgil. This dude is not that smart. He does not know how to make the two shake hands. And he sounds like a fucking maniac. The fuck? The point is the people who got killed, not the mission of ICE. Yeah, the two intersect, but they're almost separate problems. One is a law enforcement and, in my opinion, a training problem. And obviously, their the pep talk that they're getting before they go out on their mission every day. And then immigration, that's kind of a separate thing. But look at this motherfucker.
Globalism is a folly, but that's a different story for a different day. So immigration is the becoming of a citizen, and citizenship and a member of the nation. And membership of the nation is not merely a legal process, especially not in America.
I don't know that I agree with the part about immigration is becoming a citizen. What does that even have to do with these two shootings? He needs to square that circle, and I know he can't. Look at his eyes. This motherfucker's reading off a script. He's not using his brain. He's not being extemporaneous. He has to write the shit down.
Citizenship, especially in America, is fundamentally a moral posture. It is an attitude towards the principles that inform human nature and inform our proper conduct.
Citizenship is a moral posture? The fuck is this? Oh my God. If anything, it's an economic posture. The American dream is not to be moral. It's to be rich.
Within society. It is an attitude towards justice, which is the protection of our property, covenants, promises, and the cultivation of habits that keep a just society around. It is veracity, which is not just the pursuit of truth, but also the habits that allow truth to flow very powerfully. It is fidelity, which are the bonds of loyalty that tie us together at every level of our society, without which society would.
This motherfucker took 1/4 or maybe even 3/4 or a couple semesters of Latin, and all of a sudden he's a classicist. Veracity, fidelity. What the fuck? A little knowledge is a dangerous thing, folks.
Evaporate. Then you have the second, you have goodwill, you've got charitability, you've got a benevolence, you've got all these other things that are more informal, but we exercise them again for the enhancing of the character of society, and with most certainly the enhancing of our relationship with our fellow citizens. But if you don't understand the moral preconditions that it takes to be a citizen, and you merely are a citizen in name only, you merely are a citizen on paper, but not in conduct, what happens? You no longer have the standing to continue to be in that society in a way that is not destructive to that society, or in a way that actually furthers yourself as a citizen within that society, that respects the concept of the citizen. Because if people simply are citizens in name only, as opposed to being citizens in terms of their moral conduct, then that means they can make it very easy and make excuses for violating fidelity. They can make it very easy to have their own peculiar conception of justice, one that actually might be fundamentally unjust, like social justice. They can make it easy to have their own private interpretations of things. But when you say I'm a citizen, you're saying I am connected. I'm not consumed, but I'm connected to a broader body of people governed by not just shared cultural norms, not just shared habits, because where do cultural norms and habits?
It's so funny. Believe this or not, I was reading an article by one of my favorite female historians, and Jill Lepore. And she's got another book out that I need to read. I think it's called, what is it? We the People or something like that, where she talks about the history of the U.S. Constitution. But it's an older article that she wrote last year, I think. And she's talking about nationalism and things like that. Nationalism, what a nation state is. She's talking about some elder historians like Bancroft, who wrote like a history of America in the early 19th century. And I've never read him. Maybe I ought to, but it's like a 7-volume set. It's a lot of reading. So she quotes Frederick Douglass, and you can tell this dude probably has never read Frederick Douglass's speeches, and neither have I, but I've read maybe 2, 3. But there's a snippet where Frederick Douglass talks about what a nation state is, and citizenship back around that Dred Scott to the Plessy versus Ferguson, that era, pre-Reconstruction or antebellum Reconstruction, and then Plessy versus Ferguson, there was a lot of people, kind of talking about what they thought being an American citizen was. But no one talked about any of it, citizenship itself, that I'm aware of, being a moral premise. It can be, but it's not like fundamental to being a citizen. It's literally following the law. Acquiescing to rule of law is what being a citizen is. There are cultural aspects and stuff like that. But the thing is America is not a Christian country. It is a mix of secular and Christian, but there is room, there's capaciousness to let basically Madison talked about freedom of conscience. Okay, you don't have to fit a mold. You just have to not break the law. You have to kind of fit in. And this crazy motherfucker is bringing morality. Whose morality? Christian morality? Islamic morality? Which morality? Now we're going to assume he means Christian morality, and he sounds like a goddamn maniac. Not everyone who is an American citizen is a Christian, and he just needs to deal with that.
Find the justification. They don't find them in the perpetuation of generations. They don't find them in tradition solely, although tradition can tell us if something is wise or not wise if it has lasted a long time. They find them in moral justification. They find them in being rightly ordered according to a universal moral standard that we are all bound by virtue of our humanity. Immigration is the process of becoming a moral agent in a society. It is not merely the process of becoming a legalized or naturalized citizen.
Dude, do you think this idiot has been able to square American slavery with that last statement? American slavery was forced immigration. Is he saying that those people who were forced to immigrate here have a moral obligation to work towards citizenship? The dude sounds like oh my God, this is just sloppy. And all of a sudden, look at this spectacular clown. Let's watch the clown mode.
Deportation is the only way. If we've established that citizenship is a moral status, immigration is the process of moral.
We have not established it. You have. And dude, if anybody who is a serious moral philosopher ever heard this dreck, I hope this isn't something, like a schoolwork assignment. His professor's going to trash oh my God, he's going to get an F.
Comment. And that fidelity is important to preserve a society, and so is justice and veracity. How do you keep those things guarded? Because ultimately, we're human beings. We fail, we're imperfect. How do you keep fidelity, justice, veracity all guarded from our failings or guarded from the
kill your
intentions of evil
citizens.
men whose hearts are not well formed or who have an impoverished conscience? Well, the best way to do that is through enforcing the moral standards that society is built upon, that is enforcing fidelity.
Now, I might want to point out here that Iran has a moral police. I don't know if they use the term moral, but there are police out there like making sure women's heads are covered and, things like that. So this motherfucker is talking about enforcing morality. What in the fuck? Whose morality?
And how do you do that? Deportation. Deportation, my friends, is not this cruel mechanism that is a form of tyranny. And the fact that people think it is shows just how ill-formed their moral understanding is, which is one of the reasons why I actually believe that this immigration debate suffers from a problem of proximity ethics. Proximity ethics is a term that I've coined, and essentially is when you weigh the good.
Yeah, this motherfucker is coining all kinds of phrases. And the reason he's coining them is he thinks he's smarter than Plato, apparently, or Socrates, or Aristotle, or Rawls, or just Nietzsche. Just pick a philosopher. This motherfucker is literally coining phrases on YouTube and expecting people to take him seriously.
Goodness or badness of a particular thing on the basis of what it is close to, not what it's associated with, what it's close to, rather than on the basis of its actual merits. So if you can again see horrifying scenes of people screaming and yelling, "I'm illegal," or people yelling and crying as they're being deported, even if they are rightfully being deported for having an illegal status. When Alex Preddy was killed, the officers were going towards an illegal immigrant that actually had a lot of violent offenses on his record, and he happened to get involved in that. And
okay, I literally have not heard any news report. What I heard, he was protecting a woman. Let's see. And this was done 16 hours ago. So it was done late last night. That is just what the fuck is he talking about? There's literally I saw a snippet of a video today where there's no man he's protecting.
so even if that's the case, even if everything's on the up and up in the legal sense, people will have this kind of moral revulsion. But they're having this moral revulsion not out of a genuine kind of moral sense. They're having this moral revulsion primarily because they are under the spell of proximity ethics, and they have failed to actually evaluate the moral substance of an action on its own merits. And what does this do? This actually dulls the moral sense. The moral sense is the voice of nature, or the voice of God within us. That before we even think, before we even have that level of rationality, we can see something and tell something's wrong here. And then we use that as a basis for further investigation to explore the dimensions of right and wrong in that particular thing. You can see a horrific car crash, and without even thinking about it, you can tell because there is something within your humanity, within your heart, that says something's wrong here. That's our moral sense at work. But when you have a malformed moral sense that is corrupted by proximity, that is corrupted by propaganda, that is corrupted by an ill-formed or an incorrect idea of moral principles in society, you can have your own intuitions that should help you become your biggest enemy. And we have a culture of people under what I call civic poisons. Civic poisons are what happen when you dilute the duties that we have as citizens. You dilute the moral status of these particular things. You dilute our knowledge of how to actually accord our conduct to them, and you instead put citizens in antagonism against each other. This is not merely debate or merely testing ideas. This is when you convince people that to pursue their grand idea of justice, to pursue their grand idea of what is correct, they have to fight, they have to destroy, and they have to tear down, which is precisely what's happening, by the way, in the anti-ICE movement. The anti-ICE movement is composed of left-wing revolutionaries who really have no care for immigration, but actually have much of a care of using the immigration issue as a flashpoint, as a gateway to achieve whatever the radical agenda is. And
this mother... Left-wing revolutionaries? I'm sorry, sir. it's hard for me to believe that an ICU nurse is a left-wing revolutionary. And I hate to admit this, but I spent quite a bit of time in an ICU environment, 2 weeks, as a matter of fact. I was not the patient, my wife was, and I know what those poor nurses go through. I don't know how they do it, but they do it, and they remain sane. I did not even meet anyone who had time to read a goddamn a goddamn little red book at their desk, because everybody needed them immediately, and all the pumps and the lights and the beeps. No, I just can't believe it. I'm not saying it's beyond the realm of possibility, but left-wing revolutionary, ICU nurse, only Christian Watson could make that, who could connect those dots.
In the case of Antifa, which has had massive impacts and massive influence over the Minneapolis protests, it is to overthrow the US government. In other cases, it's to do something else, something that might be utopian or whatever. This is the problem. But yeah, people under civic poisons. And when it comes to Renee Good or Alex Preddy, people rarely ask why they did what they did. They more so just say they did what they did, and therefore it's either bad or it's good, or whatever. But they rarely ask why they did what they did. And it's because of a civic poison that deteriorates their understanding of proper social relationships and behavior, which then moves them to do things like violate fidelity in society and obstruct law enforcement, which then moves them to do things like have a ill-formed idea, be trapped by a process, and then allow process rather than principle to move them, which then moves them to do things like have an ill-formed perspective and posture towards these things where they believe it's their job to be belligerent antagonists as opposed to their job to be conscientious yet peaceful engagers in the social discourse, which is fundamentally American and fundamentally the premise of America, which then moves them to believe they have the ability and the right to go into churches to violate one of the sacred rights of conscience, which is our religious liberty and our religious understanding, and then go into that and weaponize the church and flatten the church into being a political message. When in all reality, respecting conscience is the hallmark of a moral society. It's the civic poison that is at effect, full effect, in this conversation. So back to deportation. Deportation is how we enforce fidelity. If fidelity and justice mean anything, they have to, it means that they are the presence of limits. They are the parameters in which our conduct is bound. And if our conduct becomes unbound from them, and we are just permissive and we do not enforce them, they most certainly are still substantive and legitimate concepts, but it becomes very hard for them to have any teeth, and therefore very hard for them to have any effect. If these principles mean anything, they are not simply niceties that we hold to be true. They're not simply things that we like to think. These are active things that sustain society, without which society and America do not exist at all. Morality does not exist in a vacuum. When people say that it's not compassionate to deport immigrants or whatever, or that it's cruel to do so, they don't consider that compassion does not exist in a vacuum. You cannot be naively compassionate towards everything and everyone. Compassion has to be informed by the other moral principles that exist within the same space. Compassion must be informed by justice and dignity. And there is nothing more just than ensuring that somebody who violates fidelity, someone who does not respect the law, or someone who is within the country and they have disrespect not just the country's laws, but its principles and ideas, is punished and removed from that. How can you have compassion how can you have compassion for somebody in a particular way and not have enough compassion for your nation or enough compassion for rightful conduct, moral rightful conduct, to recognize that limitations exist for a reason and limitations are essential for us to have a functioning society whatsoever. Compassion does not exist in a vacuum. It's informed by other principles with an order and proportion.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and end this bullshit here. Justice and compassion. Justice has nothing, well, they will bump up into each other. Maybe there's a little bit of an intersection. You don't legislate morality. You just don't. If you want to make a moral argument for some topic of law, you're on slippery ground, and I'm sorry, he's not a lawyer. Shit, I'm not a lawyer. I probably couldn't do it either. I like him for taking a big bite, but it was more than he can chew and digest. He sounds like a raving lunatic, with especially with that left arm doing that Hitler-esque bullshit. It is a sight to see. That is for sure. Yeah, I can see it. I've got Instagram, Queen. I even have TikTok. Shara forced me to get TikTok, which I wasn't gonna do. But I wanted to see her cooking videos. So, you know, these damn women are making me do all kinds of things I don't want to do. And then I get called a feminist by the black men of YouTube. Black machismo. All right, so I really, I want to kind of avoid this, but we're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to talk about Minnesota. So Alex Preddy's neighbor tells CNN's Sarah Sidner, everything they say about my neighbor is a lie. So let's check this out. Let's see here.
If all of the videos that we have seen are the only bits of evidence that are out there for investigators to look at, then DHS is lying. That is how everyone on the ground sees it, and anyone who has looked at those videos sees it. They said that he was brandishing a weapon, that Alex Preddy was brandishing a weapon when he approached the Border Patrol agents. There is not a single video that shows that. The thing he was brandishing, if you will, was a cell phone. Now, we have gone over the video from several different angles, and here is what you can see for yourself happened in the videos that are available to us. Take a look.
Today, we remember that freedom is not free.
This is Alex Preddy doing his duty as a nurse at the Veterans Hospital, saying a final goodbye to a soldier.
Oh, shit.
Preddy, at 37, is now dead, killed by Border Patrol agents. He's the third person shot by federal agents here in less than a month.
He was an ICU nurse. He was a worker like myself.
Wait, hold
he was part of
on.
the fabric of my community.
He says Preddy was also a volunteer observer documenting
This
what ICE was
motherfucker.
doing in his
Holy
city.
shit.
His death, like Minneapolis resident Renee Goods,
He was okay, maybe he was volunteering, but I don't know that they do volunteers. He was he was oh my God. He was an IU nurse at the Veterans Hospital. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my God. You don't, left-wing revolutionaries do not work at the VA hospital. And I know this because I have spent a week or more at a VA hospital. Actually, I've done it a couple times. No, they're going to lose this one. See, you know what? I'll save this speech that's coming up. It's brewing in my head, and I'll just let it go for now.
I'm not mad at you. Was caught in chilling clarity on cell phone video from several angles with several witnesses.
It wasn't just the physical sound of it. It was like trying to break our spirit, you know?
A warning, what you are about to see is what Nilson Barajo saw outside the donut shop. This is the clearest angle of the shooting as it happened. That is Alex Preddy recording on his cell phone as Border Patrol agents arrive outside the donut shop. He goes into the street, waving cars through. Now, here is how the Department of Homeland Security described how Preddy approached federal agents.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
That's not what video shows. It shows
That
federal
is
agents
hilarious.
Preddy. All he has
The
in his hand
fuck?
is a cell phone, not a gun. Then you see him moving one protester away from agents while agents shove another to the ground. As he tries to help the protester they shoved, agents deploy pepper spray. 3 wrestle him to the ground. More join in. From another angle, you see one agent punching him in the face with a canister of pepper spray in his hand. Pretty is on the ground under them. Nothing appears in his hands. You can see an officer in a gray jacket walk into frame. Seconds later, agents shout, "He's got a gun." One agent removes a gun from Pretty's belt. He steps away from the scene carrying a firearm seen here in his right hand. Turns out, state authorities say Pretty has a license to legally carry a gun, but you never see him draw it.
Yeah. You know what? It's the first time I've actually seen the videos. I saw one from across the street, and I just don't even like seeing shit like this. It just kind of breaks my heart. This is egregious. There is no way this these motherfuckers are thugs. And by the way, there are two things, and having been in the military, their bosses, their superiors are telling them, hey, we got your back. And they've hired a bunch of dumb fucks. And I went to high school with a couple kids like these people appear to be. And I'm not going to disparage all ICE officers, but if you want to join ICE at this point in time, I have to kind of look at you with a raised Spock-looking eyebrow. Dude, you give some of these fucking white boys a gun and a badge and you tell them, go boy, do your job. Oh my God. It just gets weird what they think their job is. And Trump, this stand back and stand by, well, motherfucker, we have passed that rhetoric. And it is just we're in fascism. This is unfucking acceptable. So citizens helping citizens is a problem now? Yeah, this has got to stop. And, ordinarily, I wouldn't be that much into, shutting down the government or something like that. But I'm afraid Democrats are not going to, vote for additional funding for this type of abuse of U.S. citizens. I think I'm going to have to go with the Democrats on this one. This is ridiculous. I've been saying for over a year now, U.S. citizens shouldn't even be inconvenienced by ICE. If they look at you wrong, ICE is wrong. U.S. citizens, Uber ICE. Even if they interfere, you better defer. But Trump has led this down the wrong path. Kristi Noem, I don't even know what the fuck she's doing. We'll talk about Tom Homan in a minute. But I can tell you right now, if I were going to be president in 2028, on day one, I would defund ICE and disband it. We can't have this kind of bullshit. Fuck immigration. We can't be having U.S. citizens just gunned down after they're pepper sprayed. This has got to stop immediately. And if it doesn't stop, then you know what? This is going to be, we're already in an authoritarian state. Apparently, Minnesota is the test ground, and MAGA has failed the test. It's got to go. ICE on day one, hopefully the next Democratic president, which at this point might be in 2028, Yeah, we got to defund ICE. They got to go. We can't have these hooligans wielding the power of the state doing this sort of shit.
Instead, an agent draws his gun while standing above Preti and fires the first shot. Preti survives, somehow rising up to his knees. Then, agents fire at least 10 more times. Preti's body slumps, face down in the street, lifeless. But federal authorities weren't done with their accusations against him.
This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Preti's neighbor, Chris Gray, says that couldn't be farther
This
from the
motherfucker,
truth.
Well, everything they say about
that motherfucker is dressed like the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and only 2 stars.
my neighbors is a lie.
All right, so you heard there from his neighbor, Chris Gray, who says Preti was out here not to harm anyone, but to protect his neighbors. He says he was simply out here practicing his First Amendment and his Second Amendment rights, but was killed by agents who were supposed to protect us and allow us to use those rights, whether it be in the streets or in our homes. He ended up being killed by those very agents who are charged with protecting our inalienable rights. That is what you are hearing from the scene. You can see all the videos from all the different angles yourselves. You decide.
Yeah.
Jessica.
All right. Well, Trump's solution. Let's go ahead and send another claymation character to take control. Trump dispatches border czar Homan to Minnesota after second fatal shooting. So today, Donald Trump said he is sending Tom Homan, his border czar, to Minneapolis, Minnesota, after a second fatal shooting of Alex Preti over the weekend. On January 7th. Okay, we don't need to know about Tom Good. White House spokesman Karen Leavitt said Homan will manage ICE operations in Minnesota and report directly to the president, cutting across cutting across DHS Secretary Kristi Noem's leadership. While Trump said he's not been involved in that area, but knows and likes many of the people there, observers note Homan is viewed as a potential rival to Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who responded that this is good news for peace, safety, and accountability in Minneapolis. Thank God I can go sleep with my boyfriend without being disturbed. Trump told the Wall Street Journal his administration is reviewing the Sunday shooting and may withdraw enforcement officials while Reuters verified videos show the person shot holding a phone, not a gun. Yep. This is the end of MAGA, folks. And it was an inevitable end. Hey, man of tomorrow, Deacon Dave.
What's going on, man?
Man of tomorrow, would you mind letting Deacon Dave go first? Dave?
Trying to get me in the trick bag, ain't you?
Oh, I want you to go first because you sound ready for me to fuss at.
Nah, I just got in the chat and I seen you mocking Mr. Tom Homan.
He has a big ass claymation head.
Yeah. You know, he's been in there
Are
for
you old enough to remember what claymation is?
Wallace and Gromit.
No.
You remember that?
Okay, just checking. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm also
If you don't
old
have
enough
much
to know
say,
that
and by the way, I will remind everyone in this chat and everyone on the panel, I think ad hominems are perfectly fine in any argument I make.
what does that got to do with what I'm saying, Stanley? You want to take me to 10
I
as soon as I get
just
up here.
want to set the background because ad hominems, they're loaded.
You're ready. You must have been thinking about that last conversation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nah, I'm not on it today, but I do. I'm old enough though. It's funny that you mentioned, or that was the question you asked, if I was old enough to remember claymation. I am old enough to remember that Homan was also Obama's get him out security guard, the pit bull, the attack dog for Obama.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
And now he's the problem. It's just funny how this is
no,
like
no,
a
no,
moving.
no. I did not
No,
say
it's a
he was
moving
the problem.
scale.
Okay, look at what the headline says.
I
Nowhere in
just
this
got in here.
headline that I showed is he a problem. I don't think he's the solution to the problem. He's not the
Okay.
problem. I don't think he's the solution.
I think he's underperforming for
The
Trump.
problem pre-exists Homan getting there. Now, I need you to take a deep breath and think about the point I'm making. Homan is in no way the problem, at least in this context, but he's not the solution to it.
Mm-hmm.
What's
it say?
Would you agree with that point?
Trump
Or do you
dispatches
want to
borders
dispute
Homan to Minnesota after second fatal shooting. Yeah, he don't got nothing to do with that.
He does now. Trump just dispatched him to there. He's in charge of it now.
Context clues. Stanley would say that I'm agreeing with you.
Are you literally saying?
No,
Homan
I'm
has
saying is
nothing
that what
to
I'm
do
saying
with
is
it
that I
once he
agree with
gets
you.
there?
Come on, sir.
No, you need to catch up because I'm not going to be gentle with you. Homan is knee deep in it right now. He's there. He's being sent there. He is the commander of the problem. Will he solve it? Okay, I need you.
I didn't even say nothing.
And I know I'm being rough. Please forgive me. But
No, you good.
people have died. This problem has killed people, American citizens, by the way. Do you think Tom Homan will be able to solve this problem?
I think he'll collect the troops, sit them in a circle, and say, "You guys got to calm
Drum
down."
circle?
Yeah, they'll pass a bottle of wild turkey around. Everybody will take a swig, and he'll say,
He's going to get them drunk on wild turkey and send them out with guns and badges, right?
"Yes, he's going to take them from a 10 to a 7."
So you're saying you think Tom Homan will be that calm in the storm and will be able to solve this problem?
No,
I think
that.
The only way to solve this problem is get ICE. The only way to solve this problem is literally to disband ICE. We need to send 3,000. We need to send 3,000 of these incel MAGA bros back to their basements where they came from.
Are they incels? This is crazy. I think once you guys learn, it's like that old saying, like the left hand meme. Like once you guys hear something, you just start mixing it all together. Are they all red pill too?
Will Homan be able to solve this or calm the waters?
I don't know. That was not what I came up here for.
If the third option is you don't know, I'll accept that too.
No, matter of fact, I know everything. I'm going to take a stab at it. All right. I'm going to go against what you think is going to happen. Let me just play it out the way I want to play it out. Homan's going to go up there and talk to the guys. They're going to bond over some steel reserves, and they're going to approach this thing differently. Yeah, in hurricane, and they're going to approach this thing differently the next day. So Homan might be exactly what they need.
My prediction. Let me make my prediction. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say there will be another American citizen harmed or worse in the next week while Homan is there. As a matter of fact, Homan might pull the trigger.
I think that was a suicide, if you will, by Border Patrol.
Of course, suicide by phone.
Oh, okay. I forgot. I thought you might wanted the, not say exactly that word, but yeah, the
Hey,
activists.
it's in the dictionary. Hopefully they'll allow it. But I am going to say this. Holman is part of the problem, and I don't care who he worked for. You know, everybody needs that crazy attack dog. You don't let them lead the troops. You make them the XO or something like that. You
Well,
don't fucking you don't let them lead.
You two fellas have way more military experience or any type of organized enforcement experience than I do, and I find it funny
No,
that you try to catch
I
me up
do not.
when
Well, other than
you
my
got
father
MOT.
being
He
a
has a military
retired,
background.
I have the military background, but my father, I would trust his instincts. I do not have the law enforcement. Just I was related to one. I used to. I've told that story about my father saving a little boy who had been hit by a car. It's like blood everywhere. My father did the mouth to mouth, and as far as I know he must have. But when we finally got back home, because we were going to the hardware store or something, as far as I know, he never mentioned it. He and I to this day have never talked about it. And that's how he became my hero. This motherfucker did it. And it's dude, my father's pretty chill and Vietnam vet, etc. So I'm used to being around. And my grandfather, his father, no, 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 no. We just do. That's the men who raised me. We just do. And we don't want to get on YouTube shows and talk about what we do. like our failed son does. So anyway, yes or no, will Holman fix problems?
There can be some influence, and it's probably immeasurable.
But you don't think he's going to fix? Will he? I guess you've given your answer. You don't know.
You want me in the box? I'm just outside
Yes,
the box thinker.
I literally want something next week to laugh at.
You might get it
I think
when you get another
there's going to be
activist out
another.
there.
I think there will be another victim of ISIS insanity by next Monday.
So wait, what is the real issue? Is the issue that people are getting shot? Is the issue
Yes.
that white people are getting
How
shot,
many
or is the
times,
issue, or
Dave?
is the issue? Wait, is the issue state violence? Which one is it?
Dave, do you recall me several times saying that if American citizens are even inconvenienced by this deportation process, that American citizens uber alles?
Ugh,
American citizens shouldn't even know ICE is in their neighborhood.
it doesn't bother
And if
you,
you,
Stanley. You're in fucking Savannah, Georgia.
do you remember me
You're in
saying that?
Savannah, Georgia, worried about
No, I
Minnesota.
am not in Savannah,
No,
Georgia,
because
for
what I
starters.
remember is that you didn't give a shit about Chicago.
All I
You
need
didn't
you
give a
to
shit about
tell me
nowhere else
is
about any other reason.
have
You
I
care
been
about this one, and I find
consistent?
it funny.
Have
You
I
are
been
inconsistent.
consistent with that point?
You make a point about no, you haven't been
Okay.
consistent with your
Okay,
logic.
I've been extremely consistent. American citizens shall not be inconvenienced, harmed. They shouldn't even know ICE exists because they are not the targets.
Okay.
And I'm gonna just call you forgetful.
No, it's the
I
first time
say
I heard it.
something like that at least once a week.
No, it's the first
ICE
time I heard
is
it.
Yeah, of course it's the first time.
I'm just being
But
honest.
there are other people who will remember. So anyway, man of tomorrow, I know you've been waiting with bated breath.
Yeah, I mean, this is an easy problem to fix.
We're waiting.
Okay, So the first thing you have to do, and it's only when the Democrats get in charge, you have to make the Uniform Code of Military Justice. You just have to. There should be a uniform code of federal police justice. There should be a uniform code of local police justice. So that way they're under the same ramifications when it comes to use of force. Now, they still don't have a federal mission to be engaging with protesters. I'm not sure why we keep skipping over that, but there's no real reason for federal troops to go out there specifically to engage with the general public. Now, if they were on federal property, like I'm not even going to say a military base, but like the Social Security Administration, if they were on, the VA property, even though they had their own separate police force, yeah, that would be a reason. But they're out there because people are protesting. That's why they're out there. You're out there protesting people who are actually on the engaging in their rights the right way. And the actual other thing, it proves now that all those amendments were nothing but privileges. They could take those privileges whenever they want to away from you and murder your
Yeah.
ass in cold blood, and nothing is said about it. And then they can get on TV and lie about what happened, and there are no consequences. Now, I'm glad that these people are white. I am overjoyed that they are white, given the circumstances, because white America has been blinded to the case law that has been built for nearly 200 years for allowing the feds and the local police to get away with this. Now, they're not going to be able to get a fair trial in Minnesota, obviously, at this point. But that's their fault. They put themselves in that position. And they're going to have to answer a primary question. What was your federal mission on that day? Because if you have printed out paperwork that says you're supposed to be going after XYZ person, and somehow you're over here engaging with people who's protesting, then you're clearly just out of line, and what you're doing is trespassing at that point. And any violence that you actually do while trespassing in any state is some enhanced charges. And if you pick somebody up, that's kidnapping. And if you use any type of force while kidnapping, those are some enhanced charges that come with that. I'll just say, look, let them do whatever they're going to do until Trump gets out of office. Do not file any charges until the day that dude's out of office. Then you file all the charges that you need to. Very easy. It's not really that hard. The person who they sent there, none of those people are going to stop. Because if they wanted to stop, it's very easy. You would just leave. But they're trying to create a case for them to be out there when there is no case for them to be there in the first place. You're supposed to be ICE walking up to people, not really on some papers, please shit. You should already know these people, where they live at, where they work at. There's no real reason they're just showing up places, trying to chase people off of private property so that way you have free access to them. That's not how the organization has ever worked. But this is how they're actually playing it by ear. And yeah, the actual chain of command gets to punish you.
Well, let me ask you a question, and
I
this
have a
is
question.
actually to you and Dave.
I have a
Dave, you
question,
need to
Stanley.
respond to that.
I have a question.
To whom?
No, go ahead, Stanley. You got a question. I'm sorry.
Well, no, you have a question. Please ask it, but to whom is
Well, I guess it's to either one of you, but MOT sounds knowledgeable about it. If you're
you don't
an
think he
agency,
is? Do you have counter knowledge?
no, it's
Because
just a
what he
question.
says rings true to me.
No, it's just a question.
Okay, to whom? Both of us?
Yes, Stanley.
Okay. Well, please be specific when you ask questions.
If so, the method for ICE proper for them to actually do their job, or for them to do the job the correct way, they would have to
Okay,
have.
let me stop you right there. And I know
God.
you get annoyed when I interrupt. What is ICE's job? Is it crowd control?
It might have been part of my question. If you're asking me, I didn't write what they're. I didn't write their purpose down
Okay,
on
so
paper.
you're saying you
I'm-
don't know
my
what ICE's job is.
No, because now I'm confused. Are they supposed to be
Yeah, of
investigating,
course
or
it's
are they
going to be
supposed to be
confusing.
search?
You want
It
to
was
talk
part of my
about ICE not
question,
being
sir.
able to do. See, this is what's so annoying.
No, you know what? You're doing
You
it.
want
You're
to
doing the
talk
annoying thing.
about ICE not being able to do their job, and it caught my attention.
That's
Do
exactly
you
not
know
what
what
I was
their job
asking.
is?
That's what I was asking.
Okay, well, why can't you just say, what is ICE's job?
Because it could be either or. I was
Okay,
given the option.
Dave. You must sometimes I think you think I'm SKC and I have patience with this sort of silliness. And it
It's
is
not
silliness.
silly because it was a pointed
Yes,
question.
it is. You want to say ICE can't do their job. Were you going to ask, gee, what is their job?
I didn't say they couldn't do their job. I said
You
was
didn't say
what
a
I was
lot of
going.
things, but what you did
Stanley,
say I had
Stanley,
questions
Stanley.
about.
Let me ask the question.
Okay.
Was that since I don't know what their job is, right? It's now that you
Well, then why are you
skipped
saying
ahead.
they can't do their
No, I
job?
didn't. I never said that they can't do their job. When did I
Oh,
say
you
that?
did. You
No,
did.
no, I didn't say that. So can I ask the question before I forget?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. So is their job to investigate these cases of people that they're supposed to be looking for? Or are
No.
they to God damn it. Or are they to go out
I didn't
and
say no.
No.
okay, hold on. Or are
They're
they
not a Mexican hunting force. That's not their job. That's not their job.
okay, so what is their job? Since I really don't know now.
Okay. So in these databases, they have a list of personnel who's either overstayed their visa or going to court who's in the middle of the process because Trump canceled everybody's actual immigration status who is legally and expensively going through the process of being an actual citizen. So now they have a list of names of people who they could be looking for. Some people fill out like during the paperwork process, you have to say where you live at, what your actual address is, where you actually work at if you have a job. Some people don't fill out that information, so they're supposed to be looking for very specific individuals. They're going out there with a list of people and just showing up places where and just papers please, or you look like you are Hispanic or you spoke Spanish. So now it's just coming to a domestic hunting force of papers please for everyone. And
No, see,
even like
that was the part two of my question. Because it was the people who crossed and they were undocumented altogether.
yeah, but that's
How
what the list is for. Like the
they're
list.
undocumented. They wouldn't be on a list.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be looking for very specific people in very specific places. You're not supposed to be generally looking for people in every specific place. That's not
But
how that works.
isn't that the investigation part of it?
No.
Okay, so you're saying just
See,
people who
you think
overstay.
this is supposed to
No,
be
this is
like
going somewhere,
what is it?
Stanley. Just wait
One of
one
those
second.
cop shows?
No, it's going somewhere. Just wait a second. So
Okay,
there.
dude, don't take us 8 years to get to where you're going.
See,
We
what you
only
fail to
have
understand is that the
have
audience
12
actually
hours.
doesn't follow everything that you're saying. You'll say a lot of shit, but you won't tell nobody how you
Okay,
got
and
there.
you're saying a lot of shit too. Please get to the point.
Yes, I'm trying to get to the point, but you always throw people off when they're
Okay, yeah,
talking,
blame it
and they
on
forget
me.
what the
It's
fuck they
all
was
my
trying to
fault,
ask.
Deacon Dave. Stanley's always the problem with these old YNs.
I'll blame it on your mind and not your heart. Then how about that? That way, it's not
You know
personal.
what? That is actually kind of kind.
Cool. So I just don't understand because I'm trying to get understanding. It seems to me. Now I'm not going to
On
sit here and say that
YouTube?
they.
How about read a book?
No, from what you guys are saying, it seems to me that they're looking for people who came over undocumented, not on a list, not on the tip line. They're saying that this is a
Okay, let me
sanctuary
just go
city.
ahead and stop you there. And I know I'm being rude.
No,
Their
you got it.
primary job was to get people who were criminals. out of jails and stuff like that. And then your twin, Stephen Miller, wanted to set impossible goals month to month.
Quarter
Okay,
goals.
so they started picking on mother. I'm sorry, man of tomorrow. I'm gonna have to go. I'll have to go all cursey on this. Dude, they are literally picking up PhD student women from Tufts University on their way to lunch to
Yes.
bolster the numbers that your evil twin set.
You know what those
They
numbers
are
are based
out of
on, right?
control. Stephen Miller is literally why, and Trump is too goddamn addled in the head to understand what's going on in his own administration. Trump is the new Biden.
Okay. Well, I think his numbers are based on he wants to beat Obama. I really do believe that.
Who gives a fuck? Who's control?
That's what his
I think Stephen Miller is president right now.
The same way that Dick Cheney was president. That's all it is. And getting
Except Stephen Miller isn't vice president.
correct, but at the end of the day, in order for Trump to
That's
get out of
even
everything
worse.
that he needed to get it out of, he needed to be president. So now that he's president, there's no need to be trying to run the day to day. You can just hand that shit off to somebody else. He doesn't care. But for your questions is that they're supposed to be out there for very specific things, a very tight constraint. That's why they have the names and the list. And yes, they're normally at courthouses, so that way, whenever you actually, for most cases, if they know it's a yay or nay or make or break, that's normally why they're at the courthouse. But now they're just going to the courthouse, looking at the docketing, and see people are coming up there still trying to go through the immigration system that's no longer there and picking people up from court, and they're just out being a domestic brown people hunting machine. That's all it is, because there's really not many whites that's getting caught up in this. But they're even doing it to black people. Like if you can speak Spanish, they're going to assume that you're Haitian, and then they
Would
just
you
go,
would you say that federal courthouses have become the Home Depot for ICE agents? They
Yes.
just wait outside.
Yeah. They're not even waiting outside. They're waiting in the parking lot for you to park. They're not even letting you get inside the courthouse.
Well, we have 12th man. 12th man, how long are you going to last?
I don't know. As long as you let me
I
last,
can
I
tell.
guess.
I can tell by the slurring that not long. So what I want
Okay.
to do, and then we'll. What's your point? And make it very short. Any comment?
Seahawks going to the Super Bowl, baby.
Thank
How about
you.
that?
So the topic I wanted, Dr. Stacy Patton, who should be, I should know her.
Who is
But
she?
who cares? You'll figure it out. I can the links in the show notes. She says what we're witnessing is a moment when people who were raised to believe the state ultimately exists to protect them now realize the state can also erase them and then lie about it. Okay, dude, I do not want you commenting when I'm reading. This is your last chance, 12th man.
I wasn't commenting.
Okay, that was your last chance. I don't know how to discipline these white boys. So, let's see, with a straight face, but for these rightfully angry white folks, this realization is landing as authoritarianism, police state Nazism. This is what dictatorships do. They keep saying this because liberal whiteness has long located tyranny somewhere else, in other countries, other regimes, other histories, other people's bodies, not ours. Not to U.S. citizens, not white mothers and ICU nurses. But for Black folks, state violence has never needed a new name. We didn't have to wait for the language of fascism or authoritarianism to understand what it means when armed agents can kill you and then script your death into criminality and blame you for your own death. We have been living inside that grammar for centuries. What's new ain't the state violence. What's new is who is being forced to recognize its structure. Do y'all believe us now? That's fucking brilliant. This woman is, I highly recommend her. She is sarcastic, she's acerbic, and she's a good writer. She teaches at Morgan State. She's a historian by PhD, but I think she teaches in the communications department. Jared Ball, by the way. But I love that. Any comments on what she wrote? Dave,
No, it's
I would.
oh,
No,
okay,
you go
go
ahead,
ahead, Dave.
man. Tomorrow, because Dave is too shy to admit she's right.
Oh, okay. He ain't gonna go. All right, well, I'll go then.
Oh, my bad. I didn't hear nothing. What
Well,
happened?
you got to wait now. Manna
No, I'm
tomorrow
sorry. I
is
just
speaking.
walked in the. I just walked in the house. Sorry, MLT. My bad.
All right, go ahead.
Were you listening, or are you going to act like you didn't hear, Dave?
No, I honestly didn't. Go ahead, MLT. I didn't hear
All right.
nothing.
All right. So what? So the statement is true. All right. Let me give you a story here that is a parallel to what this is. All right. People know that I was federal law enforcement. We used to have this like extremely bumpkin-fied white commander who kept telling us about how it's all in your head and police never pull nobody over. So his car was like something was wrong with his car for a while, and I had to take him home. So I would intentionally try to take him through these neighborhoods to show him that police pull people over for no reason. Because to him, it was never any one of those reasons. And I finally got my hit. We got pulled over, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be good. I'm putting the car in park. The commander is already out the fucking car. Full bird, beret on. And I have never seen a cop just walk past because he went straight up to the car and just started screaming at the police officer about why you pull us over and all this shit. You know what that cop did? He got out of that car, pretended like that he wasn't even there, walked right up to me and asked me for my license and registration. Ran the shit. It was no problem, and the commander was still out there yelling at the fucking cop and shit. And the cop got back in his car and drove off. So this guy's been talking this grand shit for 3 fucking years, and now he finally witnessed that we wasn't doing shit wrong, and we got pulled over for no reason. He was more mad at the fact that that shit happened in front of him. Now that he had to eat crow, that's what he was mad at. He wasn't mad that we got pulled over because that's quote unquote yo issues. In quote unquote my country. And it's like, dude, these people know that this shit happens, right? But it never specifically and particularly happened to them. And it's the delicious irony of a guy who works at the Veterans Administration as a fucking nurse, and he was armed, had a concealed carry permit, he didn't have a criminal fucking background, and they turned around and gave him the fucking black treatment as if none of these videos exist. That's what's hard for people to reconcile right now. That is very hard for everybody to reconcile. That all that stuff that's coming down.
You shouldn't be interfering with a federal investigation, first of all.
Oh, okay. Well, he wasn't listening to what is actually going on,
No,
and
he doesn't
he doesn't
listen.
care.
He
Yeah,
has
he
his
doesn't
own
care.
narrative. So
No,
12th man,
it's fine.
12th man, there are no federal investigations. What
None.
federal investigation was going on in pepper spraying a man holding a phone and then shooting him basically in the back of the head. What
A
federal
phone?
investigation? What? Yes, he was holding a phone.
Remember, there was 2 people pushed to the ground.
No. He hasn't seen the news since Fox and Friends Saturday morning. So
No, I mean,
he still thinks the man was holding a gun.
Well, he did have a gun on him.
Was
Wow.
was he holding it? Was he pointing it?
Why are you in the middle of
again, legal firearms, didn't unholster it. See,
he was getting his ass whooped and he didn't pull his firearm.
The Second Amendment only works for Kyle Rittenhouse, not another white man on the other side of the aisle. 12th man, please finish this. He was a legal. Minnesota is a open carry state. He had a right to have the firearm. You can carry a firearm. Your Second Amendment works in support of your First Amendment. See, this is where these little
perfectly okay for Kyle Rittenhouse.
See, you can't mix your amendments.
Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't confronting federal agents.
Yeah,
he was confronting.
I gave you ammunition when I brought up Kyle Rittenhouse. I should have said I was going to talk about the 2A and NRA and all that.
None of them came out and said anything yet.
12th man, I need you to tell me why that man couldn't have a gun legally at the protest. Tell me why he couldn't.
Why was he in the face of federal law enforcement? Why did he get in their face?
He was not. They came to him.
Bullshit.
Wow.
Have you seen any of these videos?
Oh, the federal law enforcement walked up to this guy and just shot him. That's your belief?
That ain't what happened.
He was on his knees when they shot him.
And they removed his weapon before they shot him.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, they took his legal firearms
away from him
and then shot him.
Sound like low IQ.
Okay, motherfucker, stop. See, this is what happened. Sound like low IQ. Well, why is? God damn it, dude.
Low IQ white people getting themselves shot.
I'm sorry, what?
Low IQ white people getting themselves shot over violent illegal immigrants.
This is out on the internet. So were you low IQ when you got shot?
No, that was back during the gangbanger days, bro.
Answer the question. You are a white man who got shot by law enforcement. Were you low IQ?
No, I got shot by a gangbanger, motherfucker.
You literally, motherfucker, I don't care. They were there. So, you know what? I did get that story wrong. It wasn't the cops who shot you. It was your low IQ friends. My bad.
Yeah, well, they are low IQ
So
if they're getting in the face of.
High IQ people get shot, right? If you get shot by a criminal, you're high IQ, right?
Well, that was a drive-by shooting, so that's a whole different story.
Not in the video I saw. In the video I saw that you posted, by the way, because see, here, let me set the stage. See, he was trying to get cool points on the John Galt channel that he's all gangster and shit. Dude, his ass got shot. Who knows why? I don't even remember why, but it was one of his blood. It was one. I don't give a fuck about your blood. You got shot, bitch. Most people bleed when they get shot. So
Yeah, I did too.
So you get your ass shot and the cops come there. And I'm sorry, I thought it was the cops who shot you. That is so.
No, you're a retard. That's why you think that.
Yeah. Ask me how many times I've been shot. Would you like to
Don't
ask?
care.
Yeah. Of course you don't. Again, it's if the cops are shooting people wantonly, then they're criminals. Just like the criminal who shot your low IQ ass.
Yeah, well, the low IQ are the white people getting shot, interfering with federal law enforcement.
But the white people doing the shooting are high IQ, right?
Well, fuck around and find out, Stanley.
Yeah, thank you for that sociological critique from cold ass Alaska. Anyone else got anything? I'm done with
Not
this.
that cold here, actually.
I don't really give a fuck.
I'm in Miami and it's
Colder.
85 degrees out. Feels great.
Where are you at, in Florida or LA?
Yeah.
Miami exists in two places, either Florida or Ohio.
Yeah.
Not in
Must
LA.
be nice.
So anyway, I was going to read this particular article. Jerusalem Dempsis is she's got a Substack and a whole online magazine called The Argument. And I don't know, she is a book nerd. And anyway, it was something in here that she said tying gun violence. Essentially, the one true omni cause is defending rule of law. And then she ties in the NRA. The NRA, by the way, actually had something to say about this shooting.
About what? Oh,
The
okay.
shooting,
It
actually.
ought to be good. It ought to be good.
Yeah, hold on one sec. I gotta find it. I thought I had these things lined up, and apparently I do not.
I wanted to do a live stream on it, but I wanted to see how this deployment of the National Guard was going to go by Governor Tim Walz before I actually did a story.
Well, that actually kind of scared me. To be honest, I don't think that's the right move. But as a governor of a state, I don't think he's in an impossible situation.
No, he has to do that so that way his National Guard don't get nationalized and if you're there for a state emergency, your actual National Guard cannot get federalized.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, thank you. That makes sense now.
Yeah. But there has to be an actual life or death type of situation to them to get
I think
to be deployed to where they can't be.
I think he can make that argument now.
Oh yeah. Definitely. But it's
Tim Walz, the great buffoon who over $19 billion has come up missing under his watch. That's your new hero?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So President Trump has presided over deploying his personal police force and killed a housewife and an ICU nurse. Is
totally okay.
Your new
totally
hero?
Okay.
Were they interfering with a federal investigation?
No.
Nope.
They just walked into their house and shot them.
One happened to be in a car and the other stood there with the phone.
And had they not pushed that woman to the ground, for no reason. They didn't have a reason. They were just out there peacefully protesting, and then they just
Yeah, I don't even
walk in.
understand that. She was like,
Oh no!
was that
I understand it.
was that their car that
Yeah,
she
but you
was
have to.
standing in front of?
I have no idea, and no one knows at this point because they have unmarked. They have you don't know. You have no idea,
Right.
and it's
Well,
not been part of the narrative as of
there
yet.
is
So
a very one of my new favorite internet crushes basically says that Peretti died because of misogyny. Like,
what?
and I'm
the
assuming
fuck?
because I didn't watch the video, but ICE
What?
is misogynist. You know what? Let's fucking watch it. Now, you will have to please, y'all.
Please don't tell me
understand.
this is a feminist. Please don't tell me it's a feminist.
I don't know if she is or not, to be honest, but I know
Okay,
she's
great.
beautiful, and I am just
Oh,
okay with her.
wow.
I do not care if she's a feminist. Damn it.
Just play it, Stanley. Damn.
I'm sorry, I have to find it. This is the problem with doing things just off the cuff. You
Hey,
remember
when I
things, and
mentioned stuff about mud puddles, this is what I'm talking about. Because Stanley will lie in one so a feminist could step on his back.
wow. All of a
Not even
sudden,
take off the
all of a
jacket,
sudden,
bro.
No,
Not even take
all
off
of
the
a
jacket.
sudden, he's
double-breasted too long.
alive. He's alive.
You lay down
Where did
double
that
breasted
come
suit
from?
to get stepped on.
Damn. Hey, I'm glad. Hey, I'm glad to know there's proof of life.
Hey, being Stanley's friend, you have to endure these moments. Just bear with it.
Well, I think I just had to endure a moment. So I think you have returned fire, sir. So you know what? I'm just gonna move on, and I will find those videos or not. You know, it's not like they were important. So what we have here, Senate Democrats to block government funding after second fatal shooting in Minneapolis. Now, my question, and this is the right crew up here, I was kind of lukewarm the last time they did this, but we might have to shut down the government to fix this.
Over this.
They have funding. There's 75 billion, I think it was. No, we're not giving them more money to kill people.
No.
So
and
tomorrow,
stay out of their face.
okay, you can
How
go
about
last,
that?
12th man. Since you want to erupt and blurt, you can go last. So man of tomorrow, what do you think?
I think if there's any other legitimate reason to shut down the government than they have been playing with for the past 25 years, this is an excellent reason. This is an actual excellent reason to shut down the government.
I agree. Dude, they're killing Americans.
White Americans with no criminal background.
I was going to save that as my trump card, my literal trump card.
Yeah, white American.
Yeah.
And
that
you
means
love it.
we don't give a fuck about
these
your race card.
See, here's where I'm going to go with this ad hominem. 12th man thinks, hey, you know what? We have reached a true post-racial America when we're killing white people like black people, right?
Yeah,
that's where you're going.
Post-racial America. We Dr. King's dream is finally here.
Hey,
with little black boys and little black girls and little white boys and little white girls to get shot at just as equally as the black ones.
Hey, while you guys are laughing, I believe that.
No, that is so goddamn funny.
But while you guys are laughing, I actually believe that.
You know what? I have no doubt you did, Deacon Dave. Let's avoid the sarcasm and act like it's actually Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
Oh, Stanley, let me ask you a question.
What is wrong with you MAGA people? It was a, oh my Lord. Deacon Dave.
Stanley,
It would be an echo chamber if I
Stanley,
didn't.
do you go
What?
downtown and get in police business? Like interrupt
What?
their investigations and get in their face
There have
Well,
been
and
okay.
all that?
zero investigations that has
They
been
were
interrupted.
arresting a
Okay,
violent
no,
illegal
they
immigrant.
were doing
12th
nothing of the
man.
sort. They were doing nothing of the sort.
No.
Yes, they were.
Let 12th man. What
They
specific
still got him
12th
too.
man? 12th man. Allow me to ask my question. What
Yes, sir.
specific illegal immigrant that they were looking for at the time of actual Renee Good? What specific
You gonna
name of the
make me
illegal
look at?
immigrant
Well,
entity that they were looking for?
why was she running her car through an investigation?
Wait,
No, I'm
hold it.
asking
She
you a
was
question.
running her car through? Oh my God.
Why did she run
That
over a
is
federal
the
agent?
Okay,
She didn't.
12th
She
man.
ran over a federal
She
agent.
did nothing of the sort.
Yes, she
12th man.
did.
12th
No,
man.
she did not.
I seen the video.
Did you, motherfucker, you were probably drunk when you saw it. You probably were seeing double. I personally, and I don't like watching
Well,
politically distorted. So,
at least I
motherfucker, do not
wasn't.
talk when I'm talking. Let me instill discipline right quick. I saw it, and I totally disagree with your assessment. So it's your word against
You're
mine.
retarded.
You are literally not right.
If you did not see that vehicle hit
And
the
if
ICE
you
agent,
did, you are a drunken motherfucker who watches too much Fox News.
is
Hey,
that
don't
why he
discount
has
his experience,
internal
man.
bleeding?
Is that no? He has zero internal bleeding.
He was there was no medical person at the actual hospital who said anything.
The motherfucker stepped back. He didn't even get touched.
Clipped or nothing. But he has internal bleeding. But here's the thing. Like 12th man, I'm gonna ask you again. What specific person who they were looking for during the Renee Good situation? What specific person were they looking for?
Is a violent illegal immigrant
Yeah,
at
but
the
what?
time.
No, you don't have an
Domestic
open-ended.
violence.
No. Like you don't have an open-ended warrant to look for any illegal immigrant. You're out there for
Yes, I
specific
do.
reasons. No, but that's not how that
If you're in
works,
this
though.
country illegally, you gotta go. That, and you know, Obama
But you
gave
can't
Tom
just round it
Homan.
up. But you have to
Obama
understand
gave
that.
Tom Homan a medal. He gave him like the Medal of Freedom or something like
Yeah, but
that.
what does that have to do with the
Obama
very
did.
specific person that was actually being looked at the time of the Renee Good situation?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter. Yes, it
Why
does
was
matter, bro.
Renee Good involving herself in a federal investigation?
There was no federal investigation. They were just out
Yes,
looking for
there
people.
was. Why was she
No,
there?
no. No, I mean she
So,
lives in the area. She lives in the actual city.
hold on, brother. So you're telling me you could just walk up to any crime scene or ICE
No.
about to
There was
arrest
no
people?
crime
You
scene.
you think
What
you're
fucking
gonna?
crime? Oh, bitch. You were so. Dude, I cannot deal. What crime scene?
Dude, he has
Dude,
no
you
idea
have
what we're even
literally
talking about.
taken a far right MAGA fucking suppository while you're drunk.
I asked him a
Do
very
you
simple
think the
question.
people on this
Question wasn't that
panel,
hard.
do you actually think the people on this panel have not seen the videos, 12th man? Dude, see, this is what happens on these far right, and quite frankly, the old YN channels too. They will take the bet that you didn't see the videos. You are dumb. you'll just see so many people base their thinking and their evidence, their epistemology, their ontology for that matter, on what they see on a YouTube panel 30 minutes ago. And they're just gonna bet you've never goddamn read a book or have thoughts outside of YouTube. Dude, welcome to Stanley versus the world. Dude, I've been so mean to motherfuckers and they are pissed off. I finally had to just come out and say, I know more than y'all motherfuckers. I just know more. I've read more. I was raised better. There are just all kinds of things. Dude, just deal with it and think better. Don't give me that Memphis, I grew up in the ghetto with the black folks logic, motherfucker. You're 56, 12th man. You've had ample time to be educated.
I'm only
I don't get why this is so
Thank
hard,
you
man.
very much.
Motherfucker, you've had over 50 years. Let me say that. You have had 50 years of failure to launch a good point.
Failure? You're the
Yes.
one that don't leave
Yeah,
your house
no,
for
don't tell me.
days on
Dude,
end.
you're on my show, not the opposite.
Okay, so 12th man. So
If I have accomplished nothing else in my life, I have a panel that your ass is on, not the other way. How many times have I been on a 12th
I
man
thought we
panel?
were friends,
I
Stanley.
mean, motherfucker,
Dang.
fuck friendship. Friends don't let friends drive dumb.
Yeah, we also don't let them walk into active investigations where a lot of people are armed.
Zero evidence to prove your point. Let me ask you a quick question, and I know this is going to be a little racist. Do you think you're right just because you're white? Like, if a white man says it, all the black people
No,
on
I
this panel
love
have to accept
I
it?
love watching these low IQ people get
Okay,
their
motherfucker,
white people get
that's
their ass
not
shot
what I
off.
asked you. I didn't ask you what you love to watch. See, you have been watching too much John Galt and all those other debaucherous, degenerate, fucking anti-intellectual, fucking old YN channels. You don't even know how to answer a question directly anymore. So, anyway, I'll stop.
What's your question?
I will start. I will stop picking on the curly of this show. Because you are the curly of this show.
Curly?
You
I don't
remember
like that very much.
you remember
Stanley.
the Three Stooges? You are the curly.
No, I'm Mo. I'm the one shooting stupid white people.
All right, so Senate Democrats plan to block a sweeping government funding package after U.S. Border Patrol agents. Shit, it wasn't even ICE. Why the fuck is the Border Patrol there?
see,
You know what?
that's what I'm saying.
None of
That
your
they don't
business.
have a federal mission.
Why
There's no
were they
federal
in
mission.
Minneapolis?
That's what I'm saying. There's no federal mission for the Border Patrol.
You know what? I honestly, and you'll have to forgive me, man, tomorrow.
Wait a minute, bro.
I
You
sound
have
weak.
better
Why is
intelligence.
the Border Patrol in Minneapolis?
You know who else is there? Know who
I
else
can't
is there?
imagine.
The
The
police for
Border
the fucking
Patrol.
the police for the post office is there in
Oh,
Minneapolis.
really?
Yes. It is so many people there who has
Because
no
of
fucking business being
Somali
there.
fraud. Fraud. That's
Wait,
what.
hold it.
That's why they're
What?
there.
Somali fraud is why ICE is there? What the fuck does the Border Patrol? Oh, you're talking about the post office? Why the fuck are they there with cases that were done with a while ago.
The investigative police of the post office is fucking there. Like everybody there don't have a mission there. Their mission is to fuck up protesters, and that's not a mission. Like that's a personal vendetta. And here's the thing: you want to know why Trump got upset at that video about following illegal orders? This is the fucking reason. This is the reason. Because if you're there following illegal orders, that's not a Trump thing. He's going to surf out of here. You're going to be brought up as a group that's going to be charged. Because you're supposed to swear an oath to the Constitution as a federal law
Obstructing
enforcement.
federal agents is a felony, in case you didn't know.
They weren't obstructing.
Yeah.
You're
Why do
doing,
you think the U.S.
you're
Marshals
doing
are
more
there?
obstructing. You're doing more obstructing of federal agents than they were.
Renee Good and that ICU
Motherfucker,
nurse.
we have a former up here, and you're obstructing more than they did.
I don't know. I used to be federal law
I'm not
enforcement. I kind
dead.
of know what I'm talking about on this issue, but I guess
No. You know what? Let me.
I guess he knows more.
Let me be clear. And sometimes I swear my friend gets drunk enough to forget he's a racist. You're black manna tomorrow. That's why he's asserting his white supremacy.
I guess.
What? You was just racist towards him exerting power.
Stanley.
You dropped him off. You showed him power by dropping him off.
Yeah.
That was
Okay,
racism.
Deacon Dave, you're next on my racist list.
What? All right, so this is easy to
I just point at. See, Deacon Dave is of the ilk. There are
Deacon
these
Dave,
weird-
everyone Stanley
Okay, bitch,
disagrees
don't
with
talk when I'm talking. Gotta take control.
is a racist. Everyone.
Deacon Dave is. There are some weird black people who actually think that pointing out racism is racist. SKC is one of them. That whole gulag bunch. If you talk about race, you're a racist. If you talk about racism, you're a racist. That is how they can call black people racist. I'm just pointing out stuff, but if you point it out and don't ignore it like a Shelby Steele would have you do, if you talk about race, you're racist. That's what these. Oh my God, these guys are weirdos.
You're incorrect, sir.
It's just
No, you're incorrect.
No, I'm not.
easy.
No. Dave. On this particular case, you literally don't know enough to correct me. You literally have no clue what you're talking about.
God bless you, Stanley.
When you have read Shelby Steele as much as I have, Deacon Dave, then you may correct me. You don't know shit. I hate to be disrespectful, but let me pull my senior privilege right now. How many interviews have you watched of Shelby Steele with his little racist son too, who, by the way, is lighter than he is? Shelby Steele is a weirdo. More so than Thomas Sowell, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. Your response, and then we can move on, Deacon Dave. In 12th man.
Baby Dave is saving your life right now because I'm about to roast your ass. Drop me down
you go
again,
ahead and
motherfucker.
roast and see how it usually happens, but you have at it, son.
When you roast him, he'll put you in the
What
back.
I want to do is have Deacon Dave roast and 12th man stay in the bleachers until it's time to stand to cheer.
That's the racism I'm talking about. You using power over 12 man so he can't talk.
Absolutely, I am. What is power there for? Didn't mind
you have to have power to be racist, so I just put two and two together.
Your Fuhrer Trump teach you what power is for?
I'm not serious, but you can argue about it if you
Go
want.
ahead and roast. You said you were going to roast.
You know I don't roast. I say a lot of shit.
Oh, so it was a threat?
Yeah, I've been saying that for months now.
All right. Well, let us move on. JB, how long will you be here?
Well, I don't know, man, but just hear the man
Well,
out,
if you
man.
don't know, my guess is not
What up,
long, but who
JB?
knows?
I'm about to
Hey,
get on down. Y'all, I'll be in
you
the
just gotta hear
chat.
people out,
I got
Sam.
baby days.
All
That's
right.
my good
Steve,
old
hello.
buddy, JB.
Yeah, what's up, man?
You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm
You
all
survived the
right.
ice storm and all that shit?
Well, I didn't get that bullshit. I'm in California, man.
Oh, you must have been going for the Rams.
Shit, I was out catching turkeys and shit.
By the way, this is not going to become a football chat.
Okay, my bad, Stanley.
How you doing, Stanley?
I'm doing well.
Yeah, me too, man.
What are you cooking today, Stanley? That's what I want to know.
I am eating leftover lamb stew.
Lamb stew? Damn.
You
You
gonna
eating
get
better than the
leftover
white man.
So you literally why would you make that comparison? I'm curious.
Ain't JB though eating better than the white man? Complaining about the
Okay,
white
what
man.
I need to know, and it was a very direct question, why would you even bring up you ask me what I'm eating tonight, and I tell you what, and then all of a sudden it becomes racial. Why is that?
Well, I'm eating lamb roast today too, just so you know.
I don't give a
We,
fuck what you're eating. I literally did not ask you what you're eating. What I want to know, you asked me
I
the
asked you
question,
what
I
you were
answered it,
eating,
and then
motherfucker.
see, this is where I get off the train. I'm asked a question, I answer it, and then all of a sudden it becomes racial. That's
Yeah,
why I think you're a racist, 12th man.
Yeah, that
You're a
guy's
racist.
nuts, man.
Okay, JB, do not overtalk. 12th man, you're a racist. I'm sorry if you're not bright enough to understand, but everything doesn't have to be racial. You ask me what I'm eating, I tell you, and then all of a sudden I get compared to a white man. That's called being racist. And I don't give a fuck what you're eating for dinner. I didn't even ask you what you were eating. JB, what you got?
Now, I just found that was stupid what he said to you, Stan.
There is no doubt you would say that now. So anyway, Republicans offer early support for Trump Minnesota pivot. And I guess I really need to let's see what these updates are all about. Looks like Republicans can't figure out Kristi Noem to testify before Senate Judiciary. Not looking good for Kristi Noem. Here is, speaking of Lamb, Kristi Noem is out of there. Where I already said.
You think so?
Curtis, Utah GOP senator, says Noem weakened confidence in Minnesota shooting investigation. Her ass is out of there. Rand Paul summons Trump immigration officials. Rand Paul summons Trump immigration officials to testify after Minneapolis shooting.
He's a schmuck.
Okay, motherfucker,
He
don't
used
ever
to be
interrupt me
cool.
when I'm reading. Don't do it. White House backs appropriations package with DHS funding. Democrats are right. See, here's what's going to happen. Kristi Noem is gone. And she's gone because Democrats are going to go, we want ahead. If you want this package, this funding package to go through next week, and she is the price. And we knew it was going to happen. She's like literally the dumbest possible cabinet member you could ever want. Marshall does not plan to offer up credit. Okay, this is different. That's different. Any thoughts? Any regrets that Christy Noam,
Well, I'd
the
like
puppy
to
kill,
see
the
proof
puppy
she's been
killer,
fired.
the puppy killer turned out to be a citizen killer.
Shit.
No responses?
Do you have proof she's been fired?
Motherfucker,
Of
I'm
course you don't.
predicting. Okay, I'm predicting what's going to happen. Want to know how I can predict it? Because I read news unlike you, 12th man. I don't go up
Oh,
on my
yeah.
own I don't go up on my panel and talk bullshit. Want to know why I think this? Well, Tom Homan is going
So
to
you're
take.
predicting.
Okay, bitch, I will put your ass in the back if you say another syllable before I give you permission. Tom Homan, if you haven't paid attention to the news today, has been tasked by Trump himself to go up and take charge in Minnesota. Christy Noam, as DHS secretary, has been in charge of the operation. 2 American citizens have died under her watch. She is being summoned to testify before Congress. Thomas Homan is now in charge, reporting directly to Trump. Not his boss was Christy Noam, DHS secretary. Now she's not.
Hey, Stanley,
She
can
is
I ask
going,
you a
motherfucker,
question?
don't ever talk to me uninformed. Next week is the Senate, and the Democrats are threatening to shut down the argument. Do you think it's a coincidence that Homan replaces Christy Noam, reporting directly to Donald Trump? Noam is going to testify before the Senate, and there's a big funding bill coming up where the Democrats are threatening to shut down the government over what's happening in Minnesota. That's easy. That's easy chess. Noam is out.
That's your opinion.
Yep. And what's
She's
your
not
opinion?
out.
What's your opinion, racist?
And why you always gotta hurl names, Stanley?
Aren't you a racist?
That's all you
You're
got?
not a racist?
No.
I just proved you are.
You didn't prove that Christy Noam was out.
Okay,
Did
I
you
don't
know
have. It's
Obama?
just
Hold
my
on.
opinion. Just my opinion, 12th man. I didn't offer proof. I
Did you
did
know
what I just literally
Obama
read
gave
in this
Tom Homan a
political
medal?
article. I'm just predicting. Predictions
Did you
are not
know
proof.
Obama gave
Predictions are not proof.
Tom
And
Homan a
Obama is
medal?
not president. We're not going to talk Obama.
I hope Tom
Motherfucker,
Homan
if you
gets
say
another
Obama one more
medal.
time, your ass is gone.
And Christy Noam should get a medal too, because you people interfering with removing illegal immigrants from this country.
Look. The far right motherfuckers are talking about Tom and Obama a lot. Obama's not president, and y'all just want to do whataboutism as answers, and I swat
Tom
them down just
Homan,
because I like doing it. I
Tom
love swatting
Homan,
down that MAGA shit. You know what I liken MAGA whataboutism to? Have you ever
Yeah, and your
seen?
prediction
Have you
that
ever
Christy
seen
Noam.
people? I'm talking. Have you ever seen cow chip tossing? That's what MAGA sounds like when they do whataboutism. You're just picking up one of Trump's cow turds, dried cow turds, and throwing it as far as you can throw it. Make sure you
Well, there's
wash your
nothing
hands
better
when you're
than
done. Before
Democrat.
you have dinner after tossing a Trump cow turd, you got to wash your hands.
Yeah, I'd rather watch another white liberal get shot. Thank you very
White
much.
liberal. There you go, being racist again. Why do liberals have to be white?
Stanley,
Can
why you
liberals
being an
be
asshole today, man?
be anything other than white?
Stanley, why you being an asshole, man?
Because I'm an asshole. Any other dumb questions, JB?
No, I'm just
Maybe
saying.
Trump
You
will
won't let
give
him talk.
Tom Homan a medal.
You won't let
You
He'll
know
him
get
talk.
what?
2 medals.
You know what? And I know you will get your jollies.
Yeah, just as soon as another white liberal gets shot, I'll get my jollies in. Thank you very much.
Only liberals can only be white, correct?
Well, it looks like that recently. All
Yeah,
these
well,
ugly white
it looks like that to someone who's seeing double and has never
out
read a
there
book in his
running
life.
around getting their ass blown off.
Okay, non-effective answer to a question I didn't ask. My question: liberals can only be white? Why is that? Why do you think liberals can only be white? And women are
Well,
gay.
ask yourself that.
Motherfucker, I'm asking you.
Well, why
Why
are
would I
more and
ask
more blacks
why would I ask
voting
myself to
conservative?
why would I ask myself a question about something I didn't say?
Why are more and more blacks voting conservative? Answer
They're
me
not.
that.
They're not
And
after
they're
Trump
sitting
pop
on
up.
the cat.
Okay,
Oh, you
listen,
think
see,
not?
this is what dumb fucks do, and I will have to control you. More and more blacks are not voting uh Republican. 9%. 80 what? 9% or something like that. That's not overwhelming black support. 89% of men and like less than what? 3%, 4%, 5% of black women. That's not overwhelming numbers. That's not a landslide. It's not a sea change. A couple percentage points voted more for Trump, and all of them are on YouTube. They are uneducated, older, young niggas who don't know shit about shit. They just like Trump because he's got a criminal record. That's why.
Older young niggas. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, wait, hold it. Did you just use the N word on my panel?
Well, you said it first.
Motherfucker, is everybody equal on my panel? Is everyone equal on my panel? I thought I was very clear about
You're
that.
the one who said,
Bitch, you're not me. I'm not you. Just because I say something, what are you, a mimic? Do not use the N word on my panel ever, 12th man, even if I say it. That's your first lesson. Any other dumb
well, it's
shit you
kind
got
of
to say?
hypocritical.
Yep. I'm a black hypocrite. You don't get to say what I say. That's what you need to understand. Accept it or leave. I don't give a fuck if you stay.
Oh, you love my company, Stanley. Be honest.
Keep fooling yourself with that. You're a chore. I'm dead serious. You are a chore.
Well, I thought we were friends, Stanley. Damn.
My mother used to say you thought like Nelly. Brooklyn Watson, I do what the fuck I want to do on my panel. There is no equality on my panel. Fuck YouTube.
Yeah, don't be mean to 12th
Okay,
man.
bitch.
Hey, Stanley, don't talk to the lady like that.
You can shut up too. No, there is no equality on my panel. YouTube guidelines are not the First Amendment. Get that right, Brooklyn Watson. I don't care. YouTube can shut us down for no reason at all, and I can put people off my panel for no reason at all. There is no white privilege here. I can use the N word. They cannot. Don't care if you don't like it, Brooklyn.
Your old
But I
ass need to
am
be a better
impressed. I am impressed that Brooklyn Watson is a crusader for white rights.
Your old ass need to be a better example.
Motherfucker, you're not making me happy.
I wouldn't give. I'm not trying to make you happy.
King Picks, fuck that. You don't get to say what you don't get to.
Look, man, it's America. Say what the hell you want to say.
You King Picks. No,
God bless you, Brooklyn Watson.
I will say what I want to say. King Picks is not the federal censor either. Don't tell me what I can say and can't. I've banned people for less.
Hey, Stanley, how come I get more black girls than you?
I don't know, because you spend more money on them.
Now, ask yourself that. I got
Motherfucker,
all
why would
kinds
I?
of black girls.
What I need you to do is explain why I would be thinking about you and
I
black
got
girls.
Brooklyn Watson.
What kind of weird perversity are you bringing to
San
my
Jose.
panel?
I
Okay,
got
big bitch. See, he thinks he's made a point. Dude, I don't think about you and women. That's perverse. Don't bring it to my panel. Take it to fucking Bob's panel or something.
Well, as I was going to say about the gentleman that got deleted by ICE, this guy he could have been alive today. This dude picked up a gun, went outside in 22-degree temperature, negative 22, to provoke ICE, and you making it like it's just ICE was acting crazy. Stanley, something is wrong with you, dude.
He picked up a gun. Was it was it holstered?
It doesn't matter if it was holstered. He put it on his hip.
Yes, it matters. And I'm not listening to that stupid, weird logic you love to do. He was a legal. Minnesota is a legal open carry state. The man did not unholster his weapon. He was perfectly legal to do what he did.
Why did he go out? Why did he choose to go out at negative 22 degrees looking for trouble?
Well, I will give you one little point. I wouldn't have done it. I would not have given Trump.
You said that, so let me continue.
That's because you're smarter than that,
and that's unacceptable.
Well, Mike 123.
I would not have given Trump's brown shirts a reason, but they might have killed him anyway, whether he had the gun or not. To be honest, he was holding a phone. I think they'd have shot him either way. There's no reason to think the gun was the reason they shot him.
Why didn't he just comply?
Walk up.
Okay, let me fucking help you morons out. The man was holding a phone. He did not threaten them in any way with that gun. He threatened their authority because he stood up. He did not pull a firearm. There was no reason that I can see from the video that they felt threatened. Thus, my point, they might have shot him anyway, whether he had a gun or not. And I'm sure Mike 123, you have no clue what I'm talking about. And I know 12th Man doesn't. He's dumb as dirt. But the gun had nothing to do with the shooting, in my opinion.
Okay, but if a threat is a threat, Stanley, you just said he threatened their authority, and that was a threat.
There
That's
was
a threat. Whether
I
you want
was
it,
making a joke. See, as a federal law enforcement or any sort of law enforcement order, people who are speeding are violating or a threat to authority. If you break a law, if you jaywalk, that is literally a threat to law and order. Again,
Obstructing an
you're not bright
investigation
enough
is
to
a
understand the point. Don't talk about shit you have no hope of understanding today. And quite honestly, I'm about to toss both of you off. It's boring.
do what you got to do, pimp. But why make a joke if I couldn't
Yes,
speak on it?
Brooklyn, 12th man is dumb.
Don't make a fucking joke and we talking. I was asking you a question. Don't make a joke and
And
then
I
try to flip it.
answered your
Don't try
question.
to flip
Can we
it
move
on it
on to
like
the
I'm.
next question?
But don't try to flip it like I'm just dumb
I
or whatever you call it.
answered the question. Can we
fucking make
move
jokes
on
if
to
you
the
can't.
next question?
Don't fucking make jokes.
and
No, motherfucker,
obstructing
I will make jokes at will.
Don't get mad when
and
people
obs-
question it.
obstructing federal agents is a
No, there was
felony.
no
You
obstruction,
get that
12th
right?
man. 12th man, you are a drunken liar.
That is plainly filmed.
No,
They
it's
were
not
right in the
plain. I
middle of
watched
it.
the same videos as you. We disagree.
When you impede an investigation, that is a
No,
crime.
there were no investigations being impeded.
Yes, there
You're a
was.
liar. You are a liar,
Investigation, you can.
and obviously you
Hey,
are
you don't know
blind.
nothing, Stanley. You don't know nothing. You just
Blind
want to be
people
right.
should not
You just want to
lie.
be right.
Yes, I do want to be right, Mike. That
You just want to be
seems
right.
natural. Everyone should want to be right, Mike. That's
Okay,
why
so
I'm
how you
wondering
know
why
I'm not
you're
right?
so wrong.
How you know I'm not right? Explain to me why I'm wrong. Explain that.
Because I saw the same video and we disagree.
You don't know what video I saw.
You know what? And I don't care either. Let us watch the video that
So it can feed your narrative.
our
You
Brooklyn
showing one video
Watson
so it can
sent me
feed your
this
narrative.
video.
You
Now's
showing
a
one
good
video so
time
it can
to
feed your
quell
narrative,
the
Stanley.
urge to talk. Quell your
You
urge to
showing one
yap
video
on
that
like a woman, Mike.
you're showing one video that
You're
feeds your
yapping
narrative.
on like a woman, Mike.
You won't
Can we
show
watch
everything else.
Kimmy's video? I thought you liked Kimmy.
I do. I ain't got no problem with Kimmy.
Okay, then shut the fuck up.
You don't tell me what the fuck to do,
because
dude.
of the demographic shift and Islamization,
Come on, my
and
nigga.
through the weakness
Fuck
that
you
they
think you
sense
talking to, dude?
of the European political elite.
Mike 123 don't play that
The
shit, Stanley.
N-word on my panel?
Yeah, my nigga, you can't talk to me like that.
Oh boy. You know what? Let me play this quick video that I just released a little bit ago. I'm going to play it and then you're going to have to exit the panel.
I exit
Mike?
the panel, but you ain't gonna talk to me like that, pimp.
Motherfucker, exit the panel. I will speak to you as I think necessary. Any other dumb questions or statements? Any others? Hello? You there? I
Hello?
didn't think so.
I'm here, Stanley.
No, I wasn't talking to you.
Ready for more of your verbal abuse.
Yeah,
Or
Stanley,
you
you
can leave.
being mean to them today.
That's always an option. Because at this point in time, y'all have just pissed me the fuck off. You get what you get.
Well, I'm glad to say, Stanley, at least you're not the stupid white person that got shot. It's like Darwinism at work. Like, leave
Well, let me put it
agents
to you this
alone
way:
and
that
let them do their job, Stanley.
that
Just
you have no.
stay
Their
out
job
of their
is not.
way.
Okay, hey, dummy. Their job is not to interact with U.S. citizens. They should avoid it at all costs. These people are not impeding their investigations. They are doing
Yes, they are.
disobedience. Civil disobedience is literally a First Amendment right. And if you can't motherfucking accept that the very first privilege or right in the Bill of Rights is free speech, then you're un-American, 12th man. You might as well fucking be deported with the rest of them.
God damn.
Well, that's a terrible
You
idea.
fucking little fascist. Americans have
rude, man.
rights. And
Fascist.
ICE and Trump's other immigration infrastructure are violating American rights, and Americans will not have that. You can make excuses for your little green-shirted stormtroopers. The bottom line is Americans shall not have their rights violated by the people they pay taxes to fund. And if your little drunk ass wants to support this, then you are a fascist.
Well, why are your little white liberals going out there and getting in the faces of border patrol and ICE agents, impeding their investigation?
Being on the John Galt and the Be Brave and all these dumb fucking shows who don't force you to think before you speak, you've gotten spoiled.
I haven't been on those shows lately.
Your brain is as flabby as fuck. You're not used to thinking, and I understand you're out of shape, but don't bring that fucking flab to my panel. Shut up and listen and learn. But I'm going to critique the stupidity in the harshest way, especially if motherfucker, if you're over 50, I'm going to do it in the harshest way I can think of at the time. You're a dumb fuck, 12th man. And apparently there's no way to convince you are. You'll just keep on with this flabby logic.
And I thought I was stupid, Stanley.
Oh,
you are stupid, JB.
You know what? You're just quiet. I don't think you've gotten smarter. I just think you're quieter. All right. Well, let's.
Well, you don't have no.
I wasn't even talking.
You don't have no room to talk about anybody, Stanley.
I'm afraid.
Man, shut up and listen, Stanley.
I'm afraid I have a whole panel to talk about people.
Stanley trying to teach y'all something. Y'all need to listen.
No, I'm just trying to hold them accountable. They're beyond my teaching.
Hell yeah, I can see that, especially 12.
Stanley, you admitted yourself that you're smart enough to not go out there and get in their face. Why can't these stupid white people figure that out?
Okay, is there some right? Don't you have a right to be stupid in America?
Well, you shouldn't be going out there.
Tell me what you. My simple question.
Answer the question, dummy.
The First Amendment allows you to do stupid things. Do they have a right to be stupid, 12th man? Yes or no?
Yeah, they have a right to be stupid.
Let me just, God damn it, because I'm tired of having to deal with this flabby logic. Yes or no? Do you have a right to be stupid in America? Yes or no?
Yeah, and you also have a right to deal with stupid consequences of your action.
Unfortunately, there are stupid law enforcement that Trump insists on hiring, so you have to deal.
12th man, you're a fucking
Kim,
idiot, man.
You know what, Kim? No, he didn't say yes. You heard yes, but he didn't say it.
12th man, you're a fucking idiot, man.
Shut the fuck up, you dick sucker.
All right, let's watch Kimmy's video, please.
Which is really weak. Imagine if they actually do conquer the West and conquer the world. Where will they take humanity? They'll take humanity to death and destruction.
I'm Dave Rubin, and joining me today is the founder of the Ayaan Hirsi Ali Foundation and the host of the Ayaan Hirsi Ali podcast. Ayaan Hirsi Ali, I've said your name 3 times in the first sentence. How are you, my friend?
Oh, Dave, I'm doing very well. It's lovely to see you and speak to you. And yeah, great.
Well, it is always a pleasure to see and speak to you. And, we connected for 30 seconds before we started recording here. And you said something like, we're old friends in this at this point, which seems kind of crazy. I mean, I think I interviewed you for the first time probably fall of 2015. So we're rolling into our 11th year together. You have been fighting for Western freedom since well beyond that. But I thought maybe for some of my audience that is not totally familiar with you, and they should be, and we'll link to all your books below and everything else. There's so much talk about Somalia these days, and I think people are so confused about the history of Somalia, the American Somali population. We talk about Ilhan Omar all the time. Can you just clean up some of that, perhaps, and maybe connect it to a little bit of your personal journey, and then we can dive into some of the issues of the day?
And don't forget Somaliland, and they want independence, and I think it's a good thing, and so on.
Yeah.
Yes. I was born in Somalia in November of 1969, and Somalia became independent in 1960, and independent from British Somaliland. That's just the region that now wants to become independent. And then there was an Italian Somaliland. And that's where my father comes from. And also that's where I was born. But I was born after independence. And, as I don't know how familiar your audience is with African history, but usually after independence, people have these incredibly high hopes of building nation states that will thrive and that, hold all of these different clans together and different tribes. And for Somalia, that didn't materialize after the white man left. Because soon after, my father was one of the people who wanted to make a Somalia that looked a little bit like America. You come in and, you have founding fathers that designed this beautiful constitution and lay down these pillars, and everybody's going to subscribe to that, and we'll build this great nation state. That's not what happened in October of 1969.
Okay, I have to interrupt right here. And I far be it from me to be mean, but her comment about I don't know how much Dave Rubin's audience knows about African history. I was out in the kitchen listening to this, and I fucking did a spit take. Dave Rubin's audience doesn't know about American history. Dave Rubin himself is literally one of the stupidest people who is a pundit or some sort of political commentator on the right. They fucking roast his dumb ass on the right. So, and let me start with Ms. Ali. She's one of the stupidest commentators on the right. Why they ever ask her about American politics is beyond me. One of her problems is that she's actually jealous of Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar is like 40 years younger. And I don't know why Ayaan has never been in politics. She comments, but she does not participate. Ilhan Omar, and there's some problems with Ilhan Omar, but they're bigger problems with this weirdo. And by the way, she's married to Neil Ferguson, who is a far right historian. Now, he is smart. He is good at history, mostly economic history. I know who Ayan is. I know who her husband is. You know what? I'd probably enjoy hanging out, watching movies with them. Their politics are trash. She knows nothing about American culture. She would do better just shutting the fuck up and talking about what she knows. Neil Ferguson has a pretty good grasp on American history, but it's from the right. And by the way, Neil Ferguson is a colleague of Thomas Sowell's at the Hoover Institute. I know who these people are, not personally, but I know the reputation. They've all been on YouTube for damn near 10 years. I'm glad to watch this, but it will not be without critical comment. I literally think Ayan Hirsi Ali is as dumb as Dave Rubin, but we have to listen to him. No, I'll take that back. Dave Rubin is dumber. That motherfucker is like the dumbest fuck on the right I can possibly think of. He's like literally a piece of clay with a brain. Wait, hold it. It might be a person with clay as a brain. We're still trying to figure it out.
The Soviet Union, I would say, pretty much marches in by using a local Somali sergeant. And ever since, it's been chaos. So I was born into that upheaval. But within these great power politics mix of, the two, during the Cold War, the two hemispheres, Soviet Union versus United States, in Somalia, what predated and still goes through and is the permanent, I would say, feature of Somalia is the bloodline. It's the clan. And I remember being 5, 6, 7 years old, and my grandmother sitting my siblings and I down under a tree and teaching us our clan line. That's like your passport. I am Ayan, the daughter of Hersi, who is the son of, and so on and so on. And so every child is taught that. That is your welfare state. That is your benefit state. That's who you fight for and who you die for. That's your identity. And to supplement that identity was Islam. And what happened in Somalia, as in many other different parts in the world, was from about the 1980s, petro-Islamism came into our shores. And there was an attempt to reverse things so that where Islam supplements the clan bloodline, it became now that the clan supplements the bloodline. In that sense, I don't know who's prevailing at the moment, but there is this, everything that the clan holds dear, Islam enforces anyway. So when I was a little girl, I didn't have to wear the hijab, but little 5-year-olds today in Somalia wear the hijab. Maybe that's the difference. It's an Islamization in a society that was already clan, bloodline oriented and Muslim.
Right. And then, sorry, go ahead.
I wanted to say fast forward because my father was modernized. He went to Columbia University. He didn't just accept this coup of Mohammed Siad Barre in 1969. He went into exile and mobilized other men and decided to fight him. And this was occurring in Ethiopia, which then forced my mother and my siblings and my mother's mother to leave the country. So I've been exposed to, besides Somalia, I was in Saudi Arabia with my siblings. We lived in Ethiopia and we lived in Kenya. And during that time that we were living in the diaspora, we were looked after by the clans. That's just, I just want to illustrate that is how the clan system, how the bloodline works. When people ask me, how did you pay your rent? Where did you get food from? Who did?
It is so odd, but Ayan Hirsi Ali is the definition of a professional victim. All she does is talk about her time in this suffering. And that's perfectly fine. But Ilhan Omar, she's literally moved on. Now, Ilhan Omar is quite a bit younger. So, I'm willing to give some grace. But the bottom line is Ayaan Hirsi Ali is a professional victim. She has literally made a career of being a victim. And I just don't know how she's lasted this long on the right. These motherfuckers don't care. But, she has fit their political purpose. And it's how it goes, I guess. Professional victims, even on the right, can be paid.
This for you, and it's that wherever we go, there are Somalis, and if I meet you today, I'm not just going to say, "Hey, your name is Dave Rubin." I'm going to ask, "You are the son of who?" And you're going to say, "You're the daughter of who?" And then we try and track the.
And Kim, I'm going to tell you directly. No, most blacks are not professional victims, and I'm kind of insulted at the statement. Maybe black people like you, if you are indeed black. No, most black people in America are not professional victims. I am 60, almost 61, grew up in an all black neighborhood in the American South, and I'm not saying that. Maybe there are a lot of professional victims in your neck of the woods. Somehow in the South, I would never use that description, but everyone's entitled to their opinion. Ayaan Hirsi Ali, does she even identify as black? You tell me. I don't think she does.
Flatline, and we'll get somewhere when we maybe trust one another and help one
If
another.
you say
Or
so,
maybe we'll
Kimmy,
get to a
I
place
don't.
where
I would
we
never
keep our
call you a
distance,
professional victim.
and we feel that there's a sense of tension and animosity, and that's how it works.
So there's so much there that I think connects to what's going on right now. We don't have to tell the rest of your story at the moment, and again, we'll link to some of those earlier interviews. But you're ultimately fleeing and eventually becoming a member of parliament in Holland, and then your friend Theo Van Gogh being killed with a threat to you, and then subsequently over the last decade plus becoming an unbelievable fighter for Western values and individual rights and freedom and all of those things. But I want to focus on the Klan thing for a moment, because there's a video from probably 3 or 4 months ago where Ilhan Omar is on, who obviously is Somalian, where she's on stage and she supported Jacob Fry, not the Somali who was running against him, although he, I think, in some sense thinks he's Somali or something like that. And she started talking about the clans that had betrayed her. Are you, I suppose you're not that surprised that they've imported this type of thinking into America when you hear something like that?
Oh no, I'm not surprised at all. It's not that they imported, that is just how it functions. You cannot have, 70,000 to 80,000 people from Somalia living in Minnesota and not have a clan dynamic. It's all determined and ruled by the clan dynamic. What surprises and amuses me is that Jacob Fry decided to assimilate into the clan.
Is that possible? Is he the first one that ever did it?
No, he's not the first one. But anyway, he's decided he was going to assimilate into the clan. He probably thinks he's very clever. But he doesn't understand that this is another form of dancing with the devil, where he's going to be fried, as in Fried.
Right. So, okay. So can you talk a bit about, there's a lot of focus now on these roughly 80,000 people in Minnesota, and obviously what's going on with ICE and everything else. And so there's the fraud element.
So listen to this. This Somali racist being racist against her own people. See, if Dave actually had a brain under that toupee, he'd be asking, well, how can you say that about Somalis in Minnesota When's the last time? When's the last time you were in Minnesota? Dude, this is a failure of journalism, and she has hurt feelings. Let me put it to you this way. She is not a victim, but she's playing one on the Dave Rubin show. And look, I'm sure in her background there's some suffering there, but she's not the biggest victim, but she's playing one. It's disgusting, to be honest.
Of it, there's some element connected to illegal immigration, although a lot of the Somalis are legal, obviously, through Barack Obama. But what do you make of the whole situation, right?
Well, let me tell you why I think she's being a racist, Kimmy. Much like you were racist when you said, aren't most black people professional victims? That is being racist, Kimmy. So when Ayan Hirsi Ali says you can't bring this many Somalis somewhere and them not doing Klan behavior, she's being racist too. Doesn't mean she's wrong, but you were wrong. But it's still racist. Maybe I need to do a special show on what is racist and why so many black people on YouTube are anti-black. I've literally, in my 61 years, I've never met so many black people who hate other black people than I have on YouTube. It's truly been in education. Love white people though.
Now that's happening, that's unfolding in Minnesota.
So it's got three components. There's the Somali ethnic bloodline component that we've just been discussing. And they do have an alternative moral system. They don't see what they're doing as stealing. They see it as helping family and helping the
This
bloodline.
is
And so
hey,
if this
let me I love this. She's doing the Dave Rubin / Somali victim version of John Galt. She's talking about her own people in the third person. Yeah, that's racist. John Galt's a racist. Ayan Hirsi. As soon as you start calling your people they, yeah, you're heading down that racist road.
alien weak system that is dishing out money. If you don't take it, you're stupid. And also the assumption is we're not the only
I
ones who
disagree
would
with
be
the
doing such a
point.
thing.
You've
All smart
mangled
people
my
would
point,
be doing that.
Kimmy.
I wrote a piece on in the Free Press where I cite Edward Ban, who's just he's trying to explain to Americans about what he calls he calls it amoral familism, and this orientations towards the clan or the in-group at the cost of everything else. It's not unique to Somalis. I think it's probably once upon a time it was universal. But it cannot coexist within the nation state because the nation state is modern and the clan bloodline system is not just pre-modern, it's anti-modern. So there's that aspect of it, is that clan.
Mm-hmm.
And within that is another circle, which is the Muslim Brotherhood and the presence of the Muslim Brotherhood in America, dedicated to transforming America and Islamizing it from within. That's what they say. The way they do it, and they want to go about it, is by bringing Muslim communities.
So, someone tell me, Christians want to Christianize this country from the inside. Islam wants to Muslimize the country from the inside. The fuck is this silly woman? Um, Black people want to Africanize. They all kinds of people have their agendas. That's literally the way it has been from the beginning. Go back, go back and read your Madison, and you'll understand why it can be a problem, but it doesn't necessarily have to. What she's doing right now is demonizing Islam because, and see, let me also say this. There are 2 or 3 other women who kind of have her same thing. There's a lady who lives up in Canada who has a YouTube show, and one of these days, if I think of it, I might even be able to get her to talk to me on an interview. Her father really was an asshole, and it was a traditional. This was, I think, she grew up in Saudi Arabia. So, she has a huge problem with Islam, especially the misogyny. But she is similar to Ayan Hirsi Ali. She has huge critiques of what Islam is doing she lives in Canada, so Canada and the US and the West in general. But the thing is that um, getting on here and being irrational. See, what's so funny is on the right, they will talk about women being all emotional and hysterical while letting women be emotional and hysterical. This is literally what Ayan Hirsi Ali is doing. I'm waiting for her to break out in tears. This is a debacle. And only Dave Rubin could bring you this kind of dreck and not like just like I don't know what the fuck. I haven't watched Dave Rubin in years. So thank you for that, Kimmy. After years, I can confirm what I thought, in the first place.
And turning them into these ethnic blocs that are Islamist and that will vote the way they tell them to vote, and will be this demographic representation. And then there's the third layer, which is amazing.
Yeah. What happened, Stanley, man? What happened to you? You still there, man? Hello? Well, I'm holding the show now for Stanley till we get back then. You hear me, people? He'll be back in a minute. And you people better stop talking about him, too. Con, you gonna drop out next, so be quiet, boy. You too,
Yeah.
Mikey girl.
Huh. Okay, someone put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me now, please. Not sure why there was a problem. Probably the spirit of Ayan Hersey Ali is slapping me about the mic. All right, well, I can hear myself now. Oh, thank you. Hey, Shara. So anyway, I'm back, and I know I'm kind of beating up on Ayan Hersey Ali, but I literally, she is one of the biggest problems I can think of on the right, and I haven't seen her in probably 2, 3 years on YouTube. I'm sure she's been on YouTube. I just haven't seen her. I've not watched the Rubin Report in years because when I first discovered Dave Rubin, I actually used to watch him quite a bit, but he tended to be on other channels. So I'd see him on a Joe Rogan, or I'd see him on what's his name? Ben Shapiro's show. It was rare that I actually watched the Rubin Report, maybe a clip or two here and there. But Dave Rubin is he is it's almost disturbing when you hear him analyze shit. And Ayan Hersey Ali is a very close next to worst. She's really just disturbing. She's got nothing to add. And I've never figured out why they trot her out. They trot her out probably to hear, the soft voice and her horrible experiences, but no one ever expects her to like talk cogently on some political problem.
The Democratic Party, which has created this business model, electoral business model, that they don't want to go and persuade voters about the programs they have in mind. They want to do the exact same thing as what the Muslim Brotherhood is doing, which is pump every state with just enough ethnic voter blocks to vote for them in exchange for providing them with benefits. And none of these three groups.
They want to, but can they? Dude, okay, somebody tell me how this is everyone wants to get over on the government. She's literally doing racist bullshit here. What demographic group doesn't want shit to go their way in whatever their agenda is? She's literally playing on Islamophobia, and I find it disgusting.
Groups, the ethnic Somalis, the Muslim Brotherhood, or the Democratic Party seem to think that that money comes from somewhere. Taxpayers, you and me, do you think we want to finance our demise? That's exactly what's going on. And so there's this conspiracy. That's not a conspiracy, but it is this, collusion.
So since Ilhan is the representative,
well, of course she doesn't, Khan. That's why I'm here to point it out. That's what critique is all about. She obviously doesn't. There are probably things that I say or think that I need other people, sometimes out looking in. That's why they're critics, literary critics, movie critics. I'm too knee deep into what I'm saying. Sometimes to be a good critic of what I'm saying. But Ayan Hersey Ali, she's not a newbie in America. She's been around for quite some time, and she has heard these critiques. She doesn't think she's racist, but it's not the first time she's been called a racist. So that's where I'm coming from. Her views are really irrational, to be honest. They're clearly racist. She, I don't know how much time, and I think she lives in the Bay Area because her husband's at the Hoover Institute. She may even be at the Hoover Institute. I can't recall, but she lives on the West Coast. She doesn't live in Minneapolis. The fuck is she talking about? She is literally, if it's not racist, it's definitely classist. There are problems with their argument, and people like Dave Rubin just take this sort of stuff and they just treat it with respect. And in my opinion, it's a huge problem. One of the problems with this MAGA bullshit is they accept racist arguments. They will give them credence without any form of pushback. Dave Rubin's not asking. Is Dave Rubin? Dave Rubin's not going to push back. Like, when's the last time you've been in Minneapolis? When's the last time you were even on the continent of Africa? He's not going to ask those questions. And Ayan Hirsi Ali does not go on platforms that would push back in that manner. That's another thing that these MAGA weirdos don't do.
From there and seems to be at the center of this. I mean, do you think she's sort of equal parts all three of those things? She kind of thought, well, do the fraud because we can kind of get away with it and I'm the representative. Kind of has sympathies, let's say, to the Muslim Brotherhood, and then obviously is a progressive in the Democrat Party. Is she equal parts, or do you think one is running? It's just hard to understand what's going on there.
Ilhan is 100% clan oriented. And again, the other thing you have to understand is the Muslim Brotherhood in Minnesota and elsewhere in America is decentralized, and it's all delegated to, the Somalis. So the Council of American Islamic Relations in Minnesota is led by, the head of that is a Somali. So he's still advancing the Muslim Brotherhood agenda. He's a Muslim, etc. And then obviously the largest member.
Did you hear that? He's a Muslim, etc. No, he's a Muslim, etc. Look, Somalis are probably the largest Muslim group in Minnesota. So having a Somali in the state be head of it, is that evil? Is that a dun 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 moment? She is literally just being an alarmist. Right now, the biggest problem in America is not the Muslim Brotherhood, it's our president. He's the terrorist. He's the Brotherhood.
Somalis. So there's this hybrid symbiotic relationship that these two groups have. And so Ilhan Omar has to navigate that. And then she also has to navigate the Democratic Party, and she has to navigate the opposition, the Republican Party, the Trump administration that is now onto this cabal, onto this threesome, and they have to figure out how they're going to deal with it. And so this is, she's essentially, she's a real.
Well, I submit that the Trump administration is dealing with this problem that Ayan Hirsi Ali is talking about by killing Americans, white Americans at that. This is 2 days ago. So they may not have heard about, Alex Peretti. But again, President Trump is like killing Americans to deal with illegal aliens and whatever problems there are in little Somalia. She just looks so God damn, dude. I'm just glad I'm not Dave Rubin.
politician. I think she's a capable, talented politician, and she can put on these different hats, whatever or headscarves, whenever it is
Now, see,
convenient.
did
The
you
question
hear?
is,
She can put on these different hats and the headscarves or something like that. Yeah, because she's still a Muslim. You know, see, what is this hijabi? What is this hijabism? See, look at this. Look at this little subtle. Yeah, you know what? Ordinarily, I don't do that. Women are this way or that way. But listen to that little catty remark about the hats and hijabs.
capable, talented politician, and she can put on these different hats, whatever or headscarves, whenever it is convenient.
Look, the woman is jealous. It's an old woman versus a good-looking young woman problem. That's all this is. It's just female fucking jealousy and nothing more than that. And Dave Rubin is here for the cattiness. What's up, Dirty?
The question is, how long is she going to survive? Because she cannot serve all of these masters at once.
So, as somebody
No, I'm afraid
that
Trump is
grew
doing
up
that.
in Somalia, your
You can
first years
keep
in
blaming
Somalia,
Tim
underwent
Waltz all you
female
want,
genital
Kimmy.
mutilation,
It's
which you've
not
written
holding
extensively
water.
about. Then became really, I would say, a feminist in the true sense of the word, the original feminist sense of the word for equality, in the fighting for the West. You were also one of the first people that I ever heard talking about the sort of red-green alliance.
You know what?
And
I
the sort of
disagree with
useful
that,
idiots that the
Con, and I'm by no means anywhere near.
Stanley, I'll be back. I gotta go shit, man.
Yeah, okay. I don't think Islam is bleak any more than Christianity is bleak. If you've ever seen oh damn it. This always happens when I'm trying to think of something right off the cuff. What are the mystics? Damn it. If I had to be a Muslim, I would literally do damn it. It begins with an S and I can't think of it. Khan, help me out with this. The Whirling Dervishes. I can't think of their sect of Islam, but I'd do that joyfully. And I don't even like dancing. But I'll think of it in a minute. But Islam can be bleak, but so can Christianity. So can Judaism. Have you ever, like, the far right of Judaism, weirdos and extremists, and sometimes dangerous, by the way. Look, those far right, the far right of Judaism doing what they're doing in the West Bank and tossing, like, dude, all these Abrahamic religions have their fundamentalists who are just horrible people sometimes.
progressives play alongside the Islamists. That seems to be bursting forth in a more obvious way these days. But when did you really first see how sympathetic or confused the progressives and the left were with the radical Islamists?
Well, I saw that in the Netherlands, and I think in my early encounters with Dutch progressives, I thought it was all coming from a good place.
It's the Sufis.
I thought they were
I
people
would
who felt
gladly
that
be
they
a
were
Sufi. They
privileged, that
seem
they
to
had
have
held
fun.
colonies in the past, that they were super wealthy. And when I was in parliament, it was part of the Dutch national policy to reserve some of the GDP to develop other kinds of poor countries, to bring, poor people from third world countries into modernity. It was part of the national, the Christians active in that country to say, we're going to volunteer and welcome everyone So that's how I interpreted it. And also, by the way, my assimilation, which is very quick into Dutch society, I thank most of that for Christian volunteers, people who volunteered because little pieces of paper were hung in the church, like who wants to teach two Somali girls the Dutch language, and people volunteered. And then from there, for me, it was truly accelerated. That's how I interpreted it. But then over time, I came to understand and to review that there's an ideological component. People have come to believe that this concept of multiculturalism, which is rooted in communism, but it's a sort of soft identity-based communism. And that's what they believed. And I'd taken part in those debates in the late 1990s, early 2000s. I don't know, you remember that probably also.
I do.
Yeah, multiculturalism is the answer to everything, and we were all becoming morally right. You can't compare cultures, you can't compare religions, everything is the same. We don't want to be ethnocentric, blah, blah. So I really thought that that was coming from a good place.
Okay, and see, these guys, multiculturalism is fine. It's everything in balance. Yeah, she's just honestly, she's just a MAGA hack at this point in her life. And, Dave Rubin isn't, he just makes money off the show. He's not even smart enough to be a hack, in my opinion. So does Christianity. Dude, Christians hunted and burned witches, Khan. All the all the Abrahamic religions have horribleness. Dude, Christianity, Khan, do your homework. And I know you have. Islam, in my opinion, is no worse than Christianity if you want to take a historical view. That Islam is a little bit more medieval than Christianity is right now. You could go back 200 or 300 years and it was Christianity that were the back-asswards country fucks, and the Ottoman Empire were cosmopolitan. Religions ebb and flow over history, and you gotta look at things historically. This YouTube has ruined the brains of many a child. Well, Dave, you're back. You there? Dave? Hello? Why can I not hear you? Dave, are you there? Hello? Oh, well, he'll be back.
And then I went into politics. And as a member of parliament, walking the corridors of power, I saw how that went from coming from a good place to becoming, cynically, how do we
Let's
just
see if
win
we can
elections?
hear you now.
Yo,
And
can you hear me?
colleagues were
Yes.
not asking the question.
I'm getting bombarded by spam calls. I don't know what that's about. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, I think I was right earlier about. I asked the question, but I figured, that ICE would be in Minnesota to conduct investigations and to arrest undocumented. That's exactly what it says, word for word.
Okay, and Dave, they're not doing investigations. You don't do investigations house to house without warrants and shit.
It literally
It's
says
really, somebody actually described it as a purge, and I think that's closer to what their mission is.
that. It would seem like it to those unwilling to cooperate, but that's exactly what it says.
Okay, I'm sorry, Dave. American citizens do not have to cooperate. There's nothing in the Constitution that says you have to cooperate with law enforcement.
In the Constitution, Okay.
Okay, have you heard of it? Because I don't
No,
think Donald Trump has.
no, I have never heard of it.
Okay, there is nothing in the
Yeah.
Constitution that requires American citizens to show their papers. The First Amendment applies even when ICE is surged into the town.
It's implied, isn't it?
American citizens, okay, do not interrupt when I'm teaching you about the Constitution, which you
I'm not
obviously haven't
learning
heard
nothing
about.
from this. It's implied.
American citizens are not required to cooperate with law enforcement.
Okay, this is the first I've heard that.
Okay, dude, then you're learning something. There's nothing in the Constitution that requires it. Look at the Fourth Amendment, sir.
Look at the Fourth Amendment. You
Oh my
know,
God.
I don't know about you
Okay, no,
guys
no, no,
over
no,
there.
no. Instead
I,
of
you know,
talking, before
no, I do
you
have a
talk,
second question. You're
read
gonna
the
assume
Fourth and First Amendments. First and
you're
Fourth.
gonna
First
assume
and
all
fourth.
the way
See,
into
ooh,
a
look, he's
diatribe.
talking about the Constitution. Why is he talking about the Constitution?
No, you're gonna
First,
assume all the way into a
First
diatribe.
Amendment and Fourth Amendments apply to my very principled argument, and I'm sorry, I'm right. This
Okay,
isn't
you can
so.
be right.
This is
No, you
not
can be right. I'm
something
not
that.
fighting you on that
Okay,
point.
Dave. I don't. I know I'm right. This isn't a guess.
Okay, you can have the point.
Oh, I
The
don't
other
need to have the point. You need
Mm.
to get the point.
So American citizens don't have to
American citizens are not required to cooperate with law
with law
enforcement
enforcement. Yeah.
unless they are suspected of a crime.
Excuse me.
And protesting is not a crime.
Right.
Okay,
Except for
look
when
at
they
Kimmy. No. Look at your buddy Kimmy. All of a sudden, we're talking about fentanyl Floyd. What the fuck does that have to do with anything I've said?
There's something in the water up there. I'm telling you.
There's something in the water in that MAGA Kool-Aid you and Kimmy drink.
They did
Is
not
it like
scan that.
Tang? Is it like Tang?
They did not scan that water for
You
parasites.
just fucking mix it and it tastes like orange Kool-Aid.
They did not scan that water for parasites up there. There's something going
All I
on.
have to say, Americans, unless if law does not tell you you are suspected of, or I am detaining you because, I'm sorry, a cop cannot just come up to you and go, I need to see your ID.
Okay, it may not say that in the
Now,
Constitution.
you can say, well, officer, why? And he
You like
must tell you. He can't just go because I'm a cop.
okay.
And if you
But if
doubt
you
me, go ask that
I'm not
weird
doubting you. I'm
motherfucker.
not fighting you
Okay,
on that point.
let me finish what I'm saying, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
If you don't believe me and you want to talk to a fellow far-right weirdo, ask Joe Cool if I'm right. He's a fucking cop watcher. They do that crazy shit all the time. And I know you've seen him. What the protesters are doing is what Joe Cool does for a living, apparently. No different.
I'm sure he would make for a better
I don't
conversationalist
give
on
a
the
fuck
topic.
what he would say. I
I'm
think Joe
saying than
Cool
me.
is a
Than
I
me.
think Joe Cool is a pot smoking wasteoid. However, all I'm asking you to do is ask him if I'm right. I don't care about anything else. I just brought him up just because I know you trust him more than me.
I actually don't even listen to Joe Cool.
Well, I know
I
you
heard him
see
once,
him on
maybe
some of those
twice
far
on.
right MAGA black shows you like to frequent.
Actually, I have heard him once, and I didn't agree with what he was saying, but Okay.
Okay, the cop watchers like fuck with the cops all the time. And even I've gone, well, goddamn, you can't you can't stand outside the door of the police station and talk this kind of shit. But legally he can. Now, I'm not arguing they're using good common sense. Like if my son said, hey, I'm going to a fucking Minnesota protest and I'm carrying my legally licensed firearm, I
What would you
go,
tell him?
I didn't raise you to be crazy, but it's your right to do it. If you
Right.
want,
The same as if he wanted to be a
there is
matador,
no
you would stop him.
constitutional amendment or anything like that that says you can't be stupid. You can be stupid.
If he wanted to be a matador, I'm sure you would stop him too.
Okay, I don't want to belabor the point. I was just making a joke.
Oh my God,
ICE
baby,
is
that is
wrong.
tripping.
The 2 dead Americans were right.
If we win elections with the ethnic
They don't get a
vote,
redo.
or if we appease the Islamists, that is good.
I'm sorry, what?
They don't get a redo.
Yeah, and you know what?
There are no mulligans about your
there
life.
will be ICE agents in jail for this shit. Statute
Yeah.
of limitations does not run out.
Yeah. Well, so when are you predicting?
I don't give a fuck. As long, hell, they might get away with it, but
I'm pretty sure they will.
I don't know. This second guy, or actually, it's more than one guy. I think. I don't
My
know about
issue.
that second one. Okay, motherfucker, they shot him
I
in the
didn't
back
hear
of
you
the head.
talking.
They shot him in the back of the head.
They shot the other one in the face.
Okay. Before you natter on, shooting someone in the back of anywhere on your body means they're not a threat. I don't know if the second one, I don't think they're going to get away with it.
Okay. Can I start a new point or no?
Of course. Why not?
Never mind. I forgot it anyway. You do that thing where you like to kill a point I'm not making. You do good at it.
And you know what? Absolutely, I do, because I only have so much patience for bad points.
But
Bottom line,
you know that the
bottom
conversation
line
could have took a
is
different
they
turn.
get away with Renee Good. I just don't think they're going to be able to. I literally think the Trump administration is going to wind up bringing charges on the second one. It was clear.
Oh, I remember.
It was clearly a violation. And if they're training ICE agents like that, I also predict that ICE is going to be disbanded when the next administration comes in, because this is not going to go away. This is going to be Trump's legacy. Honestly, this will be how Trump is remembered. That's why he's going to do his best to backtrack and make amends. But the roll of the dice, he took a gamble.
I remember my second.
I also think Stephen Miller's gonna go. Noam is gonna go pretty soon, like in the next month or two, probably the next couple months. Stephen Miller won't last the year. He's gonna be too much of a liability.
I hear you. I remember my second point. Well, I got a question. Do you think that a misdemeanor is a crime?
No, it's not a criminal act.
That's what I'm saying. The semantics of that.
Okay, dude, let me help you with the etymology. Crime,
yes, please help me.
Crime, criminal. Misdemeanor doesn't rhyme with crime.
That is not how it's filed away. All right.
Okay, I don't really care about any of that.
You don't really know. It's better to say you don't know.
I'm not going to waste a whole lot of time with the dictionary. I don't think they're crimes.
Easier to say you just don't know.
Crimes are criminal acts. Misdemeanors are misdemeanor acts.
and both result in jail time, right?
I don't know. I guess misdemeanors can, but
Yeah, because it's a crime,
okay.
Stanley.
See, once again, you fail. So what?
It's a violation.
You know, if you commit 80 jaywalkings, eventually they're going to send you to jail. At some point, a bunch of misdemeanors wind up being criminal, I think.
If I was
You know,
to
at
take
some point, they're going to
drugs
charge you
from,
with something more. You know, I don't agree with you, Con. I think you and I have had this conversation. Misdemeanors are not crimes.
sure they are.
Crimes
If I was to take drugs to Pennsylvania, it's a federal crime, right?
okay, dude, I'm not gonna spend a whole lot of time. I said what I said, and
I
I
know.
have thought about it. It's not like you're exposing me to some new and rare argument.
I
Misdemeanors,
know. Just
if
like
misdemeanors were
2025, misdemeanors
crimes,
aren't
they
crimes. Yeah, I
would
get
be
it.
called crimes.
Yeah, it changed from not being a crime in like 2020.
I don't give a
2020.
shit about
Yeah.
any of that.
Yeah. It's not a crime
If
no more. I get it.
misdemeanors were crimes, they would be called crimes.
This is why both sides will forever have issues because an illegal
Yes,
alien
because one
will change
side
from
is
an illegal
obviously
to
smarter than the other and less reactionary.
an illegal alien change from illegal alien to asylum seeker. Semantics is just
No,
all day
actually,
long.
no. Once again, you get the history wrong. Let
I
me
know.
also talk about you MAGA blacks. Books are like water to the Wicked Witch of the West with y'all. If I mention a book, your skin burns. You're wrong. Asylum has been a thing forever in the West. Asylum is not something that Jose from Guatemala invented.
We're going to agree, we're going to accept and implement
Y'all gotta stop that.
policies that will have very negative
Okay, stop what?
consequences for our society. They didn't see
Stop with the bullshit semantics. Stop it.
Okay, so semantics are bullshit? Motherfucker, so all of a sudden being literate is a crime? Or is it a misdemeanor?
You have a narrative
Is
and you're
being
gonna stick
literate a
you're gonna stick
misdemeanor
to it.
or a crime?
For you, it's a crime because you misuse what you know. You change. You're like a fair weather fan. As long as my team
No,
is saying this,
motherfucker, you just
yeah,
can't you
that's what
just
this
can't
is.
Dave,
You more. You're a more.
don't be like
You're a shapeshifter.
Dave, I beg of you, Dave. I
You're
think
on that bullshit.
more of you, please don't be like fucking Savage. And dude, look at the title of the show. Hey, Khan, I didn't misrepresent it. I twisted it. That's
Yeah,
what
you
I
twist
do.
everything. Your understanding is
How
twisted.
many times have I come and confessed that I will twist your words? I will use them against you.
I think you twist
Who
your
doesn't
understandings
know
as
that
well.
by now?
You twist your understandings as well.
No, I twist your understanding. I know what I'm doing.
Yes, you don't really believe what you're saying. Exactly. That's what that
Yes,
boils down to.
okay.
I'm gonna say some
Who
shit I
here
don't
in
believe
this
just to prove
chat?
a point
Who
that I
here in
sound
this
crazy.
chat? Hold on, Dave. Let's talk to the chat right quick. Who here in this chat has not heard me say that I will twist your words and laugh when I do it? That's like, I know most people have heard me say that.
No,
Yes,
I give you credit. I give you
I wouldn't
credit. You're
say I'm
good.
full of shit. I wouldn't say full of shit. I would say semantics. I tend to know what words mean. So no one is saying again, if you've never heard me say that I will twist your words and laugh when I do it, just put a 1 in the chat, like you've never heard me say that.
You ever walk away from a conversation when somebody's like totally fucking with you? That's the only vibe I get from you, even acting like a misdemeanor is
Nope,
not a
I
crime.
always have to win the argument, even when they're
I
fucking
know
with me.
you can win it, but we both know you're wrong. And I shake my head later on when I'm like,
Oh no
doing something else,
I
like
don't
cooking an egg or something. I'll be like, you know that
no. You're getting
motherfucker.
it all wrong. Hold on, before you natter on. I never win an argument with a false premise.
Okay.
No, that is never my goal. I lie to win an argument. I'd rather just go, you're right. And I've done that plenty of times too.
Yeah, but the other show, I question your
Have I
morality, so I don't put it past you.
said, you know what, you're right?
You can stick to your principles, but I can use my experiences up here
Okay,
to say
that's
that.
not, I didn't ask you about my principles. Have you, Deacon
I would
Dave,
call what you
have
just
you
laid out a
ever
principle,
heard
sir.
me say that, you know what, you're right?
Yeah, you said that to me a lot. And even days I come back, as soon as I hit the panel, Dave, you
And
was right about
even
that the other day.
SKC can admit to it. Dude, there is nothing upsetting about being wrong.
See,
Means
most people
I've
would get
learned
burned
something.
up by this. It doesn't
It
bother me because I think
means
we both
I
know.
have learned something if I'm wrong.
We both know.
So anyway,
I'm
no
gonna
one
drop back
has.
down. I just wanted to come up and lay that out for you.
Okay, well, I gave it to you to take back with you then.
I'm gonna cook my breakfast and shake my head about this conversation.
Mike, I did not drop you.
To care. I mean,
Oh, and by the way, just so you know, if I put you in the back, that's not the same thing as dropping you. If you decide to kill the connection, that's on you. I'll tell you if I boot you off this panel, off the show, I'm always going to tell you and laugh when I do it.
we would detail those negative policy consequences, but the people who did that would be sidelined, marginalized, and they would be smeared and shut up. And everybody would just go with the dream fantasy of we need to win the elections. That's the most important thing. And we'll do it. We'll win these elections, whatever it takes. Are you on board or are you not on board? If you're not on board,
And by the way, it wasn't only the Netherlands that this was happening. Obviously, this was across much of Western Europe. So that leads me to, do you think there is a sort of free Western future, largely Christian future for Western Europe specifically?
I think now that the populations, large swaths of the populations who, because these societies were rich, not just the Netherlands, but all these other Western European countries, the United States, Australia, Canada, these are societies that were so wealthy that they could, for a long time, at least 2 decades that I have witnessed, they could ignore the consequences of the negative consequences of these policies. But we can no longer do that. Now it seems as if it's not just the working classes who are affected. It's not just women who are affected. It's not just Jewish minorities who are affected. It's not just Black Americans, African Americans, descendants of slaves in America who are affected. It's the middle classes. And
Okay, so now she's talking about shit she definitely doesn't know. Black Americans. What the hell did she know about Black Americans? Tisk tisk. This woman is a menace. She is a menace. Let's see here. Kimmy, there's a show. I might have mentioned it to you before. I'm going to drop the link in the chat. These are a bunch of conservative Black women. You might like them. So check it out. And apparently she's decided to do a live show every Monday. Let's see, pretty realist. And I may watch it tomorrow, though I don't think I will, because I have something planned for tomorrow. But maybe Wednesday. Oops. There we go. All right, so there we go. And Mike, don't be afraid.
It's, even Silicon Valley, the richest, most powerful people in the world are saying, my country, my environment is changing in a way I didn't vote for and I don't like. And who are the people who are making these decisions? So as this comes out into the open and these.
Okay, Khan, I don't give a fuck about the ruling. That ruling you're talking about has nothing to do with immigration enforcement. Immigration enforcement is for immigrants. What I said is that people who are U.S. citizens, especially, but actually non-U.S. citizens, but let's keep it strictly easy for y'all to understand. You do not have to show your papers. You do not have to identify yourself. You do not have to give up your car. The officer, and it's not just feds, it's also local. They need to identify themselves. They need to inform you that you are detained and that what they suspect you of doing. Okay, it doesn't have to be word for word what I just said, but you do not have to cooperate with law enforcement until they tell you what you are suspected of. The Eighth Circuit bullshit has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Immigration, ICE is not above the law. Neither is the Eighth Circuit, and I think I saw it. That's going to be overturned, by the way, because it'll be appealed. I'm right. This isn't something that I have concern with. I know I'm right.
Subversive forces, the Islamists, the communists, and whoever has hijacked the Democratic Party, that's what we're talking about.
I don't do
That is
platitudes,
exposed, and
Con.
I think I think it's healthy. I think it's good.
I've
and
read the
maybe there's a
Constitution.
chance that we
Have
reverse
you?
these policies.
So what does reversing it actually look like? Because I've asked a lot of different
Oh, and by the
politicians
way,
from
for the little boys and girls who do not realize this, every single law in America, federal, local, state, doesn't matter, they cannot violate the Constitution. They all have to be within that framework. So local laws, state, local laws have to be within that First Amendment or that Fourth Amendment. They cannot violate it. They cannot supersede it. They cannot be, extra constitutional. Americans do not, a cop cannot just come up to you and go, show me your ID. They have to tell you why they need to see it. I don't know what fucking country y'all grew up in, but it wasn't America. Now, if you just voluntarily give it to them, that's your right as well. But if you say no, tell me why, and the cop won't tell you, he's going to wind up in more hot water. Now it's inconvenient. It's easier just to go whatever you want, cop. But no, cops can't do that. And Con, I'm surprised you don't know this. I don't know whether you're being obstinate, but people have rights.
a lot of different countries. And, you can get some people, or there are certain places like Hungary, but that's not Western Europe, with Central Europe, where, obviously Orban has closed the border. In America, we've closed the border. But there's also a homegrown issue now in Western Europe. And in Holland, Geert Wilders, from what I understand, talks a really good game about this. But are they doing anything? I think they've closed the borders a little bit, but are they deporting people? They're still part of the EU. Like, there's just so many conflicting pressures there.
Now look at this.
So what is
Look at
reversing?
this. So Khan says, and it doesn't matter what limits the Constitution puts on government officials power if they can exceed those limits without any adverse consequences. I don't even know what that means. Is that English? There can be adverse consequences. But the problem is you can either be sheep and not insist on your constitutional rights, or you can just cooperate. Okay, and no, it's not a perfect world, it's not a perfect country, it's not a perfect constitution, but depending on what the situation is, cops lose jobs. Motherfucker, Joe, what's his name? Derek Chauvin is in jail because he violated George Floyd's constitutional rights. The motherfucker is in jail for murder because he went too far. It's not every time, but there can be consequences depending on the situation. And I'm surprised, Khan, that you can't expand your brain and look outside this immediate conversation for examples of what I'm talking about. You can't just fucking sit on someone and deprive them of their life because you have a badge. You know this as well as I do. Maybe you're just joking with me. Yeah. The Constitution is straight out of the book of Marxism, Deacon Dave. In what book was that Marxism, that book of Marxism? What's the title of it? Wait, hold it. What is this? Let's see here. People end up dead taking this logic. Well, you know what? And sometimes cops wind up in jail, Dave. Depends on the situation. What, does she have a new profile pic? God damn it. Let's have a look at this profile pic. I always have to look at Sin's profile pics. Oh, that's another filter, isn't it? A filter in a wig. Not bad. I'm not going to complain about it. But I thought you kind of look pouty here. Almost you look mean in this picture. So anyway,
It looked like I think I would just like to use the American example after Donald Trump is elected in November of 2024. And he ran on this. I am going to close the borders and I'm going to, track all the alien illegals and deport them. Now, that is the reversal program. It's very, very messy. And it gives, again, these other forces the opportunity to impede law enforcement, to create this sense of chaos. So it is, that's what reversal looks like. I've looked at countries like Sweden. Sweden used to be the most welcoming, the most naive. I mean, if you, I think it's a compliment to call them naive. I think sometimes they were stupid. And sometimes the elites of Sweden were insensitive to their population, so they need to be held accountable. But it's okay, reality is holding them accountable. So now they're at this place where they're saying, remigration, we're going to pay you, Somalis, Middle Easterners, South Asians, we're going to give you money to go back home. So that's like that soft European approach. versus that Trump hard approach of, I'm going to deploy, parts of our military to find these people and get them out. That's where we are. You look at all of how we're going to reverse these policies. It's just going to be one hell of a mess. It's going to be messy.
So when you see what's going on in I was about to say in Somalia, but when you see what's going on in Minneapolis and largely in Minnesota right now, same, yeah. When you see that, I mean, is there something? I see a lot of more left-leaning people who aren't complete progressives. They'll say something like, "Oh, yes, we understand we had to close the border and we should deport people, but not this way." And I always find that to be a little thin because it's like nothing is perfect. I think we've arrested, the last number I saw was less than 270 actual citizens of America were temporarily detained, usually for about an hour, out of 700,000 plus that have been deported. Nothing's going to be perfect. But when you're watching what's on the ground there, what do you make of it?
Well, again, you've got to analyze it and segment it and see who is doing what. The three groups that I talked about, the Somalis, the Muslim Brotherhood, and the Democratic Socialists that have hijacked the Democratic Party, those three groups, they like the status quo. They don't want that to change. So they are mobilizing. They're using funding from I don't know who and mobilizing to defend the status quo. And then...
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to call this silly bitch out for this point. The Muslim Brotherhood and whatever, there is a difference with the Democratic Socialists. Once again, these MAGA blacks, these MAGA hacks, and these dummies. American citizenship. So what if the Democratic Socialists, whatever their goals or anything is, they're American citizens. Muslim Brotherhood members, maybe they are, maybe they aren't. Ayaan Hirsi Ali literally needs to, you know what? These two are peanut butter and jelly. I'll just leave it at that. And then Khan made a point. Khan, it doesn't matter what system a society operates under when the power brokers in control are rife with that type of corruption. Yeah, welcome to Earth, Khan. None of that changes my point. Had OJ Simpson not been rich and famous, he wouldn't have gotten away with whatever he got away with. Life isn't fair. Thank you for noticing. And it's Marxism through activism and rebellion. That doesn't even fucking make sense. Why do I bother sometimes? All right, well, I'm ready to move on. This woman is exhausting, to be honest. God damn, her husband just must be tired all the time of this professional victimhood. Damn. I swear this woman is a problem. And I just want to slap her glasses off sometimes. So let's see. Let's listen to this. I was going to save this. But let's just go ahead and see what this is. Oops.
BA and the descendants of slaves who have pushed back on the Democratic Party are mainly Gen Xers. And you'll see a couple baby boomers, but they're the baby boomers that are real close proximity to us Gen Xers. And that's because baby boomers and boomers, they left us behind. The ones you've seen today.
What the fuck is this silly person talking about? And I'm calling her a person. Boomers left Gen Xers behind. What the fuck? Dude, this is a bunch of people who don't read. They have no fucking clue. talk about victim mentality. This is victimhood. This is victimhood mentality. And I don't know. Even as someone on the left, it is a bit much to have to deal with these weirdos. Wah! Let me behind. God damn. So annoying. Let's see here.
In these speeches with Dr. King and talking about Jesse Jackson and all that, they do not represent the ones who were born in the 70s that lived through the crack epidemic. They don't represent us. These are the Black affluent people that left the community, thought they were.
Khan, look, this country was founded by elites. A good portion of the founders and framers were rich white men who owned slaves. This welcome to fascism bullshit, you do know that this country was founded on fascism. It was white, it was racist, and they othered the Indians. That's literally fascism. This country has always been fascist. And the Christianity just adds the mysticism. Oh, Khan, Jason Stanley, start reading him and you'll get my point. Honestly, Khan, this country's always been fascist.
Was too good for us, and they turned their back on us. They allowed children, because at the time when this was,
I would start this from the beginning because this is just too dumb to believe. So the Black middle class,
going on, I
is
was
that who did it?
13.
Let's see what this. Oh my God, dude, our education system. Oh my God, I literally. Wait, this is even better. Let's see here. Now there are two pictures of her. Oh, who knew? I didn't know you could actually like separate the audio here. This is fascinating. Interesting. So let's see. What else can we do with this? Looks like Deacon Dave, to be honest. All right, well, let's play it again. Uh-oh. What happened here? My bad. You know what? I probably hit another button. All right, well, we will try this.
And you'll.
Oh, and by the way, King Picks, so did I. Except for college, I went to a public school for college. So who cares if he went to private school? So did I.
You'll see a couple baby boomers, but they're the baby boomers that are real close proximity to us Gen Xers. And that's because baby boomers and boomers, they left us behind. The ones you've seen today in these speeches with Dr. King and talking about Jesse Jackson and all that, they do not
Why would I watch
represent
my tone, King
the ones
Picks?
who were born in the 70s that lived through the crack epidemic. They don't represent us. These are the Black affluent people that left the community, thought they was too good for us.
Now, someone tell me, how is that not victim mentality? So the black people who were doing well left us? The fuck? Okay, somebody help me with this. Deacon Dave, you seem to know a lot about these sorts of things. Somebody help me. Isn't that what they're supposed to do? The Beverly Hillbillies picked up and went to Beverly. What the fuck? That's what people do. People, this is one of these weird things. And I kind of understand it because I hear Nightdish and Savage and all these fucking old YNs. When it suits them, they want to talk about all this unity and community, and we need to all be like the Asians. But then when it doesn't, they will literally just say, hey, you know what? As a man, it's all weird to me. And that's why you should just do your own thing and ignore those weirdos. Mike, you're back.
Yeah, man, my bad. Shit, my power out down here with the badass ice storm. I had to charge my phone for a little bit.
Oh, really? Is it still happening down there?
Nah, it's the storm passed, but the power is out. Well, at least where I'm at.
Wait, why are y'all having bad weather and I'm not?
Man, we got probably about 2.5 inches of ice still on the road.
You know what? Apparently in Atlanta, they might have gotten something. I haven't talked to my son, but we got rain over my way. We got rain and it's been fairly cold. Like it's 22 outside. It'll probably get into the teens. But
yeah, they said with that wind chill here, it feels like -4 right now where I'm at.
we might. I don't really care.
Yeah, I really don't
And
either.
the other thing
I'm
is
making it.
my power's been fine.
Yeah, it's all good, man. I'm making it. No, nothing like that.
Well, it's not been any bad news for me. And my Kindle's charged, my phone is charged, and guess what?
It's
I
all
think
good, pimp. It's all
even
good.
my internet, one of the two networks has battery power or something.
So
Like I
what were
need
you
to
getting
get
at
on
with
the
this
internet.
video here?
Hmm.
Don't answer me like that no more. What the hell was you getting at with this video right here?
I don't know. It was sent to me, so I'm going to watch it. So something about black people left the hood and the people left in the hood are bitter. That's what I'm getting from it.
And they turned their back on us.
And by the way, black boomers left Gen Xers to survive the crack epidemic.
Yeah, the boomers were the
It's
problem.
such
The
a
boomers.
large and dumb. No, some did, but I'm a Gen Xer, and my parents are. They were like maybe a year or two over boomer,
Okay, we
over
get
the
it. But
boomer
the boomers were
generation.
the problem. The
No,
boomers were
boomers
the
are
problem. And then
zero
y'all get up
problems.
here and preach all.
Okay, let me help you out because I'm not in the mood to be overtalked. I don't give a fuck if
Do
you're
what you gotta do, player.
okay. Lazy motherfuckers with a victim complex is what I'm hearing from this weird looking person. The boomers didn't fuck you, being lazy fucked you.
So now it's because of the looks.
It's because of laziness.
They allowed children, because at the time when this was going on, I was 13, 14 years old. They allowed their children and their families to be taken in by CPS, drop out of schools. They didn't give a fuck. Go in and out of juveniles. They didn't care. They left them kids, they nieces and nephews, on the streets to survive and fend for themselves. Many of us was homeless, couch surfing, living in motels, sleeping in cars, parks. They didn't come get us. You would think that at least on Sunday that they would come outside and, serve the community and give us meals or sack lunches or something. They didn't do none of that. They would literally be at a church that is around the corner from where people were getting high and selling drugs at. And they would never walk their ass around that corner to go do any outreach whatsoever. They will hop in their big black Cadillacs soon as service was over and leave. They literally would ignore children, and act like we wasn't there. I watched this. It's crazy how now they're out there.
Let me guess that those people were like, "Isn't that your kid?" So if it's not their kid and the parent is standing next to the kid, what was it expecting? What is it, Mike? Mike, I can't hear you.
Because I'm not saying nothing.
Okay, well, you unmuted. Do you have something to say, or
Just
should
because I
just go
unmuted
back?
don't mean I had something to say. Just listen and watch the
Oh,
video, dude.
gotcha.
I know how to
Okay,
interject when
let's
I
go
got something
back.
to say.
Yeah, okay.
Their ass up on television and do all this outreach for migrants and the LGBTQ community and all these other groups when they
So the
literally
boomers
left
are doing
an
the
entire
outreach.
generation of black people behind. They let us get beat up by the police. I mean, the schoolhouse wasn't teaching us. Teachers was literally calling us spastics and dummies and telling us that we would never be anything. You think we could come to them and say, we're having problems at school? Could you come up here and talk to these people? Nope. They would, if your mom was on drugs, they would say shit like, ask your mama. How come your mama can't do it? And if your daddy wasn't, why can't your daddy help you? When they knew damn well that your dad or your mom was either in jail or on drugs. Those are the black people you seen. The Al Sharptons, the Jesse Jacksons, the MLKs, those kind of families. We were nothing more than a cash cow after the 80s, something that they could race bait.
Yeah, this is what ignorance does. Jesse Jackson, I don't think he's a boomer. I think he's older than that. Look, I understand her I think it's her frustration, but here's where I stand on these little diatribes. Literally, dude, if you're gonna come up and spit vitriol, you got to be right on the facts. You literally have to be airtight with the criticism. And this silly woman betrays her lack of education. So that's my response. Mike, I saw you muted and unmuted.
God damn, you keep watching. You want me to say something, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Well,
That's why I
goddamn it,
asked you, Mike.
I'm trying to hear the video
I
before I
asked
give
you,
a
Mike,
full.
you got something to say?
I'm trying to hear the full video before I say anything.
All right, well, let's move on.
White America with. Oh, this is what's happening to the black community, but they were looking at it from a distance. They never once stepped in and said, oh, let's get our hands dirty. What they did is start taking away our community centers, start taking away our youth employment jobs. Made it easier for us to be able to take control of our health care. I mean, they really, the baby boomers and the boomers that.
You know, I'm going to swear, and I don't know if Nightish, if you're in the Nightish, if you were in the clouds or the chat, can you come up and talk about your performance here? Because I never knew that you wore red headbands.
They say Leprechaun got his channel stolen, didn't they?
I'm sorry, what?
Leprechaun, Nightish, didn't he get his channel taken?
I think I heard, and I can't imagine why.
Oh, and speaking of Nightish, I heard your stupid ass up on his panel yesterday. That's another thing, Stanley.
Why'd you think it was stupid?
Well, you got yourself banned. Well, you got yourself put down several times because of the dumb queer shit you were saying. But
Well, let me tell you why I think I get put down. Would you like to hear why I think I
well,
get
we
put
know
down
how
off
you
these
get put
panels?
down.
Motherfucker, that's a yes, no.
Spill it. Let the people know why you get put down, Stanley.
Because the bitter truth stings their skin.
Why are you so
See,
confident in bitter truth?
These weak motherfuckers want to hear me go, you might be right. And I know they are not. They want to
I
act
didn't
like
say that. I didn't say that.
they are literally the fucking white boys that I went to school with 30 years ago. All they want is an excuse to be stupid and to be heard out. And I'm not their goddamn confessional. If you're dumb, I don't give a fuck about you. I will mock you. I will just, hey, I think you're dumb. They don't like the honesty. That's why they don't come up on my panel.
Okay, can we finish the video?
And look, I love Niners to death, but I'm not just
See,
because I
that's
like
weird to
them
say
doesn't
when
mean
you say
okay,
shit like that,
motherfucker,
Stanley.
you're interrupting me while
Yeah,
I'm
I am,
talking,
because
and
when
you
you
know
say
how much
weird,
I hate. Enough. Be right on some shit, and I'll start respecting you. But the boomers hurt me. That's not a goddamn argument.
That are post and pre civil rights movement, they left us behind. So they don't get to speak for us now. And this is why you're going to see a bunch of foundational Black Americans saying they do not give a fuck about a Jesse Jackson. And that he did not have the authority to even classify us as African Americans. And who the fuck does he think he is?
This is amazing. So Jesse Jackson demanded. Listen to this silly horse.
ain't she one of your people, Stanley? Ain't she one of your people?
Jesse Jackson forced Black America to be one way or the other. This is amazing. This is what not insisting that your kids get a good education sounds like, folks. You look like this and you sound like this.
This is why you'll see Black people saying that we don't like Al Sharpton. He's nothing but a race baiting ass motherfucker that's gotten paid off of our pain and suffering, but has not created not one solution. This is why you'll see foundational Black Americans completely pushing back on the Democratic Party.
Probably,
most of us had to leave the church.
He's right.
Because even when we decided we want to clean ourselves.
Let me mock another motherfucker.
I agree with that.
Whoa. I'm talking.
Oh, I'm talking too, dude.
King Pix, you must have gone to some evangelical school or something like that. I went to a Catholic school, and this bullshit about what boomers could do. Boomers probably didn't work at McDonald's. Because McDonald's was not nationwide back when it was founded. It started on the West Coast. You got a whole lot of history books to read, son. In your Catholic school, well, like I said, I don't think you went to a Catholic school. Apparently, your evangelical Christian school did not force you to read American history. Nothing you said even makes sense.
So are you saying if you didn't go to a Catholic school, you don't know
Yes,
shit?
that's what I'm saying, Mike.
Well, you're a dumb bitch.
Yes, dude, Mike, you don't like honesty, do you? You asked me what I was saying.
What you're speaking is
see
not honest,
how
Stanley. You really
easy
don't
it
believe
was
this
for
shit.
me to
You really don't believe this shit that come out of your mouth.
Mike, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, ask away.
You heard your daddy say yes. Now, can you do it, son?
Stanley, you got Mike 123 fucked up. I don't know what world you in. Stanley, I don't know what the fuck
What's
world
up,
you in,
son
but you
kid?
gonna stop disrespecting me, G.
I will stop disrespecting you, G. Well, Sunkist, his tirade is over.
Oh, I thought you was gonna play this tomorrow.
You know what? I'm actually kind of on the downward glide path. But since we're here, what do you think of it? I really think this is outlandish,
I
both
think she.
logically.
I think at first I thought she was a crack baby, but she was saying that she was talking
Crack
about the
baby.
boomers and the baby boomers. Now,
Mhm.
I think my grandparents was baby boomers,
Mhm.
and
Well, you're young enough; they could have been.
well, my grandmama was born in 1934, and
Well, no, she would be about what 12 years. Look, I let me just preface this by saying I honestly don't think generational arguments like this, all of a sudden it's all the rage on Black YouTube to talk about boomers and Gen Xers and stuff. And what the fuck does that have to do with much of anything? You know, it's such
well,
an artificial way of classifying people.
I don't have a problem with boomers or baby boomers, but Gen X is particularly terrible.
Okay, listen to what I just said. I
Yeah, I heard you.
personally find
No, you
I
didn't hear shit.
personally find all that stuff, it's almost
Hey,
like
Shira.
astrology. You know how, someone asked me the other day, "Well, what's your sign?" And I went Pisces. I have no clue. I know that Einstein was a Pisces. That's probably the only thing I know
So
about it.
you comparing
I
yourself to
think okay,
Einstein?
I do not know why you have to interrupt
I'm
me
asking you, are you comparing yourself to
mid-sentence.
Einstein?
Okay, Mike. All of a sudden you became a man in the
Yeah,
last
well,
2
I'm
minutes?
asking you, are you
Okay. You'll wait. So here's what I'm trying to say. I look at this generational who's boomer, who's X, who's all that. I literally look at it as another form of astrology. When you were born, sorry, it just doesn't work for me. I think it's a bad way of framing stuff.
are you
Well,
comparing yourself to Einstein because of a zodiac sign?
I did not compare myself to Einstein, sir.
You
is
did do
it
that.
I literally
comprehensive?
did
Lady,
not.
hold on, lady. Hold
Again,
on.
okay, you don't call her lady. You didn't we cover this, dummy? Call her queen.
I'm not fucking calling. I don't know if she a queen.
You will fucking call. You know what? You got me. You got me repeating your atrocious language. Call her queen or don't
I'm not
call
doing
her
that,
at
Stanley.
all. Don't call her sun kissed then.
Sugarfoot. So yeah, when you hear me and
Stop
Stanley
calling
talk,
her. You know what? I literally just released that video of us talking about the N word on my panel. And it begins with something like treat women nicely. And you just have this weird problem with treating women like human beings.
well,
What's wrong
I
with you,
I
Mike?
treat the women I respect
Who
nice.
broke
I
you,
treat the
Mike?
women I
Who
respect.
broke
I treat
you?
them nice.
Who broke you?
The women I respect, I treat them nice. But she's somebody I really don't
Okay,
respect. I just got to keep
let
it
me
real with
let
her.
me help you out. Even if you have to pretend you
Yeah,
respect
I'm
her
not.
on
I
this
don't
panel,
pretend. That's what your
dude,
problem
if
is,
I
Stanley. I
have to
don't fucking
choose, it
pretend. I
won't
don't
be
fucking pretend. What
it
you don't
will
understand about that?
not be you if
What
I
the fuck
have to
do you
make a
not understand? Mike
this
123
this
don't
dude
pretend.
see this is what these anti-black blacks do. They think if you match someone word for word, they're winning the argument. Dude, if I was on someone else's panel, that might work, but I got a mouse with a button. Respect the woman or get off the panel. That's your choice, Mike. If you call her anything other than sun-kissed, you're out of here. I need you to acknowledge, sir.
Why you so fucking sensitive, nigga?
Because I'm a dick. I'm an asshole. I'm insistent. Can you comply?
I'm gonna call her what I feel like is necessary.
You will not do that.
Oh wow.
You will not do that without consequences. Now, Mike, you contribute to this show. You are literally one of a major supporter of this show, but that's not going to protect you from getting booted. Please behave.
We can move along, man. You making something that
Well, motherfucker, we can move along, but we need to stay here and stop listening to it will be how I want it, motherfucker. Okay,
hey, that's fine, but you can't make me
be
do
goddamn
something.
blunt with you. It will
You
be
can't
my
let
way
me
or
be blunt with you. You
motherfucker.
can't make me
Okay,
fucking
bitch. You want to do that fucking black YouTube bullshit? No, don't match me word for word. I need my words to reach your waxy ears. It's my way or the goddamn highway, Mike. We're done with the silly banter. And Savage, it's good to see you, man. You just fucking cheer on the bad respect without bringing your silly ass up here, and I will chuckle. And by the way, look at the title of the show, Savage. It's talking about you in Nightish.
I was just gonna ask if is
I'm sorry, I
comprehension
didn't
a
hear you.
part of literacy?
You know what? I've given up on literacy on this panel sometimes.
Oh, okay.
How long is this video, by the way?
I think it's like
what you
7
trying to
minutes.
say?
Say what?
What are you trying to say? Why did you ask that question?
I asked Stanley if comprehension was part of literacy.
But why did you want to know
Oh,
that?
whoa. You know what? It is basically 51% of literacy. Reading, you can learn to do that.
Right.
Why did you ask Stanley that question?
Why do it matter? I was
Well, you
talking to
asked the
Stanley.
question.
She
I'm
was
just see, this the shit that this the shit that
testing
pissed
my
me off with you
literacy.
goddamn people.
I was talking to
All
Stanley.
right.
So why are
Well,
you
we're not gonna get
concerned?
nowhere. One of us is damn fool. It ain't Mike.
See,
So
he's my seeing eye dog.
mhm.
he's my emotional support animal, apparently.
I don't know what he used. I thought I was talking to Stanley.
Well, let me tell you what he's gonna be polite to
He
you.
gave you a fucking dumb answer
We
like he
know
always do,
he's
but
gonna be
you didn't.
polite to you. Or
No,
else.
that's bullshit, Stanley. See, you're talking
Okay.
bullshit now.
Hey, you know what? Go ahead and talk all
You're
that
talking
talk,
bullshit,
Dennis the
Stanley.
Menace.
You're talking
Let's see
bullshit.
let's see who wins on this panel.
Well, you gonna win because you got that button.
Yes, motherfucker. Thank you
That
for
don't mean you're
realizing.
right, or that
Thank
don't
you
mean
for
you're right.
hey, being
But
right
let's
at this
continue.
point in
Move on to
time
something
is
different,
not
dude.
my biggest concern. It's
Stand the
okay if
fuck
I'm
down,
not
Stanley.
right.
Quit being a simp and move
Hey,
on.
I'm gonna do hey,
Quit being a
your
simp,
daddy
Stanley, and
Trump.
move on.
Your daddy Trump says might
Shout
is
out to
right.
Donald Trump.
You're gonna be my Venezuela, motherfucker. Don't make me
Oh Lord, now
drop
he's
your ass.
Venezuela.
I will treat you like a Venezuelan drug boat.
Oh no. That's terrible.
Get
No,
it out.
but the generational arguments, I don't know. It's just strange because, like, between my grandparents and my parents, my grandparents, all four of them managed to accumulate 5 houses, and all of those houses are gone.
Had the what?
5 houses.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, and we don't have none of them now. They all gone.
Well,
And
no, I
Okay,
mean,
what else?
what's your point? I mean, did they
I think that's
sell
a
them? Did they
generational thing.
lose them? How? Why
They
don't they
they
have them?
they sell them off.
Yeah. Well, what's wrong with selling them?
Why would you sell a house and you don't have one?
Well, because you might need the money, or there are times back during Jim Crow, and they might just go, well, look, we can give you half the price that the house is worth, or we'll just take it. I need to know the context would be starters, because I always bring up Bruce's Beach, where they took a property via eminent domain, black people. It was a black resort in California.
That's
So,
bullshit. They just don't
the
take something
context
that
matters. I don't know why you're talking there, little boy.
call it what you want, G.
I will. So, the question is why they sell. And so, you can tell me, or, if it's private, I understand that too.
Well, my dad sold my grandmama house because he didn't want to make the repairs on the house.
Oh, that sounds like a good reason to
So how's
sell.
that anybody else's problem?
Okay, I do not know why you're talking, Mike.
Well, I got questions too.
Look, your father had his reasons. So, I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out, are you
For
mad
me,
at your
it's like, okay,
selling
well,
it
I
or
was
what?
grown at the time, so you could have um let me keep the house. Yeah,
Did
you
you
pass
ask
away.
hold on, Sunkiss. Did you ask him for the house?
No, because I didn't know he was selling it.
Okay, if you didn't ask him, then why are you mad?
How would I know if he was? How would I know if he didn't
Okay,
tell me he was selling?
Sunkissed, listen to what you just said. You know why he sold it, but you're saying you wanted it and didn't ask for it. Am I getting that right?
I didn't know he was gonna sell it.
Oh, okay. Did he have to, was he obligated to tell you? It was his property, right?
Oh Jesus! Oh, okay.
Okay, look. And Sunkiss, this is not specifically to you. Please understand that, and please
Hmm.
forgive me. But look, we live in a country that is very capitalist. Kids don't necessarily, even when they're adults, they don't necessarily have a say in their parents' business dealings. This weird victim complex, like, why'd he do that? Um, Fucking just succeed. Okay, parents don't owe kids a living, they owe preparation to make a living themselves. It's totally weird to me that generations owe it to the next generation. That's a trope. They actually don't. Good parents will raise their kids responsibly and all that stuff to make a living for themselves. Bill Gates, for instance,
Hmm.
isn't going to leave, at least the last time I checked, and it's been decades ago now. But his thing is, I'm not leaving these kids with $1 billion.
Oh, 10 million apiece.
I hold on, I'm paraphrasing, but I want those kids to work. They need to earn their keep, essentially, is what he's saying. He's not going to leave them poor, but he's not
I
leaving
just
them $1
think
billion.
it's a bit ridiculous.
Parents do not owe kids a living for the rest of their lives.
Mhm.
And generations do not owe the next generation luxury.
Well,
That's
I
just
don't think
not the
it's
way.
luxury to keep real estate in the family. I do think
Okay,
that helps.
I don't really. You are entitled to your opinion. You and I won't agree on this. Business
See,
is
that's the problem. You get up here taking up for these goddamn baboons like her, Stanley, and then you won't let
yeah,
nobody else ask
Mike.
questions.
I think you need to take a shower. Don't ever do that again. What's up, man? Tomorrow.
Yeah, what's going on, man? Chilling
Well,
out.
you weigh in on it. You're the most sane person up here.
No, I mean I've seen it both ways. I mean, like my grandfather's house, a house he built, got messed off by, my oldest uncle dying, and nobody knew what was going on with the house, and ended up it went to his oldest son, and he pretty much let the house go. Like my mother's actual house, my oldest brother ended up messing that house off in the actual, the mortgage crisis or whatever. And so they gave me what they were supposed to give me: perspective and preparation to leave that place and go to do the best I can. And I would never, and even though people ask me to be the executor of their wills, so that way they
Yeah.
can give the right kids stuff versus the wrong type of kids,
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell them up front, I will happily do it. You don't want to do it, but we can't keep losing property to these, well, this person ain't doing well enough, and like, no, they can go rent like everybody else. So,
That's what I'm talking about.
yeah, I
Like,
have been on both sides of it. I've been on both sides of it, and giving it to the most competent people is the best move at all times. That's the best
Right.
way to keep the real estate around because those people work their lives off. Mortgage like $300-400. Next thing you know, house worth $500,000-600,000. I've seen people go out, get a reverse mortgage, or do something even worse. Go get a HELOC, buy a whole bunch of nonsense, stunting on people. Next thing you know, the house gone. 4 years. I've seen it. So
Look, I'm, and again, it is due to my just personal quirks. My parents gave me an expensive education. They literally, um, like, my parents are my heroes. Next in line would be Frederick Douglass. Um, look, I they gave me the best thing possible. They gave me a brain to use. Um, I'll make the best of it. I will not blame them for my failures if I fail. I think it's unfair. They
so,
were a couple for 59 years.
mhm.
I never starved. I had a go-kart. I had a couple luxuries. Dude, if they don't look, and I've told this story. My father's a planner, and he used to tell me way back, like when I was in my early 30s and 20s, I'm planning, you need to plan. A lot of good advice. My mother went through a prolonged illness with Alzheimer's. Zero. He never shit. They didn't even tell me till like 7 years into it. They did not ask a dime from their children. As a matter of fact, the only chore, which I honestly found distasteful, it almost made me cry, is y'all pick out the casket. It doesn't matter what it cost. And I was kind of close to my mother, but that's it. Not a goddamn dime. That's what parents do. They luckily didn't have to sell the house or anything like that, but sometimes I just find it, I don't think kids should judge the business transactions of their parents unless it is just nakedly like, I'm not giving you this shit, I'm selling it. Now, then you have something to talk about, but parents have their own business, and once you have left home, I just don't look.
I
There are
think it's
people.
crazy that
Why?
that generation produced 5 houses, and none of those children was able to keep those houses, and then they
Okay,
have
so the
nothing,
kids couldn't keep the houses? Did the
and
kids
they
lose them or the parents?
the kids did. My grandparents.
Okay, so you're blaming the parents for the kids' bad decisions?
I'm
Or
talking.
am I missing something?
I'm talking about something is going on with Gen X.
Okay,
This
let
lady
me
right
try
here.
and clarify this.
You
So
gotta let me finish. The
I
lady.
don't necessarily have to. I'm trying to ask clarifying questions, ma'am. Are you blaming Gen X for losing the houses? If they lost them, what, the
No.
foreclosure?
I'm talking about a generational thing. This lady in this video is a Gen X person, and
So what?
she is blaming boomers and such
And
for
you think
whatever.
she's right?
No, I don't. I do not think she's
Okay.
right. I think Gen
Okay.
X was not properly raised. That's what I think.
Okay, I happen to be Gen X, and I think I had the next thing to the Brady Bunch as a
And
black
how
man.
many people you know like you, Stanley?
Does it really matter?
It does.
Am I supposed to compare myself to other people to justify that statement? I'm sorry, you're breaking up now. I don't need to justify my upbringing, bad, good, or indifferent, to anyone. I said what I said.
No, not justify your upbringing. I'm asking, have you observed that most people in your generation grew up the way that you did?
Everyone in my all black neighborhood, which was middle class in Savannah, Georgia, grew up very similarly. So I know a bunch of people that I grew up with. As a matter of fact, let me tell you a little story. My brother's 13 years younger, and he last summer spent 2 weeks in Japan with his family, with his little childhood friend who grew up um, behind my house and next door to that house. After who knows how many years, they've been keeping up. Shit, they're almost 50 themselves. So yeah, I know a lot of people who grew up like me.
Well, from what I could tell, listening to the stories of some of these people growing up, uh, they're skipping school and doing a bunch of stuff they don't have no business doing, and there was really no consequences because their parents was working. It's almost as
Now,
if,
my question to you is, why do you care so much about this? Did you do it?
why do I care?
Yes.
Because I'm part of the so-called black community, and we
Okay.
lack things like generational wealth. And
Okay.
I'm looking at why
Let me
does
help
this
you out.
occur.
While I am aware of the lack of generational wealth, I don't care. Unless I can help. I don't know every black person in America from East Coast to West Coast. I have a very boutique view, if you will, of what the black community is. Namely, there is no black community. There are black communities. There are many of them throughout the country, north to south, east to west. I am not going to worry about what's going on in Compton because I'm not from there, never been there. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I Now, if I hear my old neighborhood in Savannah, Georgia is going to pot, hell yeah, because my father still lives there, by the way. Hell yeah, I'm going to be concerned, but I don't give a shit what happens in Compton. I don't give a shit what's happening in Chicago or Detroit because there's nothing I can do about it, and I'm not going to be a sacrificial lamb for a community. I don't know anybody, have never been there, etc. So while I understand your concern, mine is a
I
lot
don't
more
think you do.
targeted. Mine is a lot more targeted, hopefully focused. I'm not going to worry about,
But that's
women in
not
the
what
black
I'm worried
community.
about. I'm looking at what is going on so I can watch my steps. And I'm listening to this lady.
Going
And
on
while
where? Locally, or be more, where do you live all over the place or what?
what?
Okay, you said you are worried about what's going on.
I
Are you
don't plan
worried?
on leaving this planet and not leaving my children something.
Good.
That's not something I
And
plan
I
on doing.
applaud your very personal decision, but don't expect everyone to think like you.
But I'm not asking everybody to think like me. I'm
Good.
having a
That
conversation
was
about this
never
lady and what she said. And inside of this video, this woman is blaming boomers. But she also made some statements that were very, very telling, such as when we got ready to get ourselves together, which means
who is
that.
we?
So I guess she's talking about the people that she grew up around. I guess she's
Okay,
talking
well,
about
that's
her
her
peers.
personal problem, not
So,
the
but
internet.
she's blaming the boomers for choices that they
And
made. And
she
this,
is very wrong for doing that.
yes, this is what I'm saying. I think this is something for this particular generation because when my daddy,
No.
never mind, I can't do this.
Okay, well, you don't have to do it. You just have to understand my disagreement. Generations are literally like horoscopes. They're artificial. They're fictional. It's like me saying all Aquariuses are this way or the other. They should leave generational wealth. It's a fiction. It is literally a fiction for people to have something to whine about instead of taking personal responsibility. And look, you know what? I will take responsibility if my son messes up, and I pray he doesn't. But come on now, you cannot take the blame for a whole generation of, of people.
But that's not what I'm saying. And if you would let me finish
Okay,
my thought, you would
I'm not
probably
saying you're saying it, but that's the impression I'm getting.
okay. Well,
Now you have the opportunity to refine your argument to a point to where I can actually understand your point. Because right now
but
you sound scattered, to be
in
honest.
order for me to do that, you would have to let me finish my
Okay,
point.
no. You have your opportunity, is what I said. So have at it.
What I am saying that in this video, this lady made statements about choices that she made, and she's blaming the boomer generation for the choices that she made. When I was growing up and I heard stories of my parents, say my father, my grandmother was very well off at a point in her life. My dad and his cousins, they used to get into trouble. Rather than discipline them, they would just pay to get them out of trouble, which taught them nothing. So, as far as critique go, it looks like with just listening to the stories of what the going thought was back then, their parents were more focused on building some type of financial stability because they thought finances would fix whatever issues that they had and they didn't properly rear their children. I've had some Gen X's tell me, well, I was told to go get an education so I could get a good job. And that was the extent of what I was taught. And so when I look at that particular group of people in mass and see some of the stuff that they going through, it looked like largely they was neglected by their parents. But they were making personal choices and they're trying to blame their parents for it when it's not okay because the parents did supply the things that they need. They just didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Okay, and your point would be what?
My point was about the generational things and the things that this lady was saying and why I don't agree with what she's saying.
Gotcha. But you believe that a generational argument is something you can actually base an argument on?
I believe that different things happen in different generations. Like I don't know nothing about Woodstock, but Woodstock happened in somebody's generation.
You know, not many black people were at Woodstock.
It don't matter. That happened that was a
Okay. Well,
generational
see,
thing.
that's where you and I tend to look. I've had this argument before with other people who have no clue about American history. And as a matter of fact, I did a whole show with a guy called Cellulite. I don't know.
Oh,
You
Lord.
may know because you've been around a little while on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I think the whole generational argument these folks want to make is just fallacious. There's a book that I quoted from, and that's why they hate books. They just hate books because they don't read them, and apparently, if you read a book, you don't have original ideas. I don't know how that works either. But this guy, white guy, talking about boomers, and he makes a lot of the same arguments. But you know what he actually said? He makes exceptions for black people in that same boomer age group. Want to know why? Can you take a guess?
Nope.
Because blacks, especially in the South, did not go through the same social pressures, forces. They didn't have the same advantages. They didn't have the same generational wealth.
At all.
Yeah, so stop acting like black people in that age group. When there's a reason when you said Woodstock, I made the point that there weren't a whole lot of black people there, because black boomers and white boomers have nothing in common within the context of American history except their age. That's why I don't think that's why I don't think being a Pisces means much. No. America is not a generational country. It is a racist country. And class intersects with race. That your parents or whoever's parents decided to do something reckless with their money, kids, of course, are going to hold a grudge, but who cares? That's their problem, not the black community's problem or the white community's problem or whoever, wherever they come from. The generational argument is trash. That's my point. So I guess we're moving on.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Hopefully I didn't break too many eggs. Let's see. Yeah, Savage, reading is fundamental. And actually, I was hoping you would hit the link, Savage, because I'm actually, what happened to Nightish? What did he do last night? Because I was watching for a bit, and he was fine when I left. What happened? Fill us in. Give us the tea, as it were. So let's finish watching this. I think it's kind of fascinating, but I have all kinds of criticisms for this young lady. She really, it really sounds like just whining.
Themselves up and go into church, they would literally make sermons to talk about us. Oh, this one, they doing this on the street. They doing this on the street. It's to where you didn't even feel comfortable walking in the Lord's house. You didn't even feel comfortable telling these people what was going on because you knew that they would make a sermon about you and use it on Sunday. These black people are so out of touch. And I'm glad that their generation is dying off.
You know what she sounds like?
Whoa. What generation? What generation she's talking about?
He's talking about the boomers and the baby boomers.
Oh, that's a natural progression of things that they're going to die off.
Well, she's glad. She will dance on their graves. But this actually sounds like just anti-black bullshit. She doesn't like black. Oh, it gets better?
Yeah, her last statement will sum up what all this is about.
You know, I didn't know little Instagram videos went this long.
Oh, this is the Instagram video? I thought that was like a minute long.
Yeah, it's Instagram.
I think the reels are longer.
Okay. Well, the reason I bring it up is shit. I might, I'm looking to maybe expand because I'm just doing YouTube right now. At some point I will grace or curse another platform.
Because the ones that are coming up behind us, these millennials and Gen Zers, they see that they were left behind based on their educational systems, how they've had to watch their parents struggle, even though they're working 40 to 60.
But see, this is the other fallacy. When she says their educational system, what educational system did Black boomers control? At least in the public school. The fuck is she talking about?
They're trying to make it look like y'all created, desegregation. If everybody was just blackity black, things would have been fine. Like what you talking about, man?
But let me tell you something, MOT. Look, out and you I'm sure I'm telling you something you've already noticed or just know, and it might even be historical, but to me it's new. How can they make these arguments without knowing fuck all about American history?
No,
Does she
because
know
if they
about
learn
the
the history,
segregation academies and
no, and here's the thing: in order to keep their narrative straight, they have to be ahistorical in order to make it happen.
well, I'm guessing she just doesn't even know it.
No.
I don't think
It's on
she's being
purpose to not
disingenuous.
know. No. It's on purpose to not know and not find out. That's on
Well,
purpose.
see, I try to be charitable.
Oh no.
It's like,
Oh no. Not with these people. No.
and she's not a spring chicken.
60 hours a week.
She
That's
almost
what I'm
Their
done.
saying.
grandparents who were drug addicted.
I'm sorry, what, Queen?
I said she almost done.
Oh, okay. And then you can talk. Now, it's a joke. You are way smarter than that. But I'm just trying to figure out. Look, if we want to totally be anti-black and just yield to social forces, you know what? I'm not going to even go
It's
there because
easy.
it would.
It's too easy to do so. All the pre-made excuses are already there. If you just want to surrender, trust me, you'll find a reason
But
that
let
sounds
me
good to
let
you.
me ask you, honestly, MOT. I really just said no. You know what? And you too. You're a thinker, Suncast. What? And please understand, I don't give a shit about the white gays because probably none of them know fuck all either. Dude, she is honestly, I'm probably my biggest reaction is disappointment. This is so sad.
Hey
I have
man, I'm
families full of
back,
people like
man.
this. I have families full of people like this.
Oh, really?
Like whatever you think is bad, I have a whole family of people that's worse than anything you can ever imagine, and most of these people are still alive. And I still did not let it, color my actual outcome. I just got away from them. I got away
Well, see,
from them. I got
that's
away from the
another
kids that they was
point.
damaging and actually destroying them. No, just distance. That's what saved me.
Mm-hmm. Well, and oftentimes I might not be the best judge or even the right panel host for this. I honestly just think she is weird. I think I grew up now, I literally grew up in a place and people just if you're from the South, places like this. No. I I could walk at 8 o'clock at night down the street and over another street. We didn't have to worry about it. Now, this is the late 70s and 80s.
Hell
You
yeah.
could walk around to the park and play basketball for hours. Now, it did, my parents used to go, well, you know what? You know, we're they're looking ensconced. Well, my mother especially, yeah. But no, dude, there was no fucking fear. So all I'm saying is that, number one, the South, in my opinion, is where the actual black people are. And this is a hot take, but I want to hear shit about the Cali blacks or the Detroit blacks or the New York blacks. And I'm being rather racist here. I guess you could make that argument, but they don't know what the fuck is going on.
It was
If
rough
you
for me growing
actually
up in
care,
Malibu.
if you actually care so much about, this as a man and, black people need to be on code. Well, you're not going to be on code in New York City.
You hear me, Stanley?
You know what?
It was rough
Let's
for
see
me
how
growing
long
up
I'm
in
gonna hear
Malibu,
you.
man.
Do not overtalk, son. You'll go the way of Mike. So good to have you here. What's up with you?
No, I said it was rough growing up in Malibu, man.
I'm sorry, what?
It was rough for me growing up in Malibu. I couldn't go out and play basketball and shit.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. So
Yeah.
let's listen to what this young lady has to say.
Still are drug
Or
addicted.
the rest of it.
Their grandparents are dealing with health issues after getting clean and sober. Yeah, they see it. They see that the affluent black community of the civil rights movement left them for dead. And if it wasn't for people like myself who were able to overcome that and survive Biden's crime bill and survive Clinton's welfare reform and survive the 3 strikes you're outlaws and survive the systemic oppression and
Well, let me
What
guess.
the fuck?
Let me guess. She wasn't on welfare. She didn't commit a crime. There,
What's the problem?
it is don't commit a crime and you won't have to worry about it. And I know that is so just fucking white, but how am I wrong?
Oh, just wait. It's gonna make sense in a minute.
Really?
This is ridiculous.
Okay, Queen Sunkist.
and the disenfranchisement of our communities, the ones who are still here, live through it and are sane enough to talk about it.
Disenfranchisement? Does she mean voting?
Other
Oh,
kid,
fuck.
like, what you talking about?
Well, no, she's probably talking about Biden's crime bill. If you commit 3 strikes, you're out. She's making headway, especially if you live in Florida. And I bet
Yeah, you
she's
know-
from Florida. That's why she's so that's why she's so bitter.
Notice how all these 3 strikes people are now full-time YouTubers now. So yeah, screw those people.
Well, you know what? That is the beauty of America. You'll make your super chat. As a matter of fact, you're gonna make a bunch of money on YouTube because you're a felon.
Yeah.
They vibe with us.
Us non-felons are struggling.
They don't vibe with these baby boomers and these boomers. This generation you see, whether they're white or whether they're black, if they're a part of the baby boomer and the boomer generation, we need for them to die off. I hate to say it that way, but we do. They're the ones who have been race baiting and holding up progress since the day Martin Luther King got put in the dirt.
I agree with that with white boomers.
And sometimes things outlive their usefulness. And the civil rights movement, as much as people want to talk bad about Trump, I believe it's outlived its usefulness. I know it has.
What's going on here? What's that about?
Well, damn.
Oh, this
There
shit.
you
You know
go.
what? Hey, let me Sunkist. Let me say thank you.
Wow.
It was worth it. Now it all
I
makes sense.
did not see that
I'm
coming.
sorry
I
if I
told
doubted you,
y'all it.
man.
Like, just wait for it. That shit was insane. I was like, what? Oh, this is crazy.
What did it when you saw it the first time? Did it surprise you like it surprised me?
I was trying to figure out what she was going on about because she sounded a little crazy to me. I was like, is she a crack
Well,
baby? What's wrong with her? And then when
well,
she
does
said that, I was like, oh, okay. You one of them.
okay?
All right.
But this is what I'm struggling with. Trump doesn't know or give a fuck. Do you actually think Trump knows any parts of the black community?
Hell no.
Hell yeah. I think he do, Stanley.
What's going on, man?
I think so. Because you got to think about it. Most of them voted for him, man. So he had to touch paces down there.
I'm
Yeah, Trump
sorry.
tried
You
to
know,
give niggas golden shoes.
you really have to take the thumb out of your mouth in elocution is going to be important here to make this point. What did you say?
I said, hell yeah, I think he does. Because most of them voted for him, man.
That's
Most
not
black.
what
Most
the
black.
numbers are.
Shit. I'm going to shut up because y'all pissing me off.
All righty. So, Sunkist, I'm glad you sent that to me. It definitely made a point.
So the civil rights movement was just as bad as Trump. I did not know that.
I
So her
didn't
whole
either.
thing is
So,
she's not supporting the Democratic Party because the affluent black folks that was a part of it turned their back on her when she was a drug addict in the streets, I guess.
Good for her. Good for her not getting that free help.
So now
Who
she
knows where
go
she would be at now?
now she got to support the Republican Party because I don't know why. She
No, no,
but
no.
does she think black Republicans would support her?
I guess I
And
don't know what the
I know
hell she
you don't.
thinks.
I know you don't know. It's honestly a rhetorical
No,
question.
I mean, I understand what's behind it. Like, everybody who have that boomer type of thing, like, I grew up with people, like, it was so bad that my grandparents refused to
Can I
teach me
say something
history.
real quick? Shut the fuck up, man. Run, man of tomorrow. Let me talk real quick, man.
Oh
Oh,
No,
wow.
Stanley.
no,
man
no,
of
no, no, no.
tomorrow.
That's not how that works, bro.
Just humor him. He's not long for this panel. He
Stanley,
doesn't know when to be
can I ask a
serious.
question, man?
Yes,
Well, go ahead. He can finish. Go ahead. I'll wait.
it's
Okay,
gonna be a while.
so I grew up with people like this, right? And everybody who think this specific thing about boomers wanted to be handed a better society than they wanted to work for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And that's simply what it is. They're like, you know what? I would have been so great if my parents would have handed me down a functional business, if they would have left me a whole bunch of real estate. And because they don't have that, they want to sit there and be like, you know what? Then I'm not going to try anything. I'm not going to do anything. And I'm just going to be
Right.
a community saboteur. I'm going to have a whole bunch of kids and not raise them right.
But
I'm
you
not
know,
going to do what I'm supposed to do with my time. Yeah.
a
If
lot
it
of
was
them
me, I
were
have a
handing
whole
down
bunch of kids
stuff.
that I'm going to raise, and I
They
wouldn't do
just
nothing with
didn't
my
take
kids.
care of it.
No.
Like they got things, they just didn't take care of it, and that's what I'm saying. I think for that particular generation, something the hell wrong with them because they keep
They
blaming the
had
boomer.
chances.
I think for that particular generation, something wrong with them.
If it wasn't for my grandparents, a lot of the things that I do know, especially culturally speaking, I would never know. It
Oh,
was my grandparents that made me sit there and read the encyclopedia in the newspapers.
Yeah,
It was
my
my
grandparents the one that
grandparents
made me sit down and read the
that taught
newspaper and
me how
encyclopedias and
to
shit. But like I
set a
was saying,
table
Stanley, can you be quiet and let me talk, please? Thank you.
and do
Like I was saying,
and utilize proper table etiquette. My grandparents taught me that. It wasn't my
Can you
parents.
be a gentleman and let the lady talk, JB?
Yeah, I got you, man.
And they acquired a lot of things that and I watched them also set up parameters to pass it down to their children. And I watched the children just destroy it once they got it.
Okay, so and this is very just kind of tangential, but a little off topic. Do you hold the same kind of belief about reparations?
As far as what?
Well, if you gave it to black people, some people, like some of your relatives, would just waste it.
It depends on how it comes. I don't think reparations should come in the form of a check.
Me neither.
Mhm. Why's that?
Because we was locked out of participation in society and the financial system for 400 plus years. There needs to be infrastructure built for us
Yes.
to
And what
develop.
infrastructure would that be? I'm very curious now.
Oh, it should be various things like whatever it's going to take to actually get us on the financial
Can I ask a
playing field.
question, man?
Okay. So
Stanley, can
Right?
I ask a
straight out
question?
cash wouldn't do it?
I don't
Stanley, can I
believe
ask a
so
question?
because what you're gonna do
Institutions
is
would
just
work better than the cash. JB, you know what? We might just have to let JB talk just to get it out of the way.
Yeah, I
JB,
just
what
want
do
to
you
ask
have
a
to
quick.
say?
So we still talking about slavery in 2026, man? What that got to do with
Yes.
anything, man?
You know what? Let me
He doesn't
Can you?
understand because it doesn't
have
involve
you
him.
ever heard of something called the generational wealth gap, JB? JB,
Can you say that one more time for me, man?
have you ever heard of something called the generational wealth gap? And I'm going to step you through my thinking
Well, can I
so
say
it's
something, man?
easy for you.
Can I say something before you start on that though?
Oh, no. I asked
See,
you a question. Can you answer it?
I'm gonna answer your question, but I'm gonna tell you something. My generation line, man, back when I was dead in my shit, like my family owned some slaves back in the day, man. So I don't see the big problem with it.
You know, it doesn't surprise me that you're the result of a slave owning family. Now, let's get to my question. Um shit. That you know what? I am getting old. What does the generational wealth gap have to do with slavery? I don't know, 150 years ago. Any clue? And
Yeah,
I will
for all
get
I know,
bored. I
for
will
all
get
I know, my
bored if you
family
fail
owned you, Stanley.
hold on. I will get bored if you fail the preliminary test. I don't like dealing with adults who don't know
Well, I'm
shit.
just telling you, man. My family probably owned you,
Okay,
Stanley.
I don't give a fuck about your family. The question
You don't
was
care about
about
my family.
generational wealth gaps.
Why you don't care about my family, Stanley?
Why would I? Do I know them?
We got the same parents, man.
We do?
Yeah, I'm your son, man.
No, I don't come from that kind of family.
Oh, but you can continue.
Okay. Well, now that the clown show is over, what's up? Eat. Where the hell have you been? Uh, so let's see. Uh, I'd like to hear what Irony has to say about fixed public education at Title I schools. But I asked someone a question and I got so distracted by JB.
we was asking
Even
why wouldn't cut the check work?
God damn, I can't say nothing.
for bridging
Hold on one sec. Let me play this. I'm gonna have to answer the door right quick. Be right back.
America, my name is Ami Yosef Frimpong. Right now, I'm going to tell you how you fix public education,
can I ask
especially at
y'all
Title I
a question
schools.
if y'all don't
That's it. I'm
mind me
gonna
asking
put
the
it all
question?
to you. I'll put it all to you. You'll know in 10 minutes how you fix public education at
Video
Title I
is
schools in a way
playing.
that you
Wait.
probably haven't really thought about before.
Damn,
and
why
you're
you getting
welcome
mad
in
at me,
advance.
man?
Let's get to work. So everybody knows about Brown versus Board of Education. You know, we integrated the schools, but we did it the wrong way. And this is important. We integrated the schools at the level of the children, not necessarily the teachers, not the administration, not the board, not the textbooks, right? So when we integrated schools, we should have done it from the power down, not putting the most vulnerable people in control of putting them under the control of the whites, right? So like that's not the way you should have integrated schools. You should have integrated school boards. You should have integrated school textbook companies and integrated
Daddy
school
must have
leaderships,
went to the
not just
door to
make
get
the
beer and
regular black
cigarette.
principal now is now the vice principal under the white principal at now what is the white school that's integrated. That's not the way you did it, right? That's not the way it was supposed to be done. You're supposed to integrate the power on down, right? So we confused integration in a way that did not make our schools better. And we confused integration in a way that did not make our schools better. We just wanted more resources. We didn't like the white ice isn't colder, guys. Like we didn't want to be next to them necessarily. We just wanted to make sure that our stuff worked, that the water was clean, the books were good, that we had the resources, right? So we should have integrated the power, not the students, or integrated the power first and then have that trickle down to the students, not just integrating the students first and keep them under a white power structure. So that was the problem. So, and this is important because superficially, you can say that, you know, integration was good. And how could I be against integration? And I'm saying that the reason why I'm against integration is because we had a naive understanding of what integration means. There's a Malcolm Gladwell episode on this that's actually pretty good. Mrs. Something's Adjustment. I'm gonna look for you. Miss Someone's Adjustment. Malcolm Gladwell, Miss Adjustment. Miss Buchanan's Period of Adjustment. That's what it is. There's a Malcolm Gladwell episode on called Miss Buchanan's Period of Adjustment. Talks about integration. And I wanted to give you that argument in general that we did it wrong. We should have integrated the power, not the most vulnerable. And that just because you said that we did integration poorly doesn't mean you're necessarily anti-integration. You're just aware that there are consequences of doing things poorly. And I say that to foreground the argument for public schools, because it's going to seem like I'm against public schools. It's going to seem like I'm against public schools. And I'm like this close to just yanking my family all the way out of there in the Title I school and just putting them into a private school. But I like, I like public schools, right? So I think of public schools, and I think public schools ought to be thought of as community resources and community development engines, right? Like the school is the health and the wealth of the community. The high school is the life. The junior high school, or that's the life of the community. I think of them as amazing community centers and community projects that are supposed to be developed in the particular way by the members of the community, and most importantly, the families of the communities. So right now we have a problem with Title I schools because nobody's like learning things. If you, like I said, my kids go to a Title I school, so I can tell you that it's the quality of school that my kids can go from there to anything. But like it's because they're my kids. It's built like most public education facilities in America. They're built for families like mine. You're stable. I teach them everything that they know. They can go to school and kind of get refreshed. But I don't actually expect the school to develop skills in my kid. And I just expect them to kind of babysit, but mostly move them along in a way that's conducive to their success, but I don't put the onus on them. Everything my kids need to know, they're going to learn from me. And I just understand that. And so it could work out for my kids, but if you actually expect schools to build skills at scale, develop then that's not the place for you. It's not the place for you because they don't do that very well. My kid's school will not develop kids who are not developed at home. It will not. And that is 75% of the kids. Like
Good
50%
thing my
of the kids,
kids
they don't learn
homeschooled.
anything. They just got to go. They move through. They're not learning anything. And you see the literacy scores and like,
I'm sorry.
I coach cross
what?
country.
I said, good thing my kids homeschool. You went to go get beer and cigarettes, Stanley?
I'm sorry. Your beer, is that part of the homeschooling?
No, I said, did you went to the door to get beer and cigarettes?
No, I don't smoke, but I did get
okay.
beer.
Oh, good. Pop one
So
open and listen.
here's what I have to say about that. And I my son graduate of public school. I went to private school. A lot of it begins at home. And Ira and I, there are a lot of political points we don't necessarily agree on, but the family part in the homeschooling, not the homeschooling, no, I want my public schools to do their job, but I know that learning begins at home. The orientation, the wanting to learn, that starts at home. Um, I've told the stories like, what? I've told his teacher especially in high school, the first person you need to call or email if he's not doing what you expect him to do, it needs to be me. And, a lot of times classrooms have phones in the classroom. So call me. And I also, my son knew it by the time of high school, but the teacher's always right until you prove them wrong. It's like, I will never take your side unless you're right. And so he knew what the level set was. Don't ever fucking be wrong, because your teacher will be the least of your problems. You live with me. You don't live with the teachers. So, and some of it's hyperbole, but look where he is. So, JB, you had something to say about homeschooling? Were your
Yeah, I
kids
homeschool
homeschooled?
all my kids, man. I think that's the best option they do.
And do they still live with you now
Hell yeah.
as adults?
Yeah, they live. What you say?
So
Don't
as
call my kids
adults,
no
after you
goddamn goat, man.
homeschool them,
Don't you ever call my kids no goddamn goats.
adults is what it said, JB.
Hell no, they 15 and 16, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and they smart as hell too,
Are
man.
they in the house with you right now while you're acting like a drunken fool?
Hell yeah, they upstairs, man.
So this is part of their homeschooling, right?
Well, they learning, ain't they?
Oh, they're learning something.
Shit.
They
learning, man.
They are learning something.
They learning. They know when daddy tell them to do something, they gonna do it. And if they need help with mathematics, don't come to me for it.
What?
Yeah.
And that's one thing we can both agree on. Math and science, they need to go elsewhere.
I can barely count and read, man. So shit. They got a good tutor I pay for. So they getting their schooling, man. They help me pronounce words here and there. Long as they getting their education, that's all that matters, man. Shit. But continue.
Let me make one point. Look, I actually learned to love small towns probably in my mid-30s or so. Look, I grew up, Savannah was a small city, and it really didn't realize how great it was until maybe just the past 10 years. So, as it turns out, I'm not that much of a city guy. So, like my boss is saying, if you can do a small town, look, people get bored in small towns, but I like to fish and I like, kind of small town pursuits. So I'm always good and I like quiet. Not everyone is like that. I I've been to museums as a kid. I live within striking distance of a museum. So it's all good for me. And my son's public school, uh, honestly, um, it I remember going there one day, me and my sister, to talk to my sister's a retired teacher, and she did that, AP. She was kind of steeped in education. So I don't know shit about education. So she agreed, let's go talk to the guidance counselor. Because the other thing I did is I pretty much told the guidance counselor his freshman year, I expect him to go to Harvard. My expectations are elite thing. He's smart. Let's see what we can do. So there was no doubt about what my expectations were of the school and obviously vice versa. So and not everyone has the, I don't know, the time to get that involved. But if you love your kids, you are literally like, I expect my child not to need my money. I have told him, you know, you should shoot for retiring at like 50. You got a brain and you might do well. We don't know what's going to happen. He could fail miserably, but those are goals you should be shooting for. Don't need your daddy's money.
But
Of
would
course.
you give him money if he needed it though?
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
No, I was just asking a question because you
Depends
got
on what
some
it's
people.
for. I'm not
Yeah,
giving
but you
him
got
money
some
for
people
some
that wouldn't even
frivolous
give their kids
bullshit.
money if they needed.
I'm not giving him money for his wife's liposuction.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying. There's
But
some
if it's
people out
life
here
or
that wouldn't
death,
even give their kids money if they needed it. I give my kids whatever they want. They come, Daddy, can I get $5,000? Go upstairs and get it.
hey, let me put it to you this way. I'm about to buy a new laptop, my boss. Never know what might be coming someone's way. And look at Mike. Look at Mike. Y'all believe this BS Stanley is saying? Hey, it doesn't matter whether they believe it or not.
Yeah, fuck you, Mike.
So anyway, Sunkissed, MOT, anything before I start this again? Because apparently this is devolved. And it was Sunkissed who went like, oh, what did you say that was so funny? Apparently, I have you didn't quite say this, but apparently this panel can be basically the drunk tank every now and again. So
good thing I don't drink anymore.
Oh, that's hard for me to believe. There's
No,
got to be an excuse for this conversation.
I let the drinking go. Kids told me I be drinking too much, and I was like, I'm gonna try to give it a break.
It took the kids. How'd they tell you? Did they call the cops or?
No, it was like because I was drinking the other night and I got sloppy drunk, and my son was coming down the steps. He scared me to death, man, because I was sitting in my chair. He walked up behind me and tapped my shoulder, and I threw my damn cup against the wall. And he was like, I was just trying to ask the question, and I had went off on him because I threw my cup. And then he was like, maybe you need to stop drinking. I was like, man, maybe I do, man. I'm going to try to do better. So I gave him a hug and gave him $10,000. Told him go on back upstairs.
Hey, my boss, anytime any of those party line women, and she knows who she is, hey, she's always welcome on my panel. And by the way, she knows my phone number. So tell her not to be shy. And tell everyone over there I said hello. He knows what I mean. So let's see what Irami has to say. And this is rather long. When it gets boring, we'll move on or move out.
There are kids, I taught them how to run a mile because I believe in developing skills, but there are kids who couldn't spell mile, and not to mention they couldn't tie their shoes, right? So these are like 7th, 8th graders, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and who couldn't tie their shoes. And like I said, couldn't spell a mile. And honestly, I was the first person who has actually committed enough to actually teach them something. And the reason why I was committed enough to teach them something is because my kid was on the cross country team. And also I am a father of a kid in the school, right? So I'm invested in the school in a way that's different than the teachers are, because the teachers are not paid to teach their kids anything, because if they don't teach the kids anything, they still get their checks. So they're there to keep the ship in order, right? They're there to keep them quietly stupid. Not necessarily stupid. It'd be nice if the kids learned, but it's not like the teachers are like really trying to figure out how to teach the kids. No, teachers, they get their check from a district that is completely indifferent to whether the kids at my kids' schools learn, right? So the kids, 70% of the kids just don't learn anything. They just don't learn a thing. And
let me make a comment on his comment. Honestly, and you know, I used to think I was a cynic until 2020. Dude, what the hell happened? Irami is my brother's age. He's right around, getting close to 50 within a couple years or so. That is so cynical. Why do you have to spread this sort of cynicism? How about just say, hey, I teach my kids the things I need to teach them, and then that
maybe
all
he's
this
not as smart as
negativity.
JB.
I just find it just unnecessarily. It's not even cynical because it's not that funny. I think one of the things that Black people should do in America is be a lot more succinct. It's good to make jokes and all that stuff, but
yeah, that's what y'all need to do.
Okay, I do not know why you feel. I do not know why you feel comfortable interrupting me.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Stop feeling comfortable doing that, please. Anyway, Black people, you don't have to be the magic Negro, but you don't have to be, unnecessarily cynical. But it's me, and I can be like that. So, who am I to talk, I guess?
That's not going to change unless people take this argument seriously. And this is not just my kid's school. It's Title I schools in general. We just understand we have the wrong mechanisms, right? Because from the teachers to the administration, they all get paid whether or not the kids learn. And that's one of the biggest problems. So the people with the most invested in both the community and the kids' education are not the teachers and are not the administration and are not, especially not the central administration. It's the parents of the kids in the school. However, and this is where it gets interesting, and this is where my intervention, I think you need to listen up. So start taking the notes now. However, the school has a vested interest in keeping parents out of the school. Whether you call it, it's going to be for an issue of safety, but really it's to keep the racket going, right? So the racket is the administrators and teachers and central administrators, they all get paid whether the kids learn or not. And they don't really have anything invested in the kids learning. It'd be nice if the kids learned, but like the administrators and the teachers, they just want to say, oh, well, I tried. We'll get better next time. Here's a hint. It will not get better next time. It's not going to get better in the year.
By the way, Irami is coaching at his kids' school. I don't know whether it's volunteer or whether he's getting paid. Who knows? but it's a little hypocritical, in my opinion.
I
He's
would want this dude around my kids.
Only interrupt Stanley while he talks.
no, he's a soccer coach there. No, I look, he's fun to watch. His kids, I have to admit, if his kids don't hate him or crack up by the time they're in their mid-20s, because I can only imagine how rough he is. He's a little over the top, but I'm hoping off camera he's more normal.
If you're at one of these schools, it's going to keep sucking forever. And as the world gets more technical, your kids are just going to fall farther and farther behind. And by that time, you will have retired off your pension for the 30 years of not teaching Black kids anything, right? So they don't really have an investment. And I say this because there are white teachers who spent 30 years not teaching Black kids anything and drawing checks for not teaching Black kids anything. And now they live pretty comfortable lives in retirement. Right. So I know it's a case. It's a hustle on everybody's side. And the only people who actually are invested in making sure that's not the case are the parents of the kids who are left out of high school. And people can say not high school, middle school and elementary school. And for a while, people had different excuses. Well, it was safety. And then COVID happened. So they gave them another reason to kick the parents out of school. And then now it's just more convenient for everybody if parents stay out of school, because now the parents don't really know how much the kids are not learning. Because among the staff, there's a racket. So nobody talks about how much the kids aren't learning because it could jeopardize everyone's paycheck. But if you got a lot of parents in there, then people might actually start talking about how much kids aren't learning, and that would jeopardize people's paycheck. And I think a lot of people's paychecks need to be jeopardized. But also, I think parents need to be in schools because they're the only ones with a vested interest. And schools are supposed to be extensions of the family. And it's funny because you listen to teachers and administrators talk about the students, and they'll say oh yeah, these kids are like my family. I treat them like my family. Well, first of all, they don't. They don't, and they shouldn't. That's a confusion. These kids are not your kids. These kids are the parents' kids, right? So that's a confusion. What you need to do is, if you want the school to feel like a family, you need fathers and mothers inside of school. Honestly, especially with disciplinary problems, you need fathers. Do you know how many disciplinary problems would just go away if there were just more fathers in the building? Just in the building. If a lot of guys work, but the guys who don't, if they were just if they felt welcome in the school to sit in on classes with their kid and do pullouts, a lot of the behavior issues that you find out in classrooms, if there were a few fathers of kids in the classroom, one of those kids would act up and be like, nope, we're pulling them out. The father would pull them out, go to a room and say all right, we're doing this lesson one-on-one. Right? And you know what? Kids would read that way. It'd be better for the kids who are left in the room. It'd be and we would get more accurate information, because there are a lot of lying and you can't get a straight answer from teachers or administrators because they're not paid to give you a straight answer. They're not paid to teach your kid. They're paid to keep the racket going because they know that the government's going to guarantee funding for kids. So if they can just kind of keep everyone quiet and keep it moving, it doesn't matter if the kids learn. Like I said, I taught kids 8th grade couldn't spell mile. I taught them how, because I'm actually invested, because it wasn't my primary job. I'm actually invested because my kid was on the team. I actually taught them and did that quality of skill development, which most people don't do because it's hard, right? I actually taught him how to do something. And it was a big culture shock, because most people with these kids, they don't actually, it's not just low expectations, it's low expectations, but also just low commitment, because they know that their job is just play hot potato with the kids and just keep passing them along. And They're really indifferent and self-satisfied if it doesn't work out. Because I know what happens in 5 years to these kids. They live in my neighborhood. They live I know what happens. And so I actually care. I want them to be functional people. And the school's not setting them up to be that way, but it could if.
Yeah, I've had enough of this pontificating.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I can. What it is, he's helping, and because he's helping, everything is so much better. And if it wasn't for him, these kids would be failing. Blah blah blah. Man, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I'll wait.
all right, well, this is Jamel Bowie, New York Times columnist and writer. He's from Waycross, Georgia. I had no idea. But anyway, how Donald Trump lost the Battle of Minnesota, and he is literally into history more so than any other. Actually, more so than any opinion person. I mean, he people invite him on shows. He's an amateur historian. Might have did his undergrad. I don't know, but I always listen to him.
Before I start, and I do feel like I have to address this, I am recording in my bedroom. The reason, if you live in large chunks of the country right now, is that there is a big snowstorm, lots of ice. No one can leave the house, which means my kids are home, which means they have taken over downstairs. And so this is the only quiet place left where I live. And so that's where we're recording. If you are watching this on YouTube, you can see various items I have around me, a home pod, some Oxford cloth button-down shirts. And if you are on Reels or TikTok, you can't see those things, which is why you should head over to YouTube sometime to get the full frame experience of one of these videos. That's all. Just I felt like I had to mention that. I'm not here to talk about my bedroom. I'm here to talk about the Trump administration's operation in Minnesota. Today, there was some news. President Trump put out a statement on, I believe, Truth Social or X or whatever social network he uses, where he says that he had a nice talk with Governor Tim Walz and that they're coming to some kind of resolution. This, to me, reads as the beginning of a de-escalation from the administration. The closest you're going to get to Trump saying that we lost. But before we discuss that any further, it is worth asking, well, what would a victory look like for the Trump administration? Which raises...
Look, I have said this several times. Trump has possibly, and I'm not an actual historian. He's got a bunch of fucking dummies running his administration and one evil man. And Stephen Miller's not that bright. He's just weird. Trump is just an empty vessel that people like Stephen Miller pour their venom into. Dude, I just honestly, I don't understand how they didn't know they were going to lose. Renee Good was where they lost. And I
but this dude,
when that
nurse,
happened,
work for the
this
VA.
is going to happen again. I think it's going to happen again. These guys don't have.
I think it's going to happen 2 more times.
I'm not going to bet you. It probably will. Dude, they have hired goons. And you know how it works in the military? Someone at their morning roll call or whatever they call it, they told them, hey, look, you do what you think you need to do. We will have your back. And they hired a bunch of dummies. They hired a bunch of dummies. They forgot to tell them, don't fuck up or we won't.
Yes.
Dude, these guys
have your back.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's like, hey, you know what? We have they probably used the word mandate a couple times. You know, the American people have given us a mandate. And those dummies literally thought they could shoot somebody in the back of the head. Dude, that video, it even shocked me, MOT. It's like, really? That is
I
the
mean,
height.
that was some brazen ass fucking shit. To
Oh yeah.
de-arm the guy and then shoot him multiple fucking times with his hands behind his back, dude. That is, man, that's a different level, Stanley. That's a different level. It shocked even me.
Well, see, and now this is gonna be a hot take. See, these idiots again, the ICE agents fucking don't read American history. They actually thought that, oh hey, these are white women liberals. We can just get away with it. Race. They thought we were post-racial. these are, these white people in America are not going to let white people be treated like they used to do
Black
black
people,
people back.
no,
back,
dude.
back in
Listen,
like,
listen.
what do y'all see? Somebody somewhere out there went, well, hey, what are y'all, the slave patrol? You can't be treating white people like this. they
That was like,
they don't
but they're
they
white
don't
liberals.
even
And, like, 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 like Stanley, they kept saying, but they're white liberals, and they kept saying, but they're white people, but
That's
they're white
exactly
liberals, but
right.
they're white people, but they're white liberals, but they're white people. And
Hey,
they're like,
hey,
do
you know,
they kind of shake their head. It's like, but they're white people, but they're white
yes,
people.
but wait, hold it. Here's the icing on the cake. Hey, a white man exercising his Second Amendment
Second
right.
Amendment right.
The fucking shit was licensed to hell.
And
Minnesota,
here's the thing.
someone actually made this point. Minnesota's very rural.
It is.
They're that liberal state where fucking, dude, we don't care. We're hunters.
Wisconsin's like that too.
Yeah, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, but here's the other thing, Stanley, that people don't get. He was going up against government tyranny, and he didn't pull his gun out and start shooting people, like these people keep saying the Second
Yes,
Amendment's for.
yes, yes. He was. Hey, and look, this man, in my opinion, is a saint. So this will only go too far, or so far. But dude, he was being a white savior. You can't. He was protecting. Honestly, in all honesty, he was protecting a woman. So he's got so many things going.
Going for him. So
Honestly,
many things.
there, chivalry.
Yeah. Like,
Of course, Trump lost. Dude, it is just
this is what the Second Amendment was for, right? To protect against fucking tyranny.
Oh my God, dude!
Yeah, protect against tyranny.
He
Yeah.
got a gun. He got a gun, but he didn't pull it, dude. Let me tell you something.
Didn't pull it. Gun away from him, and then they shot him. So I don't see how you make up a narrative when you took the gun away from him and he's on the fucking ground, and then you come out and lie about the shit, dude. If I was Tim Walz, I would charge Christian on with conspiracy to commit murder. I would literally put her ass on fucking trial. I know I wouldn't get a conviction, but I would drag this fucking blue-eyed bitch through the fucking. I would make her spend so much of her fucking money and time defending that statement, and I would only do it for the specific purpose of playing her press conference and forcing her to watch what the fuck was happening on the ground and asking her questions under fucking oath. And I want that bitch to crack on the goddamn.
Well,
stand.
the Senate is pulling her in for questioning, right? She's done.
Mm-hmm.
She's out.
Oh no! Trump is gonna throw her under the bus for this whole thing, but it's
absolutely. And
but it's not her. But it's not her. It's
right.
not her fault.
Of course. But you know what? Tom Homan is basically going there and reporting directly to the president, and the Senate is calling her skinny ass in. So she's done for. She's going to be the first. I predict Stephen Miller is going to be the second, because he is really the architect of all this.
Oh
They're
yeah, but
gonna have
how
to
is it?
show. I'm sorry.
I say that they're gonna have. I don't think he's gonna get rid of Stephen Miller.
You don't think
Just like
so?
I don't. No, I think that they're just gonna put a new face on this thing and keep doing the same shit.
I don't, but not in Minnesota. They won't.
No, no, no. They're gonna try somewhere else. It just won't be in Minnesota.
Well, I want to see it happen in Wisconsin or Texas.
Well, we want no one place it's not gonna happen is Indiana, because Indiana, if the police step out of line, you can kill them on the spot. That's the
Really?
Indiana law. Oh hell yeah!
Wait, say that again.
If you have just as much of a right to life as any federal law enforcement or anybody else. So if the police step out of line, you can
Oh
kill them as quickly as
shit.
they can kill you. Yes.
Oh, okay. That's I've. Oh my.
And that's how come you don't see no shit go down in Indiana like that. But
Mhm.
that is the rule. If the police are getting out of hand, a citizen can come through and blow that police officer away with no consequence.
Damn.
Now you would be a damn fool to stick around after you did something like that. However, there are limits, but yeah. And it's just that there needs to be the law and the rule everywhere. Because if these people knew that there were consequences to their actions immediately as they did them, they wouldn't be out there doing it. And they only did it like the whole driving around and throwing tear gas out the car. No, those are
Oh
like
my. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's just but
like
you hear these yahoos defending them. Where is it ICE's mission to do that?
And the thing is, you talk about the mission, you know what they gloss over? They think that the mission is just locking up everybody who's illegal. It's like, no, you go out there with a warrant to look for very specific people. You just don't have an open ended invitation across the country to go lock up whoever you want to and kind of shake people down. And once you're talking to people who's too stupid to not understand, there are limits to federal power, and to them, they're like, "Well, get all the illegals out, and we'll figure it out later." It's like, no, these people they do
Let
have
me
printed lists.
let me put it to you this way, and I haven't shown him, but there's a guy that Alan Harrelson, who is that like he is stuck in amber. He was apparently, he's about my brother's age. Actually, he's probably way younger than my brother, but he seems stuck in the Dunning School of American history.
Oh
Even
God,
this dude, he is conservative as hell.
dude, it shook
He is
everybody to their core,
staunchly
man.
no, he's actually on Minnesota's side. He's like, what the fuck are they doing?
Because there is, like, listen, if they just would have stuck to
Yes.
I
Yes.
mean, just like once they started engaging with protesters, they lost the crowd. They
Yep.
lost them. They had all the
Yep.
cover in the world to chase people because no one even thought about business owners and private property and all that stuff. Like that never became a thing until people started thinking about, well, how do
Mhm.
we tell? They force people into a bad position. Now look, they could
Well,
have did the same thing that the Obama administration was doing.
yes.
You are
Yes. It
undocumented
oh,
immigrant. We
okay.
catch you for anything, your ass is deported. End of the story, end of the conversation. But once you start ripping apart families and
Yep.
canceling people's legal
Oh,
status,
dude, they
uh,
5-year-old, they used supposedly a 5-year-old to
and a 2 year old,
lure.
yeah.
Oh my God, dude, you got children. But here's the deal, and you've been a military leader, dude. This is not the rank and file. This is a failure of fucking leadership. Men won't, men and women will not do. They know what the parameters are because their supervisors, their leaders set the limits. And their leaders, oh dude, there should be heads up the line rolling. Christy Nome, yeah.
If your
Her
limits are quotas, and if your limits are
oh my
untrained
God.
people,
That's why I think Stephen Miller's gonna go. Stephen Miller was, dude, setting a 3,000 person. Miller's gonna
per
go.
day, per day
Was it per day? I thought
quota.
it was a month.
Oh well, across the United States, that's probably easily doable. Oh God, no, 3,000 per month arrested and deported sounds great, but you have to go through a lot of people to get those 3,000 people.
Right.
You're gonna have to mass
But
dragnet a lot of people to get those 3,000.
let me put it to you this way. If he's not done by 2026, because I think the Democrats, if they had balls, it would be Christie and Stephen Miller, or we shut this bitch down. I think quite a number of American people would just go, you know what? Oh, and I forget the dude Bovino, he needs to go too.
Oh, so you're saying that we're not
The
opening
Border
back up the
Patrol.
government until you get rid of the Border Patrol guy, Stephen Miller, and Christy Noel. They all three
Yeah.
got to go,
Yep.
or else don't even worry about funding for this little exercise that you have. Now, I do think Stephen
Well,
Miller
the
is going to go.
problem, I understand the problem is, look, I know it is totally irrelevant, but we can't be having American citizens killed. And they weren't wrong. It's unacceptable. And you only have to fire 3 little people. Give them pensions, give them whatever, but they can't lead this shit anymore.
No, no. And it's just that they got into this business for the wrong reasons. If you
Right.
simply wanted to deport people, there's already an apparatus in place for you to just hem up every single person that is just simply undocumented, and that's it. Some people are going to get caught up in it. Some people have been here their whole life. They don't speak the language where they're trying to deport them to. I
Yeah.
think those are special circumstances and cases. But for everybody else who just overstayed your visa and you still here, nah, man, I can't do that. But I also don't endorse breaking up families. I also don't endorse
No, you
using
should
kids
never,
as bait.
dude. They deported American citizen kids
Yeah.
because their mother. They literally would give a mother a choice. Look, you're illegal, but your kids are legal. You have a choice. Take them with you, or put them in foster care, or something like that. Dude,
And
you never
that's these
violate
Christian
American citizens.
conservatives. And
Yeah,
this is what Christian conservatives we're talking about. These so-called evangelicals are cheering
yeah,
this on.
yep.
Now, I disagree with what actual Mike DT64DU says. Why did MOT mention towards law enforcement if he isn't promoting violence? That's exactly what he's doing. I'm like, apparently you don't understand this, but just because my background is law enforcement doesn't mean I give a fuck and cape for law enforcement. I hold these people to a very high standard. These are trained professionals. They are at work. I'm just saying put everybody under the UCMJ at this point. The Uniform Code of Military Justice, you just change the letters up for whether you're law enforcement or federal law enforcement. But if you're going to walk around with a gun in public, you need to be under the same thing that keep the Navy SEALs in line and the Delta Force in line and everything else. You want to be a hero, you got to play by the hero rules. We've had long enough for these people to say this nonsense about I feared for my own safety, so I had to commit a felony and preemptively kill somebody without a trial. Unbelievably crazy. And they got away with it forever. And now you're just going to have to go through and remove that type of power from people because it's been abused too many times. And we don't need to be sitting out here wondering who's next. Even though we know that there is going to be a who's next, and I don't think none of these people are going to be black. You have all these untrained people out there. I don't think they learned a lesson. I don't think they learned anything at all. I think that these people are everywhere because when they had that major upsurge in people, they gave these people $50,000 bonuses. They gave these people next to no vetting. It takes a long time to go to that federal police academy, and I don't think these people are trained. But this is the consequences when you want to leverage the LGBT community and immigrants for all problems that are wrong with this damn country.
Yeah.
They
Yo,
scapegoated very few
that
people for
that
that.
dude, do you know, dude, and for the black people who voted for Trump, the black males, like fucking Mike 321, y'all have reaped the whirlwind. And I did not do my I told you so New Year's party, but damn, dude, this was so easy to predict. And then Trump is literally like slowing down, you know, like that wind up doll. That wind up doll. That shit's near the end, dude. Y'all elected a weirdo.
But that's just where we're at, man. I mean, at the end of the day, these people were so short sighted, so lacking in their masculinity that they actually needed some big, strong guy type man figure to make them feel
they
better about
they
themselves.
fucking
It's just
called him
pathetic.
daddy.
Pathetic. Pathetic. God, these people are pathetic. And the thing is, the country is not better off because of these two people got killed. And they're going to mess up the power that they used to abuse forever because these people got killed. And now whites are finally seeing that these constitutional things, they're just suggestions, they're just privileges. Yeah, they always were. I used to wave a Chinese made flag in people's face because you thought you was more free than the next person. Yeah. Um, this guy and this girl proved that one, you can be driving away from a scene and end up getting shot in the face, or you can have your Second Amendment right taken away from you for trying to stop government tyranny, and you still end up get 10 shots.
Oh, hold on. See, Kimmy thinks I'm good because she's not feeling well. None of this fucking shit would have ever happened if there would be
If Kamala Harris would have been
Americans
president.
no, there would be Americans living with their children, loving their children, or taking care of patients in the ICU. Had Kamala and Waltz been there, Trump is literally a bumbling evil clown. So
He's got 3 years left.
don't you see Brooklyn Kimmy will say this as she's drifting off to sleep. she's probably already asleep and can't hear this response. That's her parting shot. She's not even hearing this. But ma'am, you were so wrong.
It's fake a
Oh,
reputation
I
that
don't
things would
think
be
it.
worse.
You
It's
wait, hold it,
nuts.
Kimmy. You don't think Stephen Miller is not evil? Have you seen the look in his dead shark-looking hooded eyes? Dude, Kim, I
They,
know you're a
they
busy
just
woman.
don't want to see it. They just don't want to see it.
Kim does not have time to watch politics as much as I do. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Trump is an evil clown. I don't hate him, but I think he's an evil clown. Yeah, that's why is that not fair? Did I hopefully I didn't I know you're not feeling well, but let's blame the tears on the ginger. Not the comments, shall we? So let's finish up what Jamel has to say.
This larger question, right? What was the strategic purpose of the operation in Minnesota? Because consider it just from an objective operational standpoint.
Let me
They've
let me
committed
help this little
thousands
fool
of
out.
ICE.
See, Mike is one of these guys who probably was like, ooh, Kyle Rittenhouse with the motherfucking AR-15 hanging around his neck, popping people away. But let me read this. That guy took it upon himself to put a firearm on his hip, put his coat on a negative 22-degree temps to go antagonize and provoke federal officers. Y'all don't think that's a problem. The problem is the federal officers let that antagonize them. There is First Amendment, there is Fourth Amendment, and little budding motherfucking fascists like you. No, people don't work for the feds. The feds work for the people. You little weirdo. Motherfucker, if you have a permit for open carry and you fucking walk out your door, law enforcement better not be antagonized. You got it 2A. And if law enforcement, if federal law enforcement is that antagonized, repeal the Second Amendment. Otherwise, fucking deal with it. This is the other thing that I'm so goddamn tired of hearing. Everyone who becomes law enforcement knows it's a dangerous job. Same thing with the military. Stop acting like it's not a dangerous job. Stop acting like their purpose is not to protect property, which is a problem in and of itself, but a separate show. Motherfucker, who cares if he was strapped? It was legal. You Second Amendment denier. Mike, are you saying that we should repeal the 2A? You far right freak. Sorry, my diatribe is over now, but no, he was legal. See, that's what these little piss ants are disappointed about. The motherfucker had a right to carry that firearm and
And he did not have a criminal
did
record.
not
He
engage.
did not have the background that would allow them to try to derail
Yes.
the conversation. Because
Yep.
the first thing they did was went to this dude's background trying to find anything, and they had nothing.
Dude, on CNN, his neighbors literally were saying, his neighbors were like, the government's lying.
Yeah.
He's an ICU nurse. And unfortunately, ICU nurses are saints. Do you know
And
how
they
hard
worked
that
their ass
goddamn
off
job is? Oh, that shit, dude.
16
I was,
hours a day, fucking
yeah,
ICU, barely eating, barely sleeping, and you're up running the entire time your ass is in that fucking ER.
dude, the noise alone, the pumps, the
The
changing out the
beeping, oh God.
meds.
Oh yeah.
It's like, dude, they should not let these people do that for more than like a year. And then change. It's like being on the front lines for extended times. This motherfucker was a saint, and Trump. Let's finish this, I guess. But Trump lost. Your little hero, Kimmy and Mikey, he lost. He picked a fight he couldn't win, and his opponent was the American goddamn people. We win.
And Customs and Border Protection
Always.
agents to Minnesota and specifically the Twin Cities. A large portion of ICE's total manpower is currently working in Minnesota right now. They have sent high-ranking
For
officials
what
of the
reason?
administration, Greg
For what
Bovino from
reason?
Customs and Border Protection, the Vice President, J.D. Vance. They're sending Tom Homans, who is the Homeland Security czar, into Minnesota in the face of the killings of Renee Good And this past weekend, Alex Preddy, they have doubled down on their commitment to the use of aggressive force and violence in the area. It's not even once taking any kind of out, either rhetorically or in terms of public opinion. And it should be said that the administration does need public opinion. Authoritarian rule is actually quite fragile. And in places where it's durable, the regimes there pay careful attention to what the public thinks. It's not hard to imagine an alternate response to either the good killing or the Preddy killing from the administration. You offer your condolences, you promise an investigation, you get a scalp of some sort, Jonathan Ross, the officer involved in the good killing, or the officer involved in the Preddy killing who they haven't revealed. You might even get Bovino, who goes out there kind of making a fool of himself and digging the hole deeper for the administration.
Dan, at first he was there in the scene. He was in the scene actively impeding and assaulting law enforcement to the
But
point.
that's not illegal. He wasn't
Dan,
impeding it. He was filming it, which is a legal thing to do in the United States of America.
Dan, let's don't freeze frame adjudicate this now.
Either way, you get a scalp, you promise an investigation, you send your condolences, and then you pull back a little bit. You become less aggressive, recognizing that the public will only support any kind of aggressive immigration action if they feel that it's happening in good faith. And if they don't, they'll probably turn against it, which is what's happening right now. But the White House, Trump, Miller, Noem, did not take this path. We know which path they took. They doubled down. They became even more aggressive. They sent J.D. Vance out to defend the kidnapping of a 5-year-old.
So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do?
They labeled both Good and Preddy domestic terrorists.
This was an act of domestic terrorism,
There
which
had
is
been no
perpetuating
investigation into who she was or what she was about.
this individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers committed an act of domestic terrorism.
Accusing them of wanting to perpetrate violence against ICE agents, even though we can see with our own eyes, they were doing
So
nothing
wait,
of the
hold
sort.
it.
If events offer them...
So this motherfucker came with ammunition and arms to stop a law enforcement action and didn't pull it. He's literally standing in front of an officer with a fucking phone in his hand. See, Kristi Noem, we should send her puppy killing ass back to North Dakota, or was it South Dakota? I can't remember. Dude, she is literally an idiot. And she doesn't have a sense of self-preservation. Someone needs to tell this motherfucker, dude, enough.
the opportunity.
Oh, and by the way, this dude's in the middle of a snowstorm in his bedroom. He described where he is and why he's dressed like this. Or I actually didn't talk about his dress. Look, so this is disturbing, to be honest. And actually, King Pix, you have provided me with a bunch of ammunition. So King Pix is more interested, like a lot of YNs on YouTube. You're more concerned with how the man is dressed in his bedroom on a snowy day. What do you think of this man's style? I think he could lose the cap and dress in an actual suit. Why would he do this in his own bedroom on a snowy day? Someone tell me. Someone fucking tell me. But thank you for that, Mike. I'm sorry, King Pegs. What's up there, Richard? There's no snowstorm here. It's cold. As a matter of fact, it's probably going to get into the teens tonight, but this part of Georgia will be okay. And Mike says they chose violence. No, they didn't. Mike, you fucking retard. Let's see. And King Pix responds, he was complying but was murdered. Oh, you far right MAGA blacks. one of you pussies hit the link. I expect a MAGA black to hit the link. And by the way, it is getting long in the tooth. 20 more minutes and I'm out of here. But Mike is talking shit. King Pix is talking shit. Which one of you MAGA blacks has enough balls to deal with me? I will crush you, but I'll be gentle when I crush you. Stand down and bend down, Mike. Yeah, God damn it, Richard. I came up with MAGA black last week. MAGA black. It's one word, by the way. It's spelled capital MAGA, capital BLACK, all one word. MAGA black. Kind of like Mega Block or Megatron.
Go back and recover their position with the public. They did the opposite, asserting their right to use violence against whomever they please.
Hey,
and
Richard,
committing
you know,
themselves to further
Richard, you know how I am with spelling and punctuation and semantics and all that. Gotta make it grammatically correct. MAGA black. Can't if you have a separation between the words, you might accidentally take a breath. It's got to be said in one. Let's see, what is it? It's got to be said in one breath. MAGA black. The MAGA black.
repression. And the effect of this, as we could see again on the ground in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, in the larger metro area, is that people just got angrier. They became even more defiant, more unwilling to back down. It's to the point
Well,
now
no,
where
they're
ICE
kind of
essentially cannot
separate,
operate
believe it or
without
not.
being trailed by dozens of people.
Oddly
Every
enough, in
escalation
my
from the
mind,
administration, in
Richard,
other
they're
words, has
two
been
different
met
things,
with
but they're
extremely
related.
effective resistance from the public at large. And this was completely predictable. You didn't have to be Nostradamus or Negrodamus.
For centuries, people have turned to one man for the answer to life's great mysteries. That man is Negrodamus.
to figure this one out. So I return to my initial question. What was the strategic purpose of all of this? And I think I have an answer. It boils down to how the administration conceptualizes power. Now, we've already discussed on this page how the administration rejects the notion of soft power. They see it, in the words of one prominent right-wing influencer, as weak and gay. They reject soft power entirely. Instead, the only kind of power they seem to understand, the only thing they seem to be able to wrap their hands around, is the use of force, the application of violent pressure. In international affairs, that's tariffs in order to get what you want. That's the threat of military action to get what you want. They've taken more or less the identical approach at home. They see that they have political opponents. They see that there is real opposition to their immigration plans, to their deportation plans, to their detention plans. But rather than try to maneuver around this opposition through the use of soft power, they have decided, and when I say they, I really do mean Stephen Miller in particular, has decided to suppress that opposition. They're going to use force to make people get in line, to cow the public. They're going to use force to demonstrate their ability to terrorize you into compliance. They targeted Minneapolis for contingent reasons, right? These accusations of fraud, the fact that Tim Walz was on the opposing ticket, the fact that it's symbolic not just of the successful integration of immigrants into a traditional American community, but also symbolic of 2020, where the killing of George Floyd happened. And one thing is clear, that at least psychologically, the administration is obsessed with the conditions of 2020 and very much want to do a replay or have and very much want a do-over of 2020. They want to use the force now that they didn't use then. We can discuss that in a separate video. Minneapolis has this symbolic value for the administration, but it's also a proving ground for this theory that the application of force, the suppression of the opposition, will not just keep them in line, but will keep everyone in line. The fear of force will keep everyone in line.
Fear will keep the local systems in line.
And so to extend that reference a little further, the strategic goal of the administration in Minneapolis is basically identical to the strategic goal of the empire, the Galactic Empire, when it destroyed Alderaan. To demonstrate its willingness to use force and to keep everyone else in line. But in the same way that the destruction of Alderaan just rallied wavering systems to the rebellion, the operation in Minnesota has really done nothing else but to turn the public against the administration.
The more you tighten your grip, Tarkin, the more star systems will slip through your fingers.
And to move large numbers of ordinary people as well as political elites from a position of, oh, we can deal with and negotiate with this administration, to a position of we have to beat this administration at all costs and dismantle its work in agencies like ICE and the Customs and Border Protection. It's radicalized the administration's opposition in addition to giving it far more resolve, which makes the operation not just a profound strategic failure, but something like a strategic reversal. The White House is weaker now than it was before it began this. And the basic issue for the White House will continue to be that the relevant people in it, the principal actors, have no conception of what it looks like to back down or to de-escalate or to find some other option.
Wait, hold it. I thought you've never had plantains before, Kimmy? You're kidding, right? You have Caribbean roots and you never had plantains? Oh my Lord. Oh, you mean like some weird form of banana split? Surely you've had plantains. There's no way. Dude, even some Georgia boy, some back-asswards Georgia hick has had plantains.
They really only understand force. The gentle application of power in the wake of either the good or petty killing might have diffused some of this.
Okay,
I'm
Richard,
thinking
gotcha.
now of the civil rights movement's defeat in Albany, Georgia, where the sheriff there, Laurie Pritchett, did not engage in the kind of ostentatious repression of marchers and demonstrators. Instead, he quietly arrested them, quietly took King to jail, explained himself in terms that the press understood and could even sympathize with. And the result is that the movement could not get any traction. It was, again, a defeat. But they did learn something from that defeat. When they began planning their next operation, they looked specifically for cities where there would be violent and thuggish opposition, the kind of opposition that would generate sympathy from the public at large. And they found it in Birmingham.
On May 3rd, 1963, hundreds more children began to march. Commissioner of Public Safety Eugene Bull Connor ordered police and firemen to attack the children with high-pressure hoses, batons, and police dogs. Images of the children being brutally assaulted by the police appeared on television and in newspapers across the country and world, provoking global outrage.
It is striking that our current crop of reactionaries lacked the strategic savvy of a bunch of segregationists in 1961, but it is to our advantage that they don't have that savvy. Or to our advantage if you are opposed to them. If you are for them, then first of all, don't know why you're watching this channel, but second of all, you should reconsider your position. To sum this up, I think the Minnesota operation demonstrates that the Trump administration does not know how to do anything but apply the most brute force to a problem, does not know how to apply soft power, does not have the operational capacity to deal with real resistance, and is incapable of responding flexibly to new developments on the ground. It is rigid and brittle and has handed itself a major self-inflicted defeat. And the other thing is that there's no sign that they're going to get any more popular going forward. Right now, maybe the high watermark for popularity for Trump this year. And as we get closer to November, I'm going to make a prediction, and that is you're going to see a lot of Republicans begin to get extremely nervous about what it's going to mean after November, when the consequences of this unpopularity and if this authoritarian style of governance really begins to catch up with them. And it will. That I'm actually pretty confident of.
And yes, there is something after this, but I think we're going to fold this up. You there, Queen?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you just wake up?
I woke up like 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Wait, hold it. What is it? Wait. Yeah, Buddy got bored with Stanley's ass. I have no idea what that means, Richard, but pause. Yep,
Oh,
MAGA
wow.
Black. MAGA Black. Kimmy, That's my new term for black conservatives who voted for Trump. Now, there's a whole group of black conservatives who don't vote. Those are the anti-black blacks. I like to try and keep them separate. And there is a intersection with the Venn diagrams. It's probably 100% intersection, to be honest. But and I'm curious now, Kimmy. Kimmy, are you a MAGA black? She's
That's what
probably gonna have
happened.
a pithy No, now I am skirting the edge. I am skirting the edge. I want to piss her off totally. What's up, San Jose? How you doing? Oh, come on, Richard. I'm just funning with her.
I'm
See,
entertained by Mega Black. I think that is so hilarious.
the MAGA blacks. You got to say it with a little bit of a growl in your voice. MAGA black. So, let's see. What else do we have here? Successful ladies. Let's see. I don't know her. I've heard of her. There actually was something that did interest me. I swear. You know what? F them if they don't like this content, but I am in love with my Afro chicks. That's what I'm going to call them from now on. Let's see. Somewhere up here. Let's see. Oh, and by the way, tomorrow, if CKJ3 is listening, tomorrow I am going to look at Michael Imhotep and his foolishness, which I'm sure will be. I depend on him to get Black History wrong, just because. But you know what? Otherwise, he doesn't seem like that bad a guy. So I'm not gonna, badmouth him until I actually watch the video. But damn it, I bet I forgot to do it. Was it watch later? You remember the ladies we were talking about? She's a hair stylist
Yes.
person,
Mm-hmm.
and they have a new video out today. And
Oh joy.
oh, you don't want to see it? We can save it.
I'm just playing.
Look, I'm sorry to tell you this, and I just have sometimes I think it's probably because I think she's cute, and I'm just kind of, I'm probably more interested than I should be, but who cares?
Hey, who's not? I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, me neither. But let's close the show out with this, because this is the National Review. And this is kind of where I'm going with some of my logic. Even the National Review, the Bill Buckley, like right wing bullshit, they're done with Kristi Noem, and they probably, honestly, they don't like women, and they're probably ready to toss her over the side. They're like, hey, you know what? We're tired of looking at her pretty face. Bondi will be next. She's not going to last much longer than this year. Though, I don't know that she should or shouldn't, but this is what National Review has to say about Kristi Noem.
Noem has some thoughts on the latest.
Oh, and by the way, for the folks who don't know, I watch a lot of conservative, even MAGA content just to mock them, but it's also important to know what they're talking about. This is why I'm confident that Noam is not long for this office.
involved shooting in Minneapolis.
This individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers
Total lie.
committed
That's
an
where
act of
she
domestic
fucked up.
terrorism. That's the fact.
I'm Rich Lowry of National Review. And if you've watched any of my videos lately, you know I'm a strong supporter of ICE. I think we need to drastically diminish the illegal immigrant population in this country. I think it is reprehensible, the resistance we've seen to ICE on the streets.
He meant dangerously diminish. Dangerously reduce. But today it's drastically reduced.
In Minneapolis. All that said, the way that Kristi Noem has handled these last couple of ICE-involved shootings in Minneapolis is just terrible. She either doesn't know what she's talking about, or she's being deliberately deceptive, or maybe some of both. But whatever, it is completely counterproductive for the administration's purposes. Alex Preddy, you can argue that he's foolhardy, that he was reckless, that he created the predicate for that terrible tragedy where he shot on the street, but he wasn't a domestic terrorist. That is absurd. Here's more from Noem.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
Now, there's no indication whatsoever that he was showing up to kill law enforcement. He was showing up, according to all the evidence we've seen, and when the facts change, I'm happy to change my mind always, but showing up to monitor and harass ICE the way a lot of these agitators do. Shouldn't do it.
It's their
Wrong to
right,
do it.
bitch.
He also had a gun on him. You don't show up with a gun in such a situation.
It's foolhardy,
Certainly you don't get
but not
entangled
illegal.
with law enforcement unnecessarily when you have a gun. That was reckless, put his life in danger, obviously, and endangered others. Never should.
But see, this is the wonderful thing about your beloved two-way, Rich. It wasn't illegal. Foolhardy, sure, but we don't regulate. We do not legislate foolhardiness or morality or any of that stuff. Perfectly within your beloved two-way. I'm waiting for you to say it was illegal for him to have it, and you won't.
Have done it, but that doesn't mean he was there to kill law enforcement. She's making it up, and there are a couple problems with making it up. One, making up is always wrong on the merits. Two, in this day and age, when you have dozens of videos that everyone's going to see themselves, they will realize that you are making it up. But apparently Noem just can't help herself.
See, this little bitch,
in another clip.
Rich Lowry. And by the way, Rich Lowry's been there like since Bill Buckley was alive. Motherfucker, just say she lied. Either through incompetence. See, if you don't know the truth, I'm not sure I would use the word lie, but she does know the truth. And if she feels uncomfortable saying this, see, she's trusting her subordinates, and she's not smart enough to understand that the tide has turned. Dude, after Renee Good, the shit changed then. You better be spot the fuck on, or you're going to lose the bubble or the narrative, I guess in civilian terms. She's cooked. She's done. And honestly, Stephen Miller needs to be next. Pam Bondi's not long for her office either. They don't like women anyway.
Went and impeded their law enforcement operations, attacked those officers, had a weapon on him, and multiple dozens of rounds of ammunition, wishing to inflict harm on these officers, coming brandishing like that and impeding their work that they were doing.
Again, this is completely wrong. He wasn't brandishing his weapon. He was doing the complete opposite. It was in his holster. And part of the problem is the officers weren't aware of the weapon until they discovered it during a struggle. So why say he was brandishing it when he wasn't saying he was brandishing it? If you're not sure at the time whether he was brandishing it or not, don't commit yourself one way or the other, whether he was brandishing. All she needed to do was say, look, this guy interfered with law enforcement. There was a chaotic struggle. He was discovered to have a weapon, and officers or an officer fired in what we presume they believed was self-defense in the investigation.
Bullshit. Here's what, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, they weren't communicating. They weren't a team. They were just out there winging it. You practice these sorts of drills. Someone should have just gone clear or something like that. These motherfuckers were idiots. They were not a team. They weren't trained as a team. It was willy-nilly. Dude, you killed an American citizen, and y'all are just looking for ways to get around it. If the other idiot thought it was self-defense when his co-idiot had the weapon in his possession, y'all are just fucking uncoordinated, dude. The whole fucking ICE needs to be stood down. In the military, we would do something called a safety stand down when something like this happened, just to go back and make sure everybody knows the rules. You might have to retrain some fuckers. Dude, you need to do a safety stand down. You need to let this public know that you give a fuck about them, or Trump is literally going to lose ICE. And if I were blessed to be the next Democratic president on fucking day one, ICE would be decommissioned. There's no way you want they are fucked as an agency. They're done. They need to go. If for no other reason, then you rebrand, fold them into something or another. We know they won't be folded into the FBI because the FBI has standards way above ICE. This is a MAGA fail.
Is ongoing. That's all you need to say. All that is accurate, and all of it is entirely defensible, but she can't help herself. And when she comes up with these fantastical accounts, it creates dozens and dozens of headlines in the media.
What you're saying is Trump hired someone who can't help herself. See, Rich Lowry isn't overly bright himself. Motherfucker, just say she was wrong and cut this video down by half. Dude, Trump, if Kristi Noem can't help herself, who hired her?
That say video contradicts official account of shooting. And unfortunately, these headlines are accurate because she's an official and her account is way off base. And when she says these fantastical things, it also puts more responsible, incredible administration officials in a tight spot when they have to contradict her, like Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche.
I don't think anybody thinks that they were comparing what happened on Saturday to the legal definition of domestic terrorism.
This is a pattern for Noem. She did exactly the same thing after the shooting of Renee Good.
Facts of the situation are that the vehicle was weapon.
Oh, what do these black manosphere motherfuckers say? Women think with emotion? Maybe she was just being emotional. Maybe that was it. Facts, emotions. She's just being a woman.
And it attacked the law enforcement officer. He defended himself and he defended those individuals around him. That is the definition. When there is something that is weaponized to use against the public and law enforcement, that is an act of domestic terrorism. It happened in our shores. It happened here in our country. You don't get to change the facts just because you don't like them.
Again, this just isn't true. Renee Good tried to obstruct law enforcement, never should have done it. She created a hazardous situation for the officers and for herself, never should have done it. Terrible tragedy results. That's all you have to say. She wasn't a domestic terrorist. She didn't set out to kill federal law enforcement. And again, you can see here how a more serious and credible.
Oh, by the way, this is defending whiteness, by the way. if it had been black people, you know how this would be portrayed. Kristi Noem would be a hero.
Voice like Tom Homan, when he's pressed in public about what Noem is saying, he refuses to back her up because he's a professional who actually knows what he's doing and saying.
Was Secretary Noem correct to label her a domestic terrorist, Mr. Homan?
Look, we don't know what, I don't know if Secretary Noem knows and what I know. I can tell you is what they did is illegal. And if you look up this definition of terrorism, it certainly could fall within that definition. If you look at definition.
Oh, this motherfucker is so wrong. Dude, these guys want to call civil disobedience, your First Amendment right, terrorism. Look at Claymation Potato Head here. Unacceptable.
But you don't have evidence.
Pardon me?
You don't have evidence that she's a domestic terrorist.
I don't know
got some,
what Secretary
sorry.
has.
Did I cut you off, Suncast? Oh, you like that too, huh, Rich? Off the cuff.
I'm not going to judge what the secretary says.
Now, there are indications that Homan is going to supplant Noem in Minneapolis, and that'd be a very good thing. Immigration enforcement, both at the border and interior, is a core commitment of the administration, but it presents really difficult political and PR issues, and there are indications.
Take it easy. Good to have you up here.
Huh?
Good to have you up here.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Sleep well.
You call that man Claymation Potato Head?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? I called him Claymation, but then when I saw his head, it just reminded me of Mr. Potato Head. So
that's hilarious.
But I do think that Homan, look, he has done this before. So, but I think he's going to F up too. Look, you're not going to be able to un-F this force of people. I hope what he does is round them all up at a stadium somewhere and tell them, look, the last thing you need to do is pull your weapon, stop killing people. But I think it's going to happen again.
He needs to take them out and get them properly trained.
They need to disband it. They're effed. They have the reputation now. There's no way to recover it.
I think all of them gonna mess up. I think Trump specifically picked them folks to do what they do. Cause all of them going to jail.
Of course he did.
They going to jail, and Trump gonna be free.
I honestly don't think he's got the pardon power. You know who would make the perfect ICE ICE chief? ICE head of ICE? Donald Trump Jr.
Ain't he on drugs?
Perfect. I just think he would be the perfect new leader. As a matter of fact, appoint him because Kristi Noem's not going to last much longer. I give it a month or two. Donald Trump Jr. being DHS, Secretary of Department, Secretary of Homeland Security. It's got to happen. Got to happen. He's got that swagger.
Behind the eight ball in terms of those things, and you can't have a high profile member of your own team making it even more difficult unnecessarily. And sad to say, that's exactly what Kristi Noem has done the last couple of weeks. I'm Rich Lowry, over and out.
Yeah, you weirdo. Oh,
nicotine is now comparable to fentanyl. Your chat is real interesting.
Oh, you don't know the half of it, ma'am. Oh, it's only the sane ones that come around now. There's some real doozies.
Oh wow.
They come in every now and again, mostly on weekends these days. Oh, you don't know the half of it. I'm telling you right now.
That's crazy.
Uh, look, you gotta look. These are
I just
my
wonder
reprobates.
if these people are obtuse on purpose or they really think this way.
Let me ask you an odd question. Does it really matter?
No, it doesn't. I just wonder. I just,
I honestly sometimes people like Richard, he's a fisherman. Look, the people who tend to show up day in and day out, they're all kind of normal. They do have boutique views. That's what I call them these days. A boutique view.
Mm.
It's something that's so rare. If the what is it? The market of ideas was actually a market, these would be like $1 million that you'd find at some boutique in a very elite mall.
hmm
Some of these ideas. And
Okay. Cool. Got it.
and so Richard says kind of normal. Yes, I will take that.
Hey, there you go.
So, hey, they're kind of normal. And we're all look, it's not like I don't have some boutique ideas. So if they
Trump is
give me
going
show
to.
titles, that is true.
He's doing
But
it.
come on. I'm kind of boutique, with some of my ideas, but I try and ground them in some sort of, sense of reality. But look, they say you tend to attract an audience that is similar to you, and they're probably right.
I don't know. I don't know if I feel like they need to be disbanded, but they definitely need something different. I never seen ICE
Why would we
behave this way.
look, they're not out shooting innocent civilians. This is not an audience of ICE agents. They're all they're doing is expressing opinions and giving me show titles and the occasional. Oh, by the way, everyone, make sure you've hit the like button. If you're new, please make sure you subscribe to the show. It is a boutique show. It is a tea. We are the teacup pig of I don't know. Some people like dogs, some people like cats. There are people who like these little boutique potbelly pigs. We're the potbelly pig of, of the pet store. However, we mean well. And support the show by supporting the host. Hey, it's not the weekend yet, but we will get there somehow. And so support the show. I would show this, but I'm not. But this is our resident agrarian Southerner, PhD in history. Talk about boutique views. This motherfucker literally is like the Dunning School got discredited 50 years ago.
Oh
Well,
Lord.
he's still Dunning School. However, he disagrees. He cannot stand Trump. He thinks what's happening in Minnesota is a problem. So, Dunning School for the win. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
It is interesting how some people are agreeing with these, and I can't understand. I can't understand their logic.
Be careful of that. Doesn't mean that the logic is not logic. Always ask questions. If you don't understand, sometimes people will explain their logic, and
They
sometimes
always
they'll be
say
right.
something like, "No, the illegals need to go." Like, come, okay.
Well, they do.
like
What?
I'm not.
How is that not logical?
So it's logical to terrorize American citizens
Okay,
to get rid of.
no, that's not the question you asked. If they say the illegals must go,
Mhm.
they didn't say by any means necessary. They just said the illegals must go.
Well, the
Nothing.
answer is
That's
in
not
context of ICE should
okay.
not be out there.
No, no, no. That's not how arguments work. Never go farther than what they said, because now you're putting words in their mouth. If they say illegals must go, I don't see anything wrong with the logic unless you mean illegals must not go.
Well, the question is asked in relation to ICE and what they're
Okay,
doing.
well, you gotta put that into the question you ask them. Look, good faith has to be on both sides of the equation. The question has to be good faith. The answer has to be good faith for it to kind of balance out. And maybe, if someone says something that's readily apparent, illegal immigrants should go. It's just against the rules, not even necessarily a crime, because it's not the first time, but there's nothing wrong with that statement. The sentiment, how they feel, the reason they feel that way, probably immaterial, but their statement makes perfectly good sense.
Yeah, I don't have a
So
problem with people that don't want illegals here. Um, but to say it's okay for ICE to do what they're doing because you don't want illegals here, I think it's crazy. I
it
don't
is
think it's
crazy.
okay
If they're
for.
if they're not saying that, you got to ask them why they think that.
I'm telling you, that's the answer I get because the illegals need to go.
Okay, from whom? Have you got a specific person you asked?
No, it's usually just random people. I don't
Gotcha.
know these people.
All right. Well, let's see. Nightish has a second channel. Hopefully that second channel didn't get taken, because you know what? I'm about to wrap this up.
Second
I
channel.
got apparently they did, and I didn't know about it because
Did he lose his other channel?
I don't know.
Oh,
I haven't checked, but I would look. Uh, when because I was watching the show maybe around 11 or so last night Eastern time, and it was just him and ADS, I think it was, just kind of BSing back and forth. So somewhere between 11 and now, somebody, because Knight is just pretty inoffensive. He doesn't do a whole lot of, like, you know ri- it could be edgy, but never just over the top. So
mm.
look at Palomino. Yeah, your three musketeers there, Palomino. Night Brave, and JP. Now, two of the three, I don't really. I think they probably should have lost him sooner. Nightish, I've never seen him do anything that would be. I don't know what happened. Did you email Be Brave? Did he ever answer? You know what? I did not, because I don't know his email. Uh, I think what it was is I went over there or asked someone to have him email me. He blocked me from his chat, so I had no way of communicating with him, and I'm not doing extraordinary things. He's not that important.
Mm.
I emailed Be Brave. He said he was banned. Oh, really? Well, do me a favor, Palomino. If you know my email, send him my email. He's not welcome on my show just yet, but I can gloat. Oh,
Oh,
is
you
it
know
really
what
Be?
else is happening?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll email him there, Richard. And
YouTube
I
is
promise I won't gloat.
YouTube is banning manosphere related channels.
B Brave's not exactly manosphere. His shtick is, well, he's a straight out racist, but he has, he'd be fine with the manosphere. And the funny thing is, black manosphere, white manosphere, yeah, he's just an all around horrible person, uneducated, that sort of stuff. But somehow or another, it's hard not to like him.
I just know a lot of
Now
people
look at
using
this.
their channel.
YouTube banning people is annoying. It's fun to watch. Dude, come on now.
But
That
right now,
racist.
go ahead. Yeah, right now, a lot of the manosphere related channels are getting banned. Like, it's a calculated
Why?
thing YouTube is doing.
Why?
Because of the different violence and all the different complaints that they've been getting. And so they don't want to end up being legislated. So they're just getting rid of those channels.
Wow.
There's some other genres that's getting deleted as well.
Well, hopefully the geek genre doesn't get deleted. So I'm square in there somewhere. All right, ma'am. Well, we're gonna wrap it up because I actually need to eat dinner, and I believe this or not, never watched more than one season of The Blacklist, and my algorithm decided to send me all these shorts, and all of a sudden, Red's one-liners are hilarious. So it's on Netflix, so it's like 10. They were on 10 years.
Yeah.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, like Law and Order still on. It's almost 20. I've watched every episode.
It's still on TV.
Yes, and it has different spin-offs too. So many
The
different ones.
Blacklist?
No. I say I can believe it because Law and Order is still on TV.
Oh, I stopped watching Law and Order. I never so much got into it. I remember I watched it, some of them, when Sam Waterston was the district attorney or whatever.
Yeah.
But I never got into the spinoffs. Same thing with NCIS. And it's funny because I was in the Navy, and for my security clearances, I never dealt with, well, NCIS was criminal investigation, so obviously I had no dealings. But it never struck me as that realistic. Oh, and by the way, I never had a direct NCIS like thing, but one I got back from my second deployment, and I could, the single people, tended, when you get back from a deployment, they let all the married people, take vacation and stuff. The single guys will let you take vacation, but who the fuck cares? You're not married, nobody cares about you. So like maybe a month after, I finally get to go to Savannah and see my parents and all that. And while I was away, my ship got underway. It was just for like 2 or 3 days. So I come back and they're like, "Oh shit, Mr. Cross." Dude, people were fucking like, it's like, hey, guess what your people did? It was like, I'm like, they did what? I had a couple of my guys break into the ship's store and steal like electronic equipment.
Oh wow.
So, but I'm like, they did what? Like, where the fuck are you gonna go? Dude,
On the ship.
The ship is 365 feet long and about 65 feet wide.
That's crazy.
And they're gonna fucking where? How are you gonna hide this shit? Well, better than that, when the ship pulled in, guess what? They didn't let any of these motherfuckers off that goddamn ship. All of your dumb asses are gonna stay. So these fucking criminals, NCIS, comes on the ship to investigate. That's the closest I've ever come to NCIS. So I come waltzing back like the next week. They're like, you missed all the fun. Guess what your guys did? And I was kind of a disciplinarian. So these motherfuckers, dude, the whole ship, I was the goddamn laughing stock. Well, your guys have no discipline if you're not there to keep them in jail. It's like I'm gone for a fucking week and my whole division gets fucking put in jail? Really?
It's crazy.
No, it was funny as hell. And I'm kind of glad I wasn't there because, dude, I'd have been on the warpath. It's like, motherfucker, all of you, I'm tossing you all overboard. Swim home. I don't give a fuck whether you're innocent or not. Swim home. Swim home, bitches. But no, it was a funny sea story.
You ever seen Person of Interest?
Oh, I know. They caught who it was.
No. Have you seen the show Person of Interest?
No. I honestly don't really watch that much TV.
Me
Most of
either.
the stuff I watch has been off the air for like 5 years. I'm thinking about going back and watching Mad Men.
You should add that one to your list.
Well, I've seen Mad Men. I actually used to watch it on AMC, but something I read the other day, like I'm probably going to go back because I think it was 7 seasons. But I'm watching The Blacklist because of the one-liners. Dude, I'm going to use some of them on the show. Red was funny.
Yeah, The Blacklist is pretty good. But yes, I think you should check out Person of Interest too. It's pretty interesting.
Who was in it?
Interesting. I
Let me
can't.
look it up real quick.
I don't be dedicating these people names to my brain. I don't know.
Let's see here. CBS, Jonathan Nolan. Science fiction. A science fiction drama series?
No, it's so good. It's so good.
You're into. Is it like the X-Files?
Let me see.
Because I
What
never
can
liked the X-Files, to be honest.
It's not quite like the X-Files. I'm trying to think of what I could compare it to.
Ooh. He is approached by Harold Finch, a reclusive billionaire software genius. A reclusive billionaire software genius. Oh, wow. Was this written by Elon Musk?
Oh, I don't think so. By the time I seen it, it was already out the air. But it was really good. So I kept watching it. And I got all the way to the end of it, which is something to be said because I don't watch much TV. So,
Hey, Black Knight. You calling Palomino Pony Boy? that kind of made my day. Pony Boy. Good to see you, Pony Boy. And my darling Dawn. Yeah, it is late. And oh shoot, it's after 10 over here, but anytime you get to watch the show, it's always just a joy to know that you're finding enjoyment in it, to be honest. Look, and actually I thought about you, Don. I was like, you know, I this is another thing that the black manosphere is getting wrong in the MAGA blacks and the anti-black blacks. Dude, Don is an artist, like an artist. And what else would the world do if artists weren't like, kind of look, and my joke, and it probably will piss some people off, but I love basket weavers. Where else would I leave my test tubes and my Bunsen burner? We got to have a basket to store it in and, keep it neat, in a corner somewhere. I don't get these MAGA blacks. They are weirdos. In my mind, maladjusted is what my mother used to call them. It's like they have no love in their lives or something. So, all right. Well, I better wrap it up before I
Well, thanks for
piss.
having me up.
Anytime. I always enjoy it. So
Have a good evening. Huh?
You too.
Okay.
I love and everyone. I'll be back on around 2 or 2:30. Kind of the normal schedule, and see you all tomorrow. Richard, it's good to see you. What? Now this is interesting. He should just keep making YouTube channels. He doesn't care about sub count. That's interesting. That sounds like my channel, Richard. I do care about sub count though, but it's not like I actually thought I would be, maybe 400 by now, but guess I will be monetized next year. But that's fine. Dawn and Sunkissed, and I'm happy. Oh, y'all are talking about emailing Be Brave. Well, tell him I said hey, and Be Brave can come over to this channel if he wants to talk. I don't have a problem with that. So I will see everyone tomorrow. Everyone stay warm for God's sake. It is temps. The weather says temps to rise tomorrow. So we shall see. Have a good night, y'all.